morning and a very warm welcome to round 3 of the 2022 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Today we're live from the classic circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya for yet another bumper day of action across the Junior GP, Moto2 European Championship and Hawkers European Talent Cup classes. Nestled around 30 minutes away from the city of Barcelona, this circuit is a beautiful 4.7 kilometre layout that boasts a sensational array of fast corners, tight turns, hard braking zones and a 1 kilometre front straight and plenty of overtaking opportunities. We saw the MotoGP World Championship riders tackle this terrific track last weekend, of course, and today it's the turn of Grand Prix Racing's future stars. My name is Elliot York, and today I'm joined by my good friend and colleague Jack Gorse to talk you through all the action we have in store. And it begins with race 1 of 2 from the Junior GP class. Jack, it should be a cracking day of racing.
Yeah, it really should be. Thank you very much then for the warm welcome, Elliot. It's fantastic to be in this lovely commentary box where you find self. As you can see from the pictures on the screen then, fantastic weather here in sunny Barcelona, the circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya. And as Elliot says, we've got some cracking action coming up for you. 5 races, the first of which being Junior GP. Then we'll follow it up with 2 Moto2 and, of course, the second Junior GP as well as ETC. But before we dive into today, here's what happened last time out. You're too kind, mate. You're too kind. Yeah, this is what happened last time out in Valencia a few weeks ago. Basking sunshine, just as we did today. It's Jose Antonio Rueda on pole there. And spoiler alert, he's on pole again this weekend. And it was a great race. Alonso hit the front, and it was a great battle, as always we see in the Junior GP class. The number 8 there, David Alonso, battling away at the front. Crashing out there was Farioli and Manza. They just got to the front of that race and it all came down to the last corner. Angel Piqueros came from the back of the grid, just pipped to the line by David Alonso, the Colombian. That was his first win in the Junior GP. 2 races over in Valencia, we've got 2 races there as well. Rueda again leading from the off, and this time Angel Piqueros, after a penalty in race 1, started on the front row of the grid and was at the front throughout the 2 Team Australia Gallipoli riders there. That was David Alonso at the final corner of the last lap, crashing out, but he managed to remount and still cross the line in 7th, so a good salvage job there from the Colombian. But race 2 belonged to Jose Antonio Rueda. That was his first win in the class as well. So far in 2022, we've had 3 first-time winners in 3 races. Will we have a 4th? Beautiful pictures then here in Barcelona. That's Montserrat, just outside the city in the background. 30 degrees air temperature already. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. We stood out on the podium, didn't we, briefly, where you dropped a little bit of your tuna sandwich. So hopefully the riders don't slip on that when they come up to the podium. But yeah, really, really warm here in Barcelona. It was warm yesterday, but it's going to be even hotter today. I think highs of 33, our weather app said. So yeah, it's going to be a tough day for the riders out there. Yeah, thanks for exposing me for having a tuna sandwich for breakfast, mate. Cheers for that one. But yeah, as you say then, it is pretty toasty already. The fans of the grandstand, they are fortunately covered by the shade for now, but when we get to this afternoon, they won't be, and it is really, really going to be very, very hot indeed. But as we say, we're about 10 or 12 minutes or so away from the start of the first race of the day, Junior GP coming up. And if you want to see who the guys are going to be that are going to be winning World Championships in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, these are the guys you need to watch. And particularly this man, his 4th pole position of the year, then Jose Rueda on the Talent Team Estrella Galicia 00 bike, doing an incredible job this year. And this is exactly how he took pole position.
Ha sido difícil, pero hemos sabido aprovechar bien la primera tanda, que hacía más fresquito y se podía rodar más rápido. El asfalto no estaba tan caliente, así que teníamos también más grip. Y muy contento de haberlo hecho en la primera. Y en la segunda hemos salido a hacer ritmo de carrera, yendo solo, y la verdad que nos ha ido bastante bien y estamos muy contentos, la verdad. Yo, la verdad, me lo esperaba más apretado el crono, pero bueno, al final ha salido la vuelta más o menos perfecta y pues ha salido el tiempo. Bueno, la carrera será complicada igual que todas, pero intentaré hacerlo, romper lo máximo posible el grupo y a ver lo que sale de la carrera. Todo puede pasar. Yo creo que los neumáticos en la primera carrera irán bien, pues no hace tanta calor. La segunda sí que habrá que gestionarlo un poco más.
Jose Antonio Rueda there will start from pole position for the 3rd time in 3 races. He said there it's going to be a difficult race, but so far this weekend he's made it look pretty easy. He's on pole by nearly 0.6 of a second. Now that's a huge gap in any form of racing, especially motorcycle racing. You normally see in Moto3 maybe the top 15 or so split by about half a second, 0.6 seconds. Rueda took pole yesterday by, yeah, just over half a second. And in warm-up, he was even further clear. He was 0.7 of a second faster than anyone else. So it's going to be an interesting race to see if Rueda can pull away, because he's shown the pace he can, but it's not necessarily that easy in Moto3.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's been a pretty speedy boy in terms of one-lap pace, but as you see there from his results, second, fourth, and the first so far in the 3 races, he's not had it all entirely his own way. Of course, got that win last time out, but there is still people that have beaten him this year. Here's your man second on pole, and actually one of the few that's been close to Rueda this weekend, as he holds up a little banner there. Get well soon to Lambias, number 94. Unfortunately, had a little crash, and I believe it was QP1 yesterday. Tipped off at turn 2 or 3, I believe, Elliot.
Yeah, turn 2 in.
And it seems he's unfit for today. So we send our well wishes to Lambias, obviously having a fantastic year in his first year over here in the Junior GP series.
Yeah, Lambias in 9th place in the overall standings. Had a DNF in the second Valencia race where he was running in the front group. So yeah, unfortunate for the Uruguayan. We hope to see him back next time out in Jerez at the start of July. Good to see fans here. Best to have sun cream on, because like we say, it's going to be very, very warm. They had a nice little pit walk, didn't they? And there was plenty of people around, so that's great to see the fans coming out. So here is Angel Piqueras, and a little bit of a rookie sensation, to be honest. Yep. He had that DNF, the unfortunate collision where he couldn't really avoid Harrison Voigt. He was in the lead group, wasn't he, over there in Estoril? But Valencia, no words for his race one. Obviously had the the qualifying penalty, so he had to start from the back of the grid. And literally by 5 laps in, he was with the lead group and led for most of the race. And it was only at the final corner where David Alonso was able to pip him. And in race 2, he was in the lead group again, but just got nudged out to finish 5th. So watch out for Angel Piqueras, ladies and gentlemen. A rookie starting from the front row. He really is one to watch.
Here's a man that's also one to watch, David Salvador. Of course, if you're watching MotoGP last weekend, you know that this man was actually in the Moto3 World Championship as well, deputising for, I believe, the injured Ayumu Sasaki, and did a fantastic job. He was up there in the race, but unfortunately didn't go his way in the end. I think they said on commentary, our good friend and colleague Lewis Sudbury mentioned that he was going about a second quicker in the race than he qualified at. So certainly very good job last weekend, and so far this weekend doing a good job too.
That is one thing to note, I think. We've mentioned Rueda's pace over 1 lap. He did also mention that in the afternoon session, where the conditions are obviously a lot warmer, that he'd found a really good race rhythm on his own. But riders do tend to find a little bit extra when it comes to Sunday, because that's when it really matters. So yeah, watch out for the guys behind. We're not saying Rueda's going to run away with this. Absolutely not what we're saying at all. So look out for the guys behind, because they're going to find something today. Here's Daniel Munoz. He's found something this weekend. He's without a podium in the class so far. 13th overall last year, with 4th, his best result. So he's come close to a podium, not quite there just yet, and this is his best qualifying of the year as well. So middle of the front row for Daniel Munoz. Looks like he could be on for his best result of the year so far.
Yeah, and here's a man that has had his best qualifying of the year so far by quite some margin. This young man from Malaysia then, Daniel Shahril, doing an incredible job on the Asian Talent Team bike. There you can see his results so far, 12th, 13th and 14th. But his qualifyings have been 20th and 21st in the first 2 races so far. 20th and 19th, I do apologise. So he always goes forward. So it's going to be an interesting test to see if Shahril can actually hang with the pace of this lead group now and go forward even more. Because if he does, I mean, fantastic job. And he could be looking at a podium if he can.
Yeah, we should mention Shahril. He might be a familiar name to the guys who are big MotoGP fans. He had that crash in ATC in 2018 with a horrific injury on the front straight. So he's done very, very well to rebound from that, and he's making his way back up the MotoGP ladder. So yeah, Daniel Shahril, great to see him on the second row. Now, here's David Alonso. We mentioned, didn't we? Race 1 winner over in Valencia, and then that 7th place doesn't look like a good result on paper, but after crashing at the final corner, 7th place is a fantastic result. Look out for David Alonso. He's had a wild card this year in the Moto3 World Championship over in Portimao, but he's the reigning Red Bull Rookies Cup champion. He was the 2020 European Talent Cup champion from Colombia. He is definitely one to watch.
Here's Tachkun Bouazri, then the Thai rider, also on the Asian Talent Team machine. He actually had a penalty yesterday, which means his QP2 lap time was cancelled, I do believe, and also he received a 4 grid place penalty. Qualified originally 5th, dropped down to 8th because there was also some other cancelled laps in there. So 8th is particularly not too bad, and I think it means he has a 100% record for starting on the first 3 rows this year. So certainly qualifying going well, and of course we know he won the first race of the year. So on for another good ride here.
Yeah, Raspberry's done really well this year, taking a real step up in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Well, it was called the Junior World Championship, it's now called the JuniorGP. Still trying to get my head around that little change that we've had this year, the rebrand. Now, British fans, here is Eddie O'Shea talking about taking a step forward in 2022. Eddie O'Shea's best result in 2021 in his rookie season in the JuniorGP class was 16th right here in Barcelona, and now he's qualified 9th here, his best qualifying in the class. And he's, yeah, like we say, really taken a step forward. Those results there, 9th and 12th so far this year, 2-point scoring rides. He's also 11th in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He finished 4th in Mugello last time out as well. So yeah, Eddie O'Shea really taking a step forward. Great to see for the British Talent Team rider.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Scott Ogden from a few years back, kind of floating around that top 10, just with the pace to try and cling on to the lead group and maybe not with the outright pace to stay with them. So as we go through this season, you can expect to see him get into that top 10 and hopefully break to top 5 in a few races as well. Here's a man that this year is doing an incredible job in the Red Bull Rookies. He's actually 2nd in the championship so far. But the start of this championship in the Junior GP hasn't maybe been what we expect from him, but this weekend, this is a bit more like it. 10th on the grid, his best qualifying by quite some way. So hopefully we get to see him back up to the sharp end where we know he can be.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Colin Vire can do from 10th on the grid. Not far off at all, 4th row, but as we know in the Moto3 class, anything can happen if you start from even outside the top 10 these days. We see it in the World Championship, don't we? Riders come from as low back as, well, David Munoz, perfect example, in his 2nd race, started, what, 20th and came through to finish 2nd. That's a picture of Joel Esteban, who we'll be seeing later on this afternoon in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, their only race of the day. Now, the riders then, they're getting ready for race 1 here in Barcelona. Warm-up lap get underway shortly, and then it's time for racing. So here's the starting grid then. It's Rueda from Asman and Piqueras, the front row. Then it's David Salvador, Daniel Munoz and Daniel Charil. Then it's David Alonso, Tachkorn Brazri and Eddie O'Shea on the 3rd row of the grid.
Yeah, looking at the 2nd page of our starting grid, then Colin Vire in 10th with Farioli and Almanza joining him on that 4th row of the grid. Void, Linetta and Zuratufa. Watch out for young rookie Zuratufa going better this weekend. Aditama, Cruces and Carraro completing that row 6 of the grid. Watch out for Cruces, been doing incredibly well this year, the rookie too. Rudon, 69, he's in 19th with Ralston next to him and Morosi. Then you look back and it's Detweiler, Volpe and Gorb on row 8, and then Collins, Ton and Hamada, the first of our Japanese riders, on 9th row of the grid. Uchimi, Carpe and Rosenthaler on row 10. And then completing the field, we have the Gordon brothers, number 84 and 74.
Here we go then, warm up time here in Barcelona. The first of 5 races today. Do stick around if you can, because it's going to be another fantastic day of racing. We're going to see plenty of action down into turn 1, as we always do across the classes, even in Moto3, MotoGP. So
that's Kataro.
So an issue there on the grid then for the number 91. I think he's probably stalled it as he's tried to get away from the line. So I think if he can get it going, it will be a pit lane start for the number 91 there. So unfortunate stuff. So warm-up lap being undertaken then. Plenty of overtaking options around the circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya. This is one of them. Turn 1 is definitely one of them. We'll see plenty of action, as we said there. But turn 4 is also another passing place here. Turn 5 is as well, Jack. And then what else have we got around the rest of the circuit?
Well, I think 7, 8 and 9. 8 could be a possible one if you've got a Raja Love set of peanuts down there, but then you come up through 9. Maybe not through there, because you want to set that up for turn 10, looking down into turn 10, of course, one of the famous places where we've seen so many manoeuvres over the years, and a few little crashes. Think about the 2019 MotoGP, Jorge Lorenzo going skittling there. But then also, if you're brave enough, the final corner, we've seen a few people try it. I think Suzuki did it on the final lap of the final corner in Moto3 just a week ago to got the podium, I do believe, the 2nd one in a row. So it can be done, but you've got to be a little bit brave.
Absolutely, yeah. I think fans will remember Valentino Rossi's famous move on Jorge Lorenzo there, didn't we? And we've seen a few times as well that it can be done. Here's the new turn 10 then. A little bit of a wider entry pretty safe, really, isn't it? It's a lot safer than it was before.
Yeah.
Still provides plenty of action, plenty of overtaking opportunity down into turn 10. There's the current championship standings. Rueda leading the way on 58 points from David Salvador in second with his triple third places. He's 10 points behind, then David Alonso in third place on 47 points, just 1 point further back. So all to play for. We've got plenty of rounds left in the Moto 3 class.
Yeah, we really do. It's certainly going to be a long championship, and as you say, David Salvador with those 3 third places, just consistency keeping him in this title hunt. So they're arriving at the grid then, warming up those final few degrees into the tyres and the brakes as well. There you see Rueda diving on the brakes, so number 99. Luca Lunetta, the 58, alongside him. He's a little bit further back, and this, well, this start is probably going to be quite a fast and furious one. Quite a long run down to turn 1, so slipstreaming will come into effect by the time they get down to the end, but it's all going to be about this launch off the line.
It's one of the longest runs, I think, especially on the Junior GP calendar, but also on the World Championship calendar. It's a really long run down into turn 1. It's interesting to see if Rueda can get the start, if he can clear off. He's shown pace, as we've mentioned. So turn your attention to the lights. They'll go reds. And we're underway here in Barcelona for round 3 of the season. It's a great start from Asman from the middle of the front row. He's got the jump on Rueda already, but we're going to see plenty of action down here as the riders pile down into turn 1. Someone's on the grass there. Luckily, they've not gone down. Who's going to take the whole shot? Rueda's looking up the inside, but he's thinking better of it. It's going to be Asman who takes the whole shot. That's Salvador diving up the inside of Piqueras to take 3rd place. So Piqueras loses 1 place off the line, down into 4th place. Rueda then looking at the inside at turn 3. Salvador says, thank you very much, I'll have a piece of that too. So Rueda leads on lap 1.
Yeah, cracking start then from Rueda. Recovered after Asman beat him off the line, but it does seem as though he's made it all the way through. That is David Alonso looking at the inside of his teammate Farioli. One person that didn't get the best of start, but he has managed to salvage it in 4th. There's Piqueras. Looked as though he got a little bit of a wheelie and a bobble off the line, but it does seem to be all under control now. No jump start has popped up on our timing screen, so we're good to go from here. It's going to be an all-out fight.
Already you can see Rueda just edging clear of the chasing pack. This is a crucial stage of the race already. We're only halfway into the race and Rueda already made that pass stick at turn 3. Didn't get the jump that he would have wanted. It wasn't a bad jump. He was in second, but Asman got the better of him down into turn 1. Turn 3, stuck it up the inside, and now he's got his head down. He said, didn't he, yesterday, that he's got great race pace. He was testing that out in the afternoon, so let's see what they can do. Down into turn 10 then for the first time. Piqueras looking at the inside of David Salvador, and I think that's Daniel Munoz looking at the inside of Farioli. Yes, it is. So 2 for the price of 1 there for those riders. Salvador just getting a little bit argy-bargy with David Alonso. So lap 1 nearly completed. Rueda at the minute has a couple of tenths lead. We'll see it across the line, but Asman and the chasing pack doing well to keep with him so far.
I think that was actually Almanza diving up the inside down into turn 10. Yes, it was. The number 22 on the purple bike then. He's through into, I believe, 6th when they come across the line. We'll check that, but up from 12th. So cracking start from Almanza. We know that he races well. Sometimes his qualifying just lets him down, but he's there from lap 1. We go across the line then. Rueda, Asman, Piqueras, all the Estrella Galicia talent team guys at the front, as it looks as though David Alonso is going to get in the mix and try dive into 3rd place, but Salvador does hold him off and tries to pinch up the inside of Piqueras, but no, Piqueras closes the door.
Slipstream City down the front straight. We're going to see that all day long. It's fascinating to see. Not sure what happened there in the background, but the top 5, sorry, are just starting to break clear. Not sure why that is. Farioli leading the way. The chasing pack in 6th place on the number 17, the bright yellow helmet. And you're right, it was David Almanza. I assumed it was Daniel Munoz who started from the middle of the front row. Daniel Munoz, I can't see him on
11th there.
He's down to 11th. Yeah, so not the best start for Daniel Munoz. Rueda stretching clear. I think Piqueras, his teammate, can see that, and they're just trying to get through from Asman, who won here last year, remember. He does like this circuit to Barcelona-Catalunya. He's not had a podium since, so Asman will be determined to get on the podium once again, but Rueda is already streaking clear.
Yeah, Asman, of course, came from 5th on the last lap to win it. I think he got 4 of them into turn 10 on the final lap, so certainly knows how to get the moves done around this place. Now, looking at this lead group, as we do say, Rueda just starting to take advantage of these guys scrapping a little bit. It looks as though Farioli's got his skates on. He's pulled away a little bit from Eddie O'Shea, Almanza, and I think that's Harrison Voigt who's had a good start, diving at the inside, maybe up into 7th now. So Harrison Voigt, the Australian, he's also got his skates on. Good job from those two. Let's see if they can close the gap onto the back of David Alonso over the next couple of laps.
this chasing quartet needs to box clever here because Rueda's into his rhythm now. This is exactly what Rueda would have wanted. Didn't get the whole shot, but made a move at turn 3, and now he's got his head down and he's trying to clear off into the distance. So these 4 guys just need to be careful. If they scrap with each other too much, then Rueda is just going to edge clearer and clearer, and the race win is going to disappear. Now Salvador is tucked up behind Angel Piqueras. Piqueras in turn is tucked up behind Asman. They're both going to pull out of the slipstream. Piqueras going outside, David Salvador going inside. Asman a little bit of a sandwich there, and it's Piqueras who sweeps around the outside. Is he going to get the stop? Yes, he is. So class move there from Piqueras. It was Rueda sets the fastest lap of the race, and his lead over the line was 0.6 seconds. So just over half a second after a couple of laps.
Yeah, astonishing lap there from Rueda. If he'd stuck that 49.120 in, that would have put him 3rd on the grid yesterday. So he really is firing on all cylinders. Just one of those in the Motor3 class. But yes, firing on all cylinders, as we do say. Certainly the number 99 stretching that gap and definitely asking the questions of those behind him. It does look as though Farioli and Voigt have broken away from the group behind them. So those two, see if they can work together and use the slipstream to their advantage to just pick up those crucial couple of tenths, which is going to drag them into contention, as it looks as though actually David Alonso, number 80, the 2021 Red Bull Rookie Champ, is just being left behind from this group.
Yeah, he is just struggling to keep tabs on this trio here in shot, aren't they? David Salvador, obviously a title contender. He's had 3 podiums on the bounce, so he's in the hunt as well. Angel Piqueras and Asman have work to do in the title chase and work to do here in the race as well. Yeah, Farioli and Voigt have broken clear of the chasing pack. Can they latch onto the back of this fight for the podium? If they work together, don't hold each other up too much, then it's certainly possible. Now Rueda isn't stretching too much clear on this lap. I think Piqueras is doing a good job here, and they're not messing each other around, so this is important with 13 laps to go as we cross the line. And we should mention, yesterday we noticed that Rueda's lap time in qualifying would have put him 2nd on the Moto3 World Championship grid behind Dennis Foggia last week. Now, we can't really compare the two because it's different circumstances, of course, but it does go to show that Rueda is setting an unbelievable pace this weekend.
Yeah, he certainly is doing a fantastic job, and we know that his pace doesn't drop off when it gets into the heat either. Of course, all these riders are slightly slower when the temperatures increase later in the afternoon. It gets a little bit greasy this place, so the lap times aren't quite as fast, but Rueda is still that man that's pushing the pace even when the conditions get nice and hot. So David Salvador then, he's definitely got his hands full here. Asman looks across at his teammate to make sure he's going to give him enough room. Doesn't want any shenanigans between the 2 boys in the blue. But it does look as though, for now, Asman is going to slip into that 3rd place and just hold off Piqueras.
Yeah, David Alonso has lost touch now, hasn't he? But if they keep messing around like they are doing, overtaking each other, then Alonso's still got a chance at the podium. But yeah, Rueda now really is clearing into the distance. It's up over a second now, and once you get up over a second, we've seen it plenty of times, don't we? That's when you can really start breaking clear, and even in Sector 2, he's taken half a second out of these 3 riders. Piqueras just looks behind him. I think they're sort of coming to terms that Rueda isn't going to be catchable today. Piqueras would have known his pace, obviously being his teammate. So this looks like it's going to be a battle for the podium, but we won't speak too soon. Anything can happen in motorcycle racing, but let's find out what will happen. Let's see Sector 3 as they come through. Yeah, quicker again, 3 tenths. So Rueda really is stretching his legs.
Yeah, just a little bit of a warning and a word to watch out for the number 7 Farioli and 29 and Voigt. They look like they're taking about 3 tenths out of the group ahead of them already on this lap. Certainly David Alonso anyway. The guys ahead of them in terms of Piqueras, Salvador and Asman, they're taking about 2 tenths, but those 2 are on the way. You can see them just hanging on there in the background. They're not being dropped just yet. They're closing the gap up to them. So then, we're going to cross the line for 12 laps to go in this race. And look at that, fastest lap from Rueda, 48.9. Wow. In comparison, no one else is in the 49s even. He was 1.3 seconds quicker than Asman in 2nd place that lap round. The 2nd quickest man on track was Farioli at a 50 flat, with Voigt at 50.1. And those guys ahead were in the 50.4 and 50.5 region. So certainly Farioli and Voigt, they are on the march.
Unbelievable stuff. No one even within a second on that lap. It's truly incredible from Rueda. We've mentioned that this year he's really come on strong, leading the Red Bull Rookies Cup Championship, leading this championship. It won't be long before we see him on the World Championship stage. I can assure you of that, the number 99 there. We're going to focus in on the group for 2nd though, and yeah, David Alonso is being caught by his teammate Filippo Farioli. Farioli won't want to make the same mistake he did in Valencia Race 1 where he hit the front. He won't be hitting the front anytime soon because of this Asman Rueda, but getting the podium hunt and then crash soon after. But yeah, Farioli, he set a time, didn't he, yesterday in QP2 that put him actually on the 3rd place on the grid. We're going to see a replay of the start. So Rueda starting from pole. Didn't get a bad start by any means, but Asman really got his Honda working well off the line, and Rueda got tucked up in the slipstream, but didn't quite make the move down into turn 1, as we see a nice little slow of all the riders behind the bubble, then hard on the anchors down into turn 1. Thankfully, no dramas this time around. We do see it sometimes, don't we? Saw it in the MotoGP World Championship last time around. But everyone's safely through. Rueda flicking it left there for turn 2, just eyeing up a move, and turn 3 was where he made it stick, and that looks like it might be the race-winning overtake for this race. He's going to set another quick time here, is Rueda. Is it going to be the fastest lap of the race? Yes, it is, a 48.8. Is anyone else in the 49s? They're down to a 50 flat, yeah, 49.6 for Filippo Farioli. So Farioli really has the pace here. He's just there, the yellow helmet behind his teammate David Alonso. So Farioli really does eye a podium here in Barcelona.
Of course, Farioli coming off a wave of confidence from last time out. Unfortunately, in the first race in Valencia, as soon as he got to the lead, he crashed out. But then in the second race, he did pick up a second place finish. So plenty of confidence for that young man, and it seems to be translating well here. One quick shout out is to the man Daniel Sharil in 10th place at the moment. He's just dropped down to 10th. He was running an 8th at the head of a big pack of riders. I think there's about 12 of them together or something like that at the moment. But the man started in 6th, and Daniel Sharil, his best up until now has been 15th. So if he can hold on to a top 10, this would be an incredible result for that young man.
Farioli up the inside of his teammate David Alonso, but runs it slightly wide there. I think Alonso's going to have the place back. Yes, he is, but Farioli has the better pace than his teammate David Alonso at the minute. His lap time last time around was 8/10 quicker. So Farioli, it's only a matter of time before he picks off the number 80 and then sets his sights on this trio, who are lapping well, but they're nowhere near lapping well enough in the number 99. He's not far off being the fullback straight ahead, and we've not done many laps at all. There's still 11 to go. Lap 5 completed last time around, so yeah, this is just unbelievable stuff from Rueda. We did fear this, didn't we, looking at the warm-up times and qualifying. I didn't think it would quite come to fruition, because we see in the Moto3 class, don't we, that you can get ruffled up a little bit, but once he hit the front, there was no looking back. So yeah, great stuff from Rueda.
Yeah, definitely didn't think the gap would be this big. Look at that. By the time they're coming into turn 13, he's already into 14. So he really has got his skates on and just, well, cleared off, essentially. We'll check what the gap is this time as he comes across the line. Oh, look at that. He slowed the pace down by 1/10.
Terrible.
48.9, and every single other rider, into the 50s this time. So even Farioli, as though it does look like he's eventually picked off Alonso. Maybe not, looks as though the slipstream's just held him out there, but I think he's just got him into turn 1. But yeah, as you say, incredible stuff from Rueda. We thought that maybe Asman could go with him, but it doesn't seem that that has been the case.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell in qualifying, isn't it? Because sometimes a rider can get a nice little tow from another rider and just get a nice lap in. But 5/10 in qualifying was a bit of an eye-opener for us, weren't it? And then, yeah, 7/10 in warm-up this morning, just unbelievable stuff. So clearly, Rueda fast in the colder, cooler conditions in the morning, and faster still in the afternoon conditions. As Asman had a little bit of a look at Salvador. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place in this race. If you're just tuning in, Rueda has cleared off up the road. Farioli now has got the better of Alonso. He got the better of him on the last lap. Alonso got back out in the slipstream, and Farioli got the job done at turn 1. So it'll be interesting now to see if Farioli, the number 7 rider there, with his teammate behind him, can catch these riders. What's the gap back to these guys? He's 1.4 seconds down, so if he can show the pace like he did a little bit earlier in the race, I think he'll catch these guys without any issues, because they're going to continue to scrap, aren't they, these three? Yeah, certainly. And what it might just do is spur on David Alonso and just kind of reignite that fire that was in him at the start of the race, and then we'll see what happened. There you go. Look, there's your gap from Rueda to Asman. 5 seconds, and I can tell you that has grown already to 6.1 on this lap. So unreal. He really is going for it. Like, seriously, this is very, very impressive. Now, back to this little battle. Of course, it's going to be an interesting thing as this rolls on through the race, because 2 Hondas against the Husqvarna, they're going to have different strengths and weaknesses, and we're seeing that generally the Hondas are pretty quick on the straight. You can just about get past the Honda in the slipstream, but even there, look at that, it takes him the whole straight there for David Salvador to be able to get past Piqueras, and then on the brakes he can't even get the job done. So certainly that Honda looks like it's just got a few more ponies over the Husqvarna. Should also mention that Piqueras is a rookie. This is only his 3rd round on a Moto3 Honda machine, so we're bigging up Rueda's performance, as we should, but also teammate Piqueras. This is sensational stuff from the rookie. If he can get another podium here, then this is a job well done. You're right, Jack. Alonso and Voigt are sticking with Farioli despite his extra speed. Now, who have we got down here? Ooh. That's Philip Ton down with an AGR rider. Can't quite tell who it is, but looks like a big crash at the final corner. That's a quick corner, that is. Good to see the riders back up on their feet. Hopefully we'll get a replay to see what happened. But yeah, not good for those 2 riders down at the final corner, turn 14. Now then, we've got a long lap penalty, unfortunately, for Eddie O'Shea, the number 31, for shortcuts at turns 1, 2 and 3. So unfortunately for Eddie O'Shea, who is down where? In 19th place, so he's just been shuffled down a little bit. There's Volpe then involved there with Philip Ton. As I say, good to see the riders walking okay, because the final corner may not look too quick on your screens, but trust us, that is a quick corner. You tip it in there with not much brake, carry the corner speed through the corner and onto the front straight. So yeah, good to see those guys walking away.
Yeah, definitely very good to see. But then back to this little battle at the front for 2nd place, 7.1 seconds behind Rueda at the front now. He really is streaking away into the distance. He's going to have to fall straight over them by the end of the race if he keeps this going. But I tell you what, Elliot, this is going to be hard to predict who's going to be able to come out on top in 2nd place here. We thought maybe Farioli would start closing the gap in, but it doesn't seem as though he's been able to. As soon as he's got to the head of that pack and he's not at a target to chase that's right close to him, it seems as though his pace has just dropped off a little bit. Last time around, 50.7 compared to this group you see on your screen, doing 50.2s and 50.3s. So actually losing time quite a lot now to these 3 of Asman, Salvador and Piqueras.
Yeah, lost a bit of time there, didn't he? Around half a second. It was 1.4. It's now up to 1.8 seconds, nearly 2 seconds down. It's 1.6 after the first split. So maybe there was just a bit of ruffling with his teammate and Harrison Voigt back there. So if Filippo Farioli can get his head down, it really will be interesting to see if he can catch the podium fight. There's nothing between these guys, is there? Asman now leading the way from Salvador and Piqueras. These guys have got very similar pace. So this is going to be the podium fight. And if the others can join in, they're not too far behind these 3 there. Farioli, Alonso and Harrison Voigt, then we have a cracking battle on our hands. This isn't like a typical Moto3 race, is it? We're used to seeing a number of riders battling at the front, but we've got Rueda out front, we've got these 3 battling away for the podium places, and then we've got another 3 behind battling for 5th, 6th and 7th so far, and then we've got a 5-second gap behind those 3. You can see there just appearing from the picture, which is being led by Colin Vire at the moment, David Almanza in 9th, and Adrian Cruzes, another rookie, inside the top 10.
Yeah, a group of 8, that whole group is, stretching back from Colin Vire to, I think, about 17th or 18th, something like that. So certainly quite a big gaggle there. There we go then. Here's the man that has absolutely dominated this race, lights the flag. Well, flag in about 8 laps time. There you can see, plus 8 laps. They're not giving him the gap at all. No distractions. Just keep doing your pace, keep hitting your marks. Look at that. That is quite incredible on the long shot. All the way back down to turn 14. He's on the brakes now into turn 1, and they've just come across the line. 8.3 seconds it is. Total domination from Rueda as he looks to go back-to-back for victories in 2022.
Should point out that the Moto3 class is designed to have close racing. The bikes obviously are a little bit different. Husqvarna, for example, here with 2 Hondas, but they're pretty much evenly matched. Like you say, Jack, earlier, they're different motorcycles. They've got their own strengths and weaknesses, but they are pretty much the same in terms of performance. So for Rueda to be doing this, to be 8.3 seconds clear with 7 laps to go, is truly astonishing. You can understand it sometimes in World Superbike or in MotoGP, where the bikes are a lot different. We see Fabio Quartararo obviously last weekend dominating the MotoGP race. But to see it in the lower classes, in Moto3 and European Talent Cup, for example, you don't really see this a lot. And there's good reason why, because all these riders are very quick. So to have someone streak away like they are doing now is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, it really is. I mean, these riders may be 14, 15, 16, but they've been riding for the best part of 10 years or more, and they seriously are very, very impressive little riders. As I say, like, these are the best in the world for this age group and for this category, and for Rueda to be doing this is incredible. As you say about the different bikes, obviously the Gas-Gas, Husqvarna and KTM, slightly little different philosophy as a steel trellis frame compared to the aluminium twin spar that the Hondas have. But in terms of what they can do and their potential on the track, I mean, there's
barely any difference between how fast they can go compared to one another. It just depends on their strengths and weaknesses and how they work around a lap. But, ooh, you can see there Farioli out onto the green. He is obviously pushing because he's broken his teammate now and Harrison Voigt, doing this on his own, which is incredibly impressive. And the best thing for Farioli, you would say, that he's broken that slipstream, so there's no chance of these two biting back at him and interrupting his rhythm. Let's check what he's done that last time round. He has done a 50.2. Now that is good. He's dropped his pace back down, and the group ahead of him with 50.8 for Piqueras, 51 flat for Salvador, and 50.9 for Asman. So, just as though we were thinking that Farioli was on his way out, it looks like he's on his way back in.
He absolutely is, yeah. It's down to a second now for Farioli, so he's broken the gap behind him, like you say, Jack, and now he's really got his head down, the number 7 with the bright yellow helmet. He was only 4/10, I say only. 4/10 is still quite a lot, but for Rueda to be within 4/10 of Rueda, this race is going some. So yeah, the number 7 probably will be joining this trio very, very shortly indeed, with 5.5 laps to go. He's not got too much time to do it, but with the gap at a second, and this is going to get busy now with 5.5 laps to go. The podium is in their sight. Only so far, if they all keep their wheels on the straight and narrow, only 2 of these riders can stand on the podium. And Farioli, yeah, he is going to be joining them somewhat soon, because the gap is now down to 0.9 seconds on this lap.
Yeah, certainly pushing on. Extremely exciting young rider is Farioli. Last time out, obviously finished second, and it looks as though he's got his eyes set on another second place here, because I don't think anyone's going to be able to do anything about Rueda in the last 6 laps unless Rueda makes a mistake. So this man, let's see what he does coming around this time. It looks as though once again he's picked up just a couple of tenths over these guys. So it is going to be interesting, because time is running out. 5 laps to go as we cross the line this time. And for Farioli, well, the clock is ticking. He needs to keep this pace up if he wants to catch them.
It does. I think, like I say, what's going to help him is these 3 here are going to start battling away. They're going to lose time doing that. So I think Farioli being on his own, no distractions from behind, is going to be able to catch them. What's the gap over line? It was a second. So just lost a tenth in the final split. But you can see there he's creeping up on them lap by lap with 5 laps to go. This is the time of the race now where if you've got a little bit of extra pace in hand, you might want to start using it. Salvador just pushes Angel Piqueras out of the way there. Like we say, David Salvador has World Championship experience on this track last weekend, of course, and he was running in the front group, wasn't he, before he unfortunately crashed out of the race. Showed a real good showing of himself on the World Championship scene as David Salvador this year, when he's been called upon. Of course, we've had John McPhee injured for a while. He's been stepping in there. Yuma Sasaki, John McPhee's teammate in the Sterogana Husqvarna squad. So obviously David Salvador riding a Husqvarna. So yeah, Farioli then latched onto the back of these 3 now. Yep. That gap is pretty much nothing, less than half a second now. Yeah, 0.3 of a second. So Farioli has bridged the gap. He's done very well as Farioli, and he is now with them. So it's a 4-rider fight for the podium finishes here in Barcelona with 4.5 laps to go.
Yeah, red alert then. The gas man is there, and he's going to make his presence known very, very soon indeed. We know Farioli is one for a good overtake or 2, so it won't take him long to have a little pop at Sairafdin Asman just in front of him on the 63. So if this pace can be kept up, he should burn his way through, but it's one thing catching a group of riders, and it is an entirely different thing to overtake them. So let's see what he can do as we come around now then to complete, well, what will be 4 laps to go as we cross the lap time this one around. Oh, look at that. Rider number 18, track limits warning. That is the young rookie there, Angel Piqueras, on the Estrella Galicia Talent Team machine. He has a track limits warning, so if he does that 2 more times onto the green, he will receive a long lap penalty, and that is not going to be ideal, because that will put him at least 2.5–3 seconds behind this battle for the podium. As it looks as though David Salvador got some beautiful slipstream there, and it looks as though actually Farioli, is he going to go all the way through to second? Yes, he is. There we go. The gas man through from 5th to 2nd.
Terrific then from Farioli. 5th to 2nd in 1 lap, in 1 straight even. That slipstream city for you. Got tucked up behind a 3-rider slipstream, pulled out of the slipstream, and yeah, got the job done down into turn 1. So that's the hard bit done. Well, the first hard bit. The second hard bit is trying to keep these riders behind. With 4 laps to go, this is where the battle really starts to heat up. Angel Piqueras will be behind the podium. Asman wants that first podium since Barcelona right here last year, where he won the race. He's not had a podium since, of course. We talk about David Salvador having World Championship experience here last weekend. So did Sairafdin Asman with the Vision Track Racing team. So these guys are well equipped for this circuit, all of the riders. riders are here, to be fair, because it's used a lot in this championship for testing as well, of course, and when they were younger they'd have been riding here as well in the lower classes. So here we go then, the 4-rider fight for the podium. This is going to get interesting.
Yeah, Salvador here looks as though he means business. Looks like he's got the bit between his teeth again. Obviously, Farioli's come sailing past them all, and they've probably all thought, what? How did he get here so fast? Because they saw +1 on their pit board just the lap before, but it looks as though it's waking them up. And yeah, they're sticking with this pace that Farioli's been riding for the last 5 or 6 laps.
If you're just tuning in, Rueda is the race leader by 11.2 seconds. So this isn't the fight for first. Like clockwork there, coming onto our screens. Rueda then, 3 laps to go. Just got to bring it home now as the number 99. He's back down into the 150, so he's just taking it nice and easy. I say nice and easy, that's still plenty quick enough for this race. He's still lapping quicker than anyone else, even though his lap time's dropped by a good 1.2, 1.3 seconds. So Rueda, absolutely stunning. 3 laps to go, but this is where the battle really lies. Piqueras then up the inside of Asman, but Asman late on the brakes into turn 1. Farioli then, he did the hard bit like we say, but he's not managed to keep them behind like we mentioned. So Farioli with all the work to do then again as Asman takes 2nd place.
Yeah, lots of tense faces in the gas garage there that you saw for the Aspar Junior team. Looks as though Farioli just made a slight mistake there through turn 3 at the right-hander. Just lost a tight bit of time, but he'll be back on them in no time, I am sure. But Asman then does look as though he's just profited from that slipstream very, very nicely indeed, with 2.5 laps to go, and see if he can kick on and start to stretch these guys. It looks as though actually he's just set his PB first sector as well, so he definitely is kicking on. It looks as though he's going to try and pull the pin and see if he can break the slipstream in these last 2.5 laps.
One thing to mention with Farioli is he'd have probably burnt a lot of his tyre, or more than the 3 riders ahead of him, trying to catch up, obviously pushing hard to catch these riders up, so he might come into some tyre wear issues more than these 3 on our screen there. We'll wait and find out, but once you're there, once you're in the fight, you can sort of latch on and dig deep, can't you? So yeah, if anyone's got a bit more pace here, now's the time to show it, but with the slipstream down the front straight, it's going to be very hard for either of these 4 riders to break clear in the podium fight. Asman leading the way so far from Piqueras, David Salvador chasing his 4th podium in a row, and Filippo Farioli chasing his 2nd. That's Ethan Guevara, good to see the Gas Moto 3 rider winner here, of course, last weekend in the Moto 3 World Championship looking on. We've seen plenty of riders here this weekend, haven't we, supporting their younger counterparts. This is where a lot of their journeys began. It really is the place to be if you want to make it into the Moto 3 World Championship or World Championship in general. So 2 laps to go then. This is the fight for 2nd place. Piqueras leading from Asman, David Salvador and Farioli. Well, I say that, it's all changed because Salvador looks like he's going to go into 2nd, is he? No, he's not. Piqueras good on the brakes into turn 1. Yeah,
very good on the brakes there from young Piqueras. Only a little pocket rocket. Nice and light, makes it easy to get onto the brakes nice and hard, and he does hold off David Salvador for now. I've got to say, Salvador's been incredibly good at staying in the first 2 positions of this little pack of 4. Of course, there's only 4 of them, which isn't so hard to do with stay at the front, but he looks as though the man that has been the most consistent in terms of threatening to pick up this 2nd place at the end of the race. But we do know that Piqueras is an incredible young talent and certainly going to be challenging every single one of these guys in this group.
Certainly is. So this is turn 5. Going to see some action there probably on the last lap. It'll be interesting to see what these tactics are, because the riders might not want to lead this group onto the final lap with the slipstream coming into effect, because as we've seen, if you lead onto the front straight, you could easily come out from 2nd down into 5th place. Farioli just tagging onto the back there. He's not been able to fight on the last lap. Maybe he's just keeping his powder dry at the minute for a last lap attack. Down into turn 10 then for the penultimate time. David Salvador pulling out the slipstream, but thinks better of it this time around. Asman this man, Jose Antonio Rueda, the final 9-12 seconds, so a nice comfortable cruise home for the race leader, but it's going to be anything but comfortable for these 4 riders as we start the last lap of the race.
Yeah, here we go then. Slipstream City into the last lap. Anil Becerra is at the front of that group, but there's no way that he is going to be at the front of that group by the time they get down to turn 1. Or is he? It looks as though he might just hold them off. Farioli on the gas then. He's found the extra gear down into turn 1, picks up into second place, and Asman is relegated to the back of the group, and that is not what he wants. He is without a podium yet so far this year. Winner last time here. He is going to be desperate to get onto that podium by the end of this lap. Let's see what he can do.
Great stuff from Farioli. We said he was keeping his powder dry. Not for long. That gets close between Asman and Salvador. Aggressive from the number 63, and it's going to be aggressive back from Salvador, but not quite this time around. Becerra's just losing out here around the outside, but if he keeps around the outside, he's got the inside line for turn 5. Here we go, turn 5. Farioli keeping it clean. Hard on the brakes, keeps Asman behind him. Yep, Salvador, just a little bit of mistake there. Becerra is through into 4th place. So Farioli leading from Asman, Becerra and Salvador.
Here we go down into turn 8. Oh, he had a cheeky little look there into turn 8, but no, Asman stays behind Farioli now, up through turn 8, now into turn 9. This is certainly going to be one where they need to get the drive out of here. Turn 10 is the biggest overtaking opportunity on this circuit Barcelona-Catalunya layout. Someone may have just gone on the green there. That could prove pivotal at the end of the race. Down into turn 10 then. Asman does make the move, just like he did last year, to go for the win, but this time it's for second. Farioli looks to turn it tight. Is he going to get back up the inside? No, he doesn't. Turn 12, just 3 corners to go.
Was that last chance saloon for the podium fight? Farioli could have touched the green there, so that might be a track limits penalty. But take a bow, Jose Antonio Rueda, race 1 winner here in Barcelona, and what a stunner it is. He crosses the line after a comfortable victory. Becerra has created something at the final corner, but it's not going to be enough for the podium. It's going to be Asman leading from Farioli over the line. Asman takes second place from Filippo Farioli. David Salvador loses out to Becerra on the final lap. He finishes 5th with Becerra 4th, but I fear for Filippo Farioli that a track limits penalty might be coming his way for exceeding track limits on the exit of turn 9. We'll wait and see, but what a race from Jose Antonio Rueda.
Yeah, incredible race from Jose Antonio Rueda. Mellow masterclass then. Almost 12 seconds in the air. 11.3 seconds it was, the gap to second place. In Moto 3, that is what you call absolute total domination. Incredible man. An incredible rider then. Back-to-back wins for Jose Antonio Rueda. The floodgates have opened, and it seems as though he is the favourite for the championship in the early stages.
Yeah, that was absolutely unreal. Faultless from Rueda. Didn't get the jump that he would have wanted at the start from pole position, but by turn 3 he was leading the race again, and from there he just did not look back, the number 99. That's his 2nd win in a row, his 3rd podium of the year. He actually crossed the line first in the first race in Estoril, but a track limits penalty on the final lap demoted him to 2nd place. Yeah, what can we say about Rueda? Just absolutely on fire this year, and congratulations to Asman. We mentioned, didn't we, that he won here last year and he's not had a podium since in the class, but now he's back on the podium with a 2nd place, and Farioli there takes 3rd place, but will it be 3rd place?
Yeah, certainly going to be interesting to see what happens. He definitely did go on track limits, so by the rule book that does mean he should be dropping a place, but we'll see as the stewards review it as we go to Parc Fermé.
Ethan Guevara there looking on. I think he might be just a little bit wary of Farioli's last lap touching of the green. If you're not familiar with the rules, if you go onto the green bits on the outside of the racetrack on the last lap, it's an automatic 1-place penalty. So with Farioli across the line in 3rd place, if he does get a penalty, that will promote Angel Becerra to the podium, Rueda's teammate, as Rueda does a nice little skid into pit lane. Picture perfect from the number 99. Best lap of 1:48.8. Only Asman in the closing stages and a couple of others, Farioli and Becerra, were able to get within half a second of Rueda. That's just how much pace he's got this weekend. And as we've mentioned, to do it on these bikes in this class, seriously, seriously impressive stuff, because we see it sometimes, don't we, in the bigger classes, on superbikes and in MotoGP, but yeah, to do it in this class, absolutely superb, and don't the team know it? Really on fire is Rueda this year. A couple of wins already in the Red Bull Rookies MotoGP Cup. And now 2 wins here in the Junior GP class. Lots of friends and family here. Good to see the crowd turning out. As we mentioned, it was a busy pit walk earlier on. There's Piqueras just there, and Asman celebrating with his team. First podium in a year for Asman. Long awaited. He likes this place, doesn't he? Does Sorry Food in Asman. Just trying to hear what the teams are saying to their team riders, but can't quite make it out. If you are interested in that sort of stuff, the unseens on Junior GP's YouTube page, yeah, I think he's just being told that he exceeded track limits on the last lap. I think, anyway, Filippo Farioli, because we don't normally see this in Parc Ferme. Or has he? He's still smiling, so if he just lost out on the podium, I think he'd look a little bit unhappier than he was. But we'll wait and find out. If it pops up on our timing screens, then of course we will let you know, and we'll be hearing soon from Jose Antonio Rueda, who has extended his lead in the championship with second place in the title race before this race being David Salvador 10 points behind him. Salvador finished in 5th. So that's going to be a nice, healthy lead for Rueda heading into the race 2. And, well, if he doesn't make any mistakes in race 2, then unfortunately I think we're going to have a race for second again. Just see there Diogo Moreira, of course, in the Moto3 World Championship this year, doing really well as a rookie. He's unfortunately injured his wrist, so we didn't see him racing in the last couple of races, Diogo Moreira, but we're going to see Jose Antonio Rueda there for sure in the near future. That was his race winning move then. Lap 1, turn 3, job done, and it was see you later. And this was him rounding the final corner, no one else in sight. Crossing the line to take a commanding victory. In the end, it was 11.3 seconds, and that was even with him cruising over the line. So, celebrates with his team. Unbelievable stuff, and yeah, like we say, we're going to hear from him soon with Jack Gorse. We're not far from the podium, so not far for Jack to walk and chat to the riders. As we say, fans here a week on from the Grand Prix here. Fantastic facility just outside of Barcelona. And as we've mentioned, it really is warm. We can expect it from this time of year. But we're going to hear now from your race winner, your dominant race winner. He is down in Parc Ferme with Jack Gorst.
So Jose Rueda, incredible race, total domination, 11-second win and back-to-back wins. You must be very happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Incredible race because I know I saw in the qualifying I have ritmo, and I don't know, incredible race, and that's all. I thank you for my team, for my family, and that's all. Thank you.
And then just in Spanish as well for us, please.
Sí, ha sido una carrera muy difícil porque, bueno, difícil de gestionar porque lo tenías atrás, no lo veías. Pero bueno, hemos visto que los cronos teníamos ritmo para escaparnos, así lo hemos hecho en la carrera y la verdad que muy contento con el trabajo y quiero agradecer al equipo que ha trabajado muy duro durante todo el fin de semana y gracias a ellos ha sido posible este podio y esta victoria. Gracias.
Congratulations. time for the podium ceremonies at Junior GP. For the first race from the Junior GP, the Moto3 class, an incredible race then from Jose Antonio Rueda. He said it there, just incredible rhythm, incredible pace, and just managed to streak clear, 11.3 seconds clear in the end. The only man to set a lap time in the 48s, and he did quite a few of them as well. So bringing out onto the podium then, it will be Filippo Farioli. It looks as though he hangs on to that third place. Congratulations, that young man. Second podium in a row from here to Valencia. Superb stuff.
Yeah, absolutely superb stuff from Farioli, from where he was as well. On the grid, he was 11th, so to come through from there and to bridge the gap to the chasing pack, fantastic stuff from Farioli. I was convinced that he exceeded track limits at turn 9, but clearly not. Our eyes deceived us. So Farioli, job done. Asman, like we say, first podium in a year. This time last year in Barcelona, he was the race winner in race 1. He's P2 here. But no one could catch Jose Antonio Rueda. An absolutely stunning ride from the young Spaniard, the 16-year-old.
Yeah, quite incredible, really. I mean, you've got to give it up to him for back-to-back wins. Obviously, the floodgates have now opened, and, well, if he can do that at every circuit we turn up to this year, he really is going to be extremely difficult to beat. Of course, we roll on to Jerez next time, but before we do that, we do have one more race for these guys in the afternoon, and I can tell you it is already pretty roasty down there. It is extremely warm, and it's only meant to get hotter. I think ambient air temperature is something like 32 degrees at the moment. Here's Xavi Artigas, the Moto3 World Championship rider, of course, for the Bristol team, not Bristol team, what is it?
Yeah, CF Moto.
CF Moto
Bristol
team, that's
still,
it.
yeah.
It is Bristol, yes. Lovely colours, actually, that team now. The nice blue of, kind of turquoise blue of CF Moto. Of course, doing quite a good job this year as well.
Yeah, Xavi Artigas, of course, in this championship last year, did really well. Asman, unbelievably happy, as you can imagine, back on the podium. A job well done, especially after dropping down to 5th on the last lap and then to come to 2nd
He's
at
good
turn
at
10.
here, isn't he?
He is, yeah, very good.
5th to 1st last year, 5th to 2nd this year.
Ethan Guevara then presenting the race winners trophy. He was 2020 Moto3 Junior World Champion, 2019 ETC champion as well. And as we know from last year and this year in the Moto3 World Championship, the force to be reckoned with is Ethan Guevara. And, well, Jose Antonio Rueda is certainly a force to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, running 2nd in this year's Moto3 World Championship. So from 2 years ago, winning here to 2nd now. And here's the national anthem. So then, Spanish national anthem rings out for the 2nd time in succession in the FIM JuniorGP Championship here. Congratulations then to all of our podium finishers. Fantastic race from all of them. Of course, Jose Antonio Rueda, the standout there as Asman runs off the podium. And the other two take to the fizzy water as he's taken out one of the Prosecco dock blow-ups there. Practicing a few little rugby tackles, was he, or something?
Yeah. Yeah, fizzy water, unfortunately, for these guys. Obviously not old enough yet. I think Asman's old enough, but of course, not spraying the champagne. As we hear,
we will rock it.
Yeah. I think, as always, here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, they've got quite the array of music choice, haven't they? So here's the results then from race 1 of 2 here in Barcelona. Rueda, a dominant race to win from Asman and Farioli on the podium. Piqueras and Salvador just losing out in the podium, fighting for 5th. Harrison Voigt beat, well, I don't know where David Alonso is actually. Maybe he lost out in the closing stages. So Voigt there, Via 7th, Cruces 8th, David Almanza 9th. We'll be interested to see where David Alonso finished. He finished down in 11th. Didn't see that.
Didn't notice that.
So Carraro finished in 10th, Alonso down 11th, Daniel Munoz 12th from the middle of the 2nd row, Barazwi 13th, Daniel Charil 14th, and Xabi Zurituza taking the final points.
Yeah, good job there from Zabidura for rookie, of course, and then Cruces as well. The points roll continues for them. Marcus Ruder, he finishes 18th from Kante Amada, Soma Gorb. Torrent Collins, Noah Detwal, Alvaro Carpe, he's had a difficult start to life in the free class. And Jakob Rosenthaler, as well as Luca Lanetta down there in 25th. And then rounding us out is Jacob Rolstone, number 26. What is it? What number is Jacob Rolstone? I've completely forgotten off the top of my head. Number 12, that was it. I knew what it was. But he rounds us out then for the first race of the day.
Championship stamina then, Rueda, 83 points now, 24 clear of David Salvador. David Alonso, third place in the championship, still after finishing 11th there. Farioli moves up to 4th, level on points with Viqueras. Asman up into 6th place, with Bouazri dropping down 7th. Cruces and Daniel Munoz 8th and 9th, with Zurituza, the rookie, in 10th place. Facundo Lambias, unfortunately not with us today after a crash in qualifying yesterday. He's 11th with Lanetta, Almanza, Marcos Ruder, Colin Vite, Eddie O'Shea, and Daniel Sharil there completing the second page.
Harrison Voigt is in 18th after a good ride here today. Carraro, who I believe he had a long lap penalty or something today, was down there as well. But that number 99 then, Jose Antonio Rueda, is your race 1 winner from here at Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Incredible ride. Can he repeat the feat as we go into the afternoon for race 2 in just a couple of hours' time? Well, I would not bet against it. He's been incredible here, and as we start Sunday, the incredible form continues.
Welcome back then to the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, nestled just 30 minutes outside the beautiful city of Barcelona, of course. A 4.7 kilometre long layout, sensational array of fast corners, tight turns, hard-braking zones, that 1 kilometre famous long straight, and plenty of overtaking opportunities across the classes here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. It's time for race 2 of the day, race 1 of 2 in the Moto2 European Championship, as we get some nice slow-mo shots of the paddock here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. A great place to be if you like the warm weather, because it is absolutely scorching today. It's been scorching all weekend. We were here yesterday, Jack, weren't we? And it was positively warm, around 29, 30 degrees. We were out watching a bit of the action, and so you had to slap on the sun cream, didn't we? Absolutely. But today it's even warmer. You've just been outside speaking to Moto3 winner Jose Antonio Rueda, and yeah, you came back in the box and said, yeah, it's absolutely scorching.
Yeah, one of the things with this place is it's just outside the city, and it really is quite a bit warmer outside the city for some reason here in Barcelona. It's just the way that it works. In this place, even more so. It's a proper little pressure cooker. All the heat just seems to come into it and bounce back up to us. But here's what happened last time out in Valencia.
Only one race then for the Moto2 class in Valencia, and it was Lukas Tulovic starting on pole position. At the start, there was a lead group of 3 breaking clear, including Tulovic, Agius and Escrig, but unfortunately that was Agius crashing out of the lead, so that left Tulovic and Escrig to battle it out at the front. That was Agius there overtaking Tulovic. This is the group, the pair of riders that broke clear, and it was a bit of a cat and mouse game. Not sure what was going on. They were saying afterwards that the grip was really, really poor. This is Escrig there looking behind him and allowing Lukas Tulovic to go through, and unfortunately for Escrig, from then on in, he wasn't able to repass Lukas Tulovic, as Tulovic took his 3rd win of the campaign, 3 from 3, and this weekend he's starting from pole position once again. Really dominant force has been the German so far.
Yeah, he's been pretty incredible in 2022 so far. Of course, lots of experience in this Moto2 European Championship class. Was pretty solid last year, of course, finished third overall, but never picked up a victory. But this year, the floodgates have opened. With others vacating from the top, it seems as though Tulovic has taken up the mantle. And as we say, 75 points from 75. He is doing very, very good indeed.
Beautiful conditions. Clear blue skies, not a cloud in sight. It's good to see spectators, of course, attending this weekend after attending the Grand Prix last weekend. A few in the grandstand, great to see. But yeah, this is Lukas Tulovic, the championship leader, third straight pole, 3 race wins, and here is what happened in qualifying.
Yeah, I enjoy a lot being on the pole position. Of course, makes good confidence and perfect starting position for the 2 races we have on Sunday. So we start from the best possible position. We have a good speed, we have a good pace, so we are confident for tomorrow. Yeah, it's quite important because we have a long run down to the first corner. The pole position is on the outside, so we are on the ideal line. You can go straight until the braking point. So we made a lot of practice starts. It looks quite okay. So I hope we can make the whole shot and see how the race develops with some fast riders behind. Yeah, it looks like until qualifying 1, Skric was a bit far. Now he's there, so I think we can have a similar battle like we had in Valencia.
Lukas Tulovic then on pole once again here in the Moto2 European Championship, and last year he was on the front row in 3rd place behind Fermin Aldeguer and Alonso Lopez, who of course moved now up into the Moto2 World Championship, and he did finish on the podium twice here last year, so he's got podium pedigree already. You can see there at the bottom screen, first. The perfect start for Lukas Tulovic in 2022, but it looks like today, Jack, he's going to have a little bit of pressure on his hands, a little bit of a fight, because it does look quite close at the front.
Yeah, it does. As you can see there, number 81, just to the left of Lukas Tulovic, Senna Aegis, certainly doing an incredible job this year. I mean, he's come up to Moto2 from Moto3, where last year Moto3 he struggled, but as you can see him there, he is a slightly bigger chap, so he just kind of slots onto this Moto2 bike perfectly, and it just seems to gel extremely well. Of course, we know Australians that do lots and lots of dirt track back home in Australia, and it's always the kind of favoured thing about Australians. You give them a bike with a bit more horsepower, a bit of a bigger bike, and they just click on it instantly. And once again, that whole thing seems to be coming true here with Senna. And this morning in warm-up, he was quickest. Of course, it was slightly cooler track temps this morning, but throughout the whole weekend, doesn't matter what session it is, the man that has been hot on the heels of Lukas Tulovic is Senna Aegis. Yeah, just over a tenth splitting them in qualifying, so that's not really much at all. And yeah, like you say, he's jumped onto the bigger bike this year after being quite quiet on the Moto3 machine, and he's absolutely taken to it like a duck to water, as Senna Aegis says. So look out for the Australian. This is Alex Toledo, just missed the podium in both Estoril races, and of course in Valencia too, but he starts from the front row. First time he's starting from the front row this year, so what can Alex Toledo do on the number 55 machine? We will wait and see, but he's definitely in the hunt, is Alex Toledo. Yep. And so is the rider behind him on our screens now, Alex Escrig. Yeah, Alex Escrig doing a cracking job this year. Come up onto the Moto2 bike from stock 6 last year, won that championship overall last year, the stock 6, and there you can see his results. Already 2 podiums this year, and has been doing incredibly well. He was in a good battle with Tulovic and Senna as well last time in Valencia, before then Aegis actually crashed out. I believe it was turn 12 or turn 11, and did a cracking job to come home to 2nd place there. So plenty of confidence going for that young man, and we can see what he can do here.
Yeah, that 7th place in Estoril was after a double long lap penalty as well, so if it wasn't for that, then you'd have to think Escrig would have been on 3 podiums from 3. So yeah, good job from Alex Escrig, and good job in qualifying as well. Now there's Hector Garzo. A lot of you will know who Hector Garzo is. He spent a couple of years in Moto2. In the last couple of years, he's come back to the Moto2 European Championship, and unfortunately, he's had 2 DNFs in Estoril and then crashed in qualifying in QP1 over in Valencia and suffered a bit of an injury, so he missed last time out in Valencia. So Hector Garzo, starting from 5th place on the grid, just needs to get points on the board here. A solid result to kick-start his season.
Yeah, definitely needs some points. And this man who had a solid result last time out, 8th, but it's not quite exactly where we've seen him in the past. Of course, picked up podiums before in previous years. And he's certainly going to be one to watch. He's just a very solid rider indeed, as Piotr Bishakursky, and had a World Championship wildcard here last week as well. So plenty of track time here in Moto 2 at the Circuit of Barcelona. So you can expect to see him probably battling around that 4th, 5th, 6th position, we do hope.
Here's Mark Alcoba, 7th place on the grid. He unfortunately crashed in qualifying 2, but as you can see there, he is all okay. I think this is his first appearance in the Moto2 European Championship so far this year. So to come into the championship and slot it on P7 is a job well done from Mark Alcoba. He competes in the Moto2 World Cup, and he was 5th in Mugello actually. Yeah. So he's doing very well over there in the FIM Enel Moto2 World Cup this year.
Yeah, good strong ride, that 5th place in Mugello actually, certainly not bad. Mark Alcoba, one of these guys that's been a pleasant surprise in Moto2 in 2022. Here's Tommaso Marcon, who also was in Moto2 a couple of years ago, certainly doing a good job here. 9th on the grid, I do believe. Actually, is he in 8th there? Possibly there might have been a little switch, as Xavi Cardelus, we did notice actually, that's something that's just sprung to our mind. This morning in warm-up, he didn't actually take part, and we did wonder if maybe he was going to sit out the rest of the day, as we saw him hobbling around yesterday after the qualifying, so possibly that is what's happened here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it, unfortunately for Xavi Cardelus, the experienced Andorran. So yeah, we won't be seeing Xavi Cardelus here today. Yeah, we did see him, didn't we, in the paddock, just hobbling around with I think an ankle brace on, on his ankles.
One of those like moon boots, wasn't it?
Yeah, so looks like he's had a little bit of an injury, just Cardelus. So yeah, Tommaso Marcon moves up into 8th place on the grid, and that means Roberto Garcia here, qualified 10th, will move up onto the outside of row 3, his 3rd top 10 qualifying of the season. So Roberto Garcia doing well. Just had those DNFs in Estoril and Valencia. He was 12th in the European Talent Cup last year. He didn't score in Barcelona, so we'll be hoping to rectify that this year. Another solid top 10 for Roberto Garcia. It will go down a treat.
Yeah, another one of these riders, Roberto Garcia, that just seems to go better on the bigger machine. Of course, he was in ETC last year, but then he actually debuted in the Moto2 class on a stock 600 last year in Valencia for the final round, and got 5th place actually. Yeah. So not bad at all from him. So certainly it just seems that, same with Senna Aegis really, just taken to this bike in this class like a duck to water.
Yeah, it just happens for some riders. Obviously, the Moto3 bikes and European Talent Cup bikes are quite small. So if you're one of these young guys who grow quite quickly, have a big growth spurt, you can get too big for them, and then you end up needing to ride a bit of bigger bike to properly show your talent. So here is the grid, Ren. Starting from pole position is Lukas Tulovic from Aegis and Toledo. 2nd row is Eskrig from Garzo and Bishakursky. Row 3 is Mark Alcoba. Xavi Cardelus is on our screen, but he won't be riding today, unfortunately. So Tommaso Marcon will move up onto 8th place.
Yeah, of course, then you'll have to bump all these guys up. So Garcia, 10th, is actually 9th. Then Mikel Pons, another Moto2 runner for Matteo Rato in 12th. Then Ruiz, Sanchez, who's making his debut this weekend, and Rodriguez. Then on to row 7, we have Tagliarini, Tapia, Ruiz. From Iozzo, Davis, Van der Lagemat, and then Aubry, Orgis, and Florov on the 91 on the back of row 9 of the grid. And then the remaining 5 that we have on rows 10 and 11 is Hoysuk, Strudwick, Tinker, Shiba, and Zeji.
So the riders then are ready for race 1 of 2 here in Barcelona. We've just seen the Junior GP class have a runaway winner. We've already mentioned the winner, but I won't mention it again in case no one's seen it and missed my spoiler at the start of the programme. But yes, let's see if anyone can beat Lukas Tulovic for the first time in 2022. We certainly should have a bit of a race on our hands, because like we mentioned, the number 81 of Senna Aegis has great pace. Alex Toledo has shown good pace as well, the number 55 there, and Alex Eskrig 4th on the grids, but he is also showing good pace as well. He was only half a second down in warm-up. We can't take too much from warm-up, we can take a little bit of course. But it should be interesting races in the Moto2 European Championship. They do need to start beating Lukas Tulovic. He's 30 points clear already in the championship chase, and they've got 2 races here today. So if he has another 2 good results today, then it's looking like it could be his to lose at this early stage.
Of course, one man we have to mention before we do get underway in Moto 2 is that we're still without the Brit Sam Wilford, who is doing very well this year after his crash in Estoril. He's still recovering, so we send our very well wishes to Sam. Of course, we've seen him around the paddock this weekend, walking very well indeed, so certainly big progress being made after his really quite horrific crash in Estoril.
Yeah, good to see Sam Wilford in the paddock, isn't it? Because it was a really, really nasty crash over in Estoril. Of course, not fit enough to ride just yet, but hopefully later in the year, maybe after the summer, we will be able to see Sam Wilford back on a bike, because he has looked like he's taken a step up this year. So yeah, get well soon, Sam. As the riders then just get the brakes warmed up into turn 10. Probably going to see some action down here today, aren't we? Turn 10.
Absolutely.
Quite an infamous corner here at the circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. And the start is going to be important, I think. If they can get in front of Lukas Tulovic at the start, then it's going to ruffle his feathers a little bit. He probably feels like he's got a little bit of extra pace than the likes of Senna Aegis and Toledo and Alexis Skrieg. But if, like we saw in Moto 3, well, for a couple of corners at least anyway, if the poleman doesn't get the start that he wants, then we have a race on our hands. So any early predictions for this one, Jack, or you're going to wait and see? I'm going to put you on the spot.
I mean, it's one of two, let's be honest, really. Tulovic or Aegis, it's going to be one of them, but I do have a sneaky suspicion that once Senna Aegis gets into his groove, I think he's just got that tenacity to get the bit between his teeth and just drag a bit more out of himself than maybe what he's shown all weekend. So we'll see what happens, of course. If Tulovic gets a start and gets away early, then it is his race to lose. But yeah, I think Aegis, if he gets to start, is going to be the guy. There he is.
There he is indeed. All set then. The riders on their grid slots, staring down the long run into turn 1, and it really is a long run as well. Probably the longest on the calendar. So Aegis will be wanting to make a better start than he did in Estoril. Got the rear light lit up, didn't he, over there? Didn't get the best of starts. So here we go then. The red flag is cleared. The green flag is waved, and we'll soon be underway for race 1 of 2 here in Barcelona for the Moto 2 class. And we are underway. It's Lukas Tulovic off the line well. Senna Aegis gets away well as well. So who's going to make the jump down into turn 1? They dive into the slipstream of Lukas Tulovic, getting away well. Just behind him is the number 11 of Alexis Skrieg. Is he going to make the whole shot? Yes, he is. So Alexis Skrieg from the second row. Well, he's making the whole shot, but he was a little deep, wasn't he, there? So Lukas Tulovic then goes up the inside, round the outside, and takes the whole shot round turn 3. He's got a little bit of a gap already, has Lukas Tulovic. So Alexis Skrieg doing well there, but just got a little bit hot into turn 1.
Yeah, very good start from Alexis Skrieg on the Yamaha Philippine Stylo bike machine. Beautiful blue ribbon, but it does look, though, just goes a little bit in too deep. Oh, has he gone deep again? Yes, very both deep. Of them have. Both him and Senna Aegis have gone very deep, so that is not the start for my early race pick. Senna Aegis down to 4th already, and it looks as though 55 Toledo's just come through into 2nd as well. As who's that diving at the inside of Hector Garzo?
Bishikirski, I think.
Yeah, great start for Bishikirski there. We did say that if he gets a good start, he can run with these guys early on and up the front, and that's exactly what he's done.
Perfect then for Lukas Tulovic. Didn't get the whole shot. Well, I pretty much did with Alexis Skrieg winning wide, and then Alexis Skrieg and Senna Aegis running wide at turn 4. Allowed Alex Toledo to come through in the Pertamina, Mandalik and Sagjuvik bike. So Lukas Tulovic then, he's in the leads. He's going to try and get into his rhythm. Now, what can the chasing pack do? The start he's got, or the lead he's got, I should say, is up to 1.1 seconds already. So this is a crucial stage of the race.
Oh, 2 down.
Oi!
Not too sure who that was. I think Bishikirski got sat up in the middle of the corner, but I don't think... Oh, he did go down in the end. So it looks like Bishikirski and number 10, Tommaso Marcon. So disaster then for Tommaso Marcon on the AMR machine. He's gone down at turn 11 there with Bishikirski. That's such a shame for Bishikirski and for Marcon, as we did say that those guys, if they got a good start, would be on for a good result. So we lose 2 then on the opening lap. Tulovic, 1.4 seconds clear. Wow, that's a pretty good start indeed. It looks like Senna Aegis has made up for his poor start on lap 1 through to 2nd. Right, now we've got a race on. That 1.5 gap, let's see what he can do. Can he close it down?
Good to see the 2 riders walking away, because that looked a little bit scary, didn't it? At turn 11, the kink just before you flick it right into turn 12. Interesting to see what happened if we do get a bit of a replay. But yeah, over on lap 1. Luckily for those riders, they've got another race this afternoon to try and bounce back. So 1.4 seconds then, Lukas Tulovic after a lap and a bit. It doesn't get much better than that for the number 3 rider. But yeah, like you say, Jack, the number 81, Senna Aegis, now in 2nd place. He can get his head down, lock his radar onto the back of Lukas Tulovic's Kalex, as we've got Corey Tinker down. I think that looks like turn 1.
Ah, that's a shame. So Corey Tinker then on the Vision Track Spirit Machine. That's unfortunate. I think he qualified down in 25th. So he's gone down on lap 1 as well. Didn't see where that happened, but glad to see that he is okay.
Gap 1.3 seconds then between Aegis and Lukas Tulovic. Down into turn 10 we go, and that's Alistair Skrieg going up the inside of Alex Toledo. Alistair Skrieg, remember, second in the championship coming into this race, and you can see his title rival, who's 30 points clear of him already, clearing off into the distance, or at least trying to clear off into the distance. But Senna Aegis has got to second place, and he's immediately got his head down. He's cleared these two riders here. The gap down to 1.2 seconds, so Aegis, he's locked himself onto the back of Tulovic, as we see Garzo there battling away for 5th place with Mark Alcoba, the number 2 rider. So another lap complete. What's the gap is down to 0.9 seconds on that lap. Aegis took half a second out of Lukas Tulovic, so it's not done, ladies and gentlemen. We have a race on our hands.
Yeah, his last sector was an absolute corker. Took just about 3 tenths out of him in the last split alone. So Aegis then certainly got the bit between his teeth, and he sees the number 3 just in front of him, and he wants to reel him in. Let's see what he can do over the next couple of laps, because Tulovic, we know that he's a man that takes a couple of laps to click into his rhythm, but then once he does, it's very hard to get him to snap out of it and get him to fluster. So let's see what they can do over this one. These two then in third. It looks as though Alex Skrieg has just about got the measure of Alex Toledo now, and has, well, what's that, about 3-4 tenths of a gap. So see if he can drag Toledo with him or not. Mark Alcoba has definitely got his hands full. Who's he got there behind him? That's Garzo. Then I believe it is Garcia. I'm not too sure who that was at the back there. It's Rato on the other MMR machine, who was, of course, his teammate Marcon going down on lap 1. So 4-man little scrap there for 5th place. Toledo, sorry, not Toledo, Alcoba at the front of it.
Tulovic, of course, very experienced in this class, so Aegis is obviously pushing all he can to try and latch onto the back of him, which he needs to do. Obviously, he's now 0.6 seconds. So Aegis really is pushing on, as we see. Is that Alex Toledo running wide? No, sorry, it's Skrieg running wide on the number 11. So not good there, down into 10. A tricky corner, hard on the brakes, easy to make a mistake, but Alex Skrieg, the number 11, running wide. So it's going to be interesting to see what the gap is over line between these two. Aegis done exceptionally well after a difficult start, running wide at turn 5. Garzo there just dipping his tyres onto the green paint. You don't want to do that too many times because you'll get a long lap penalty. What is it over the line then? It's down to under half a second. So Senna Aegis has reeled in Lukas Tulovic, and now let the games begin. I was saying Lukas Tulovic, very experienced, so he's got a wise head on his shoulders as Lukas Tulovic. He'll be understanding how to save the tyres. Don't push too hard in the opening few laps, which he's obviously pushing hard, but now he's got to the front, he can just find his rhythm and set the pace. But Aegis has obviously had to use a bit of his tyre to bridge the gap, and it looks like he's done that now. So this is where it really begins to get interesting for the top 2. And it's going to be interesting to see if Skrieg and Toledo, what they can do, because they have obviously lost touch with the top 2, 3.4 seconds down. So the win out of their sights now, and this is important for Skrieg, like I say, because he is second in the championship.
Yeah, massively important for Skrieg, and of course Toledo up into that 3rd place after the mistake. He's eyeing his first podium, but just for a reference for how good of a lap time that was from Senna Aegis, he did a 43.7, half a second quicker than Lukas Tulovic, and then the next quickest man was Toledo at a 45.5. So Tulovic, the second quickest man, half a second behind Aegis, was 1.3 seconds quicker than the 3rd quickest man. These two are on absolute fire compared to the rest of the field, and it looks as though, well, it could just be a matter of time before Aegis has a little crack at Tulovic in front of him.
Yeah, Aegis showed this pace back in Valencia, got to the lead of the race, as we saw on the highlights, but then unfortunately crashed out in the early stages. He won't want to be making the same mistake again. Now he has latched onto the back of Tulovic. He can just settle down now, just work out where Tulovic is strong, where himself is strong, and where Tulovic might be weak. But he's going to dive into the slipstream here as we go on to another lap. 13 now laps to go, so a long way to go in this race. He's done the hard work as Aegis. Now he's just got to settle down, like I say, work out what to do from here, just find a rhythm. Not going to overtake him into turn 1, but he is going to run wide slightly. So it cost him a little bit of time, around about half a second, a few bike lengths, but He's going to be able to reel him back in, should do no problem. Yeah, 0.6 seconds, so a few tenths lost there for Aegis. Just got to calm down. He's done the hard work. Obviously, quite a young rider still, isn't he, compared to Lukas Tulovic in comparison, who's very, very experienced. So two contrasting riders here, of course, a rookie and an experienced veteran. So this is going to be a fantastic fight.
Yeah, Senna Aegis just 16 years old and Lukas Tulovic 21 years old, I do believe. And of course, you will have heard of Tulovic before because he did do a full season in the World Championship back in 2019. And interestingly, that was the first year when the Triumph engines came in. Of course, they got away with the old 600 Honda engines and they switched these 3-cylinder, lovely little Triumph engines in 2019, the World Championship. But here in Junior GP, in the Moto2 European class, this is the first year of these Triumph engines. So, of course, for Senna Aegis, this is completely new. But for Tulovic, there is a little bit of memory there from what these were like back in 2019.
Yeah, we should mention, of course, that not all the riders here are on the Triumph 765 machines, which have got a little bit of an advantage compared to the old Honda. And they've got a lot more advantage to the guys on the Yamaha R6 600 super stock bikes. So these two, of course, on the Triumph engines, as you can tell from the sound, beautiful sounding machines, aren't they?
Very nice.
My favourite, probably, motorcycle sound when they ring past the start-finish straight, bellows off the grandstand. It's something to behold, and obviously very, very quick as well. So Aegis, yeah, he's just regathered on this lap, hasn't he? Another lap completed, 12 to go. Not quite close enough for an attack yet, but that will come if he doesn't make any more mistakes.
Yeah, maybe he just got a little bit giddy seeing Tulovic come back to him, hand over fist there, and now he's just kind of settled back into that standard rhythm. Did a 44.5 that time around. With that mistake, it was only a tenth slower than Tulovic, so he's certainly got plenty in the tank there. I think Tulovic just had a slight twitch on the rear end, and that is something we're going to see a lot more as we go on in this race. This place is torturous on the rear tyre. They are spinning it up everywhere, all the way out of 3 there, they're spinning it up. This one particularly, 4, is quite incredible for the rear tyre. You can almost hear it screaming, please stop. Of course, we've come here and watched at the circuit many times, and yesterday was one, and you can just hear them coming around and see them constantly moving on the bike, searching for grip. It really is one of the places where the rear tyre takes a fair bit of punishment.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to come down here and go on the slip roads, make sure you do get to turns 3 and 4, because standing, a bit of momentum there for Senna Aegis coming up through turn 8 into turn 9. Luckily held it together there, but yeah, like I was saying, if you do get a chance to come down here, it is a sight to behold. The riders picking the bike up, making the tyres squeal, and yeah, they've got to be really careful, especially on the right hand side of the tyre here, because like you say, Jack, yeah, turns 3 and 4 especially, they're absolutely punishing on the right hand side of the tyre.
Yeah, certainly are. Right now, it just looks as though Senna Aegis just got a bit more on the front end into the corner than Lukas Tulovic. Looks really comfortable, lots of corner speed in, and it seems to be that's where he's making time. You can see there he closes up once more, just finding those crucial kind of half a tenth or tenth through the last couple of corners. But then it seems when we get onto the straight as well, he maybe just can get out of it a little bit better. You see there, he's right tucked in behind him now. Maybe we'll see a repeat of the move that he tried to do into turn 1 just a couple of laps ago. No, he's going to go to the outside, hold it for now, and very sensible indeed. He's not going to let Tulovic see anything that he's got, because there is still 11 laps left.
Absolutely good stuff there from Aegis. Tulovic just moving across a little bit more of a defensive line, not too much though. I think that's just Tulovic's natural line. But yeah, Aegis just taking to the outside there, not thinking about a move a minute. Well, he definitely will be thinking about a move, just not performing it yet. They just overtake a back marker there as the two riders settle into a rhythm with 10 and a bit laps to go. This is really interesting now. Like you say, Jack, Aegis does look like he's got the superior pace, and the lap times do show it. It was another couple of attempts quicker on that lap, so it does look like if Aegis can get past, he might be able to break clear, but there's a long way to go. And as we've mentioned, tyre wear is absolutely crucial around this place, especially in this heat as well. 30 degrees it was before the race, not quite sure what it is now, but it's getting higher and higher. Track temperature will be creeping up to around 50 degrees, which is absolutely scorching, of course. So yeah, good stuff this from Aegis. A young head, but he's riding very well here, very experienced. Is he going to have a look down into turn 10? No, he's not. So you could see there, had a little bit of a look, but broke early, so he didn't want to try and overtake.
Yeah, it looks as though he's just very content to sit behind Tulovic, just study and see what Tulovic is doing. Of course, it's quite a good opportunity, even if he is faster, just to stay behind Tulovic. Tulovic is very experienced and an extremely good rider. Although he's had a crack at the World Championship and maybe it's not quite worked, he is still a very good rider for young 16-year-old Aegis to learn off, just as a benchmark to see what he does on the bike, how he works, and then see where he can pick up on that and then go on to improve. So certainly good idea to stay behind anyway. But Well, we'll see what he does in the next couple of laps, because 10 laps to go. If he does have the pace to pull away from Aegis, we've seen it a lot of times in other championships. Of course, if you watch World Superbike at the moment, you'll know that Alvaro Bautista often, he'll overtake with 10 laps to go and just clear off into the distance. So we'll see if Aegis does the same.
Yeah, it's a good point you make about trying to learn from Lukas Tulovic. Of course, Aegis, a rookie in this class, still only very young on his road to hopefully MotoGP. So yeah, it's a good idea for him to stick behind Lukas Tulovic, very experienced, learn from him. And if he does feel like he has the pace, then maybe he can wait until there's around 5 laps to go, just to, yeah, learn from him, minimise the tyre wear, minimise what damage he's doing to that rear tyre especially. But he's locked onto the back of Lukas Tulovic. He had that early mistake down into turn 1, didn't he? But he's not looking like he's making a mistake here. He's actually looking like he's riding within himself to centre Aegis. So yeah, this is good stuff. And we're just going to look back to the gap. The guys behind are now nearly 10 seconds behind. So these two really are in a class of their own today. Yeah,
they're pretty incredible. 44.7, 44.8 last time round for Tulovic and Aegis respectively. And then the next guy behind, Alex Eskrug, was at a 46.4. So certainly these two are class above the rest, head and shoulders above the rest here this weekend, really pushing the envelope on their own.
Interesting to see if Tulovic is just not holding Aegis up as such, but just keeping the pace to what it is, looking after his tyres, of course.
Yeah.
Or whether Tulovic is pushing as hard as he can or going as fast as he can, and Aegis just simply has the better pace. So as we get towards around about 5 laps to go, if the pair are still locked together as they are, that's going to be really interesting if Lukas Tulovic can then turn up the wick, if Senna Aegis just turn up the wick as well. There we go. Again, Lukas Tulovic just taking a slightly more inside line. Aegis diving out the slipstream. Not interested so far in making a move at the inside down into turn 1. That's the most likely place with the slipstream. But as we mentioned at the top of the show, this place really has a number of great passing opportunities.
Ooh, here we go then. These two are locked back into battle again. Looks as though Toledo has just been relegated by Eskrug once more. So the number 11 on the Yamaha stylo bike machine back up into 3rd place, and that will be an incredible job for him if he can get that 3rd place once again. So good stuff from both of these two. Really come on strong this year, liking what we see out of the pair of them.
Yeah, Eskrug, of course, the reigning Superstock 600 champion from last year, so he's moved on to the Moto 2 Kalex chassis powered by Triumph, of course, the newly branded Yamaha Philippines team. So interesting to see their Yamaha doing more work. Of course, they've got the VR46 Master Camp, haven't they, over in Moto 2 now. So they're building sort of like KTM and Honda have got down the ranks. They've got a little bit of a pathway now for the riders to rise up into the World Championship scene. Still line astern then for these two with 8 and a few corners laps to go. The number 81 stalking the number 3 of Lukas Tulovic. Nothing between them, 2 tenths. It does not get much closer than that. Lap time is very, very similar, of course, as you'd expect. So they're in the high 44s, the others are in the high 49s. So they're a second a lap quicker around here are these two.
That's Hossi at the number 6, who's retired. Looks as though it's a bike problem rather than a crash or anything. Just explained to his mechanic there. Looked like he wasn't too sure what's going on. So we'll just check to see if there is going to be a move down into turn 1. No, he's very happy just to go to the outside and just remain where he is. So as there's a little bit of a stalemate going on at the front, then let's run you down through the top 15 at the moment as it stands. Of course, these two on your screen are class above the rest. 12.5 seconds, as you can see there, from Eskrug, Toledo, Garcia doing a great job in 5th. Then Ruiz, who's also doing a fantastic job. Yere Ruiz, that is, the number 72 in 6th. He got 4th last time out, I do believe, in Valencia. Certainly did. So another good ride from here. Alcoba on his debut doing well in 7th. From Rato in 8th. Garzo has slipped back down to 9th on the lead MV. Oh, up inside. No, not quite this time. Maybe just a slight rehearsal. See where he can do it. Then top 10. Montero is in 10th on the Kiefer Racing machine. David Sanchez, who's making his debut this weekend, also on the MV, he's in 11th, so the two MVs in 9th and 11th locked fairly close together. And Mikel Pons in 12th, Carl Paz, the other Yamaha Philippines stylo bike machine, he is down in 13th. And then you've got the top of the Stock 600 runners. Fernandez, the number 78, is leading the Stock 600 class, from Rodriguez, the number 38, and then Tapia in 16th.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a dress rehearsal, wasn't it? He just got the power on out of turn 4. You can line it up into turn 5 there, dive down the inside. Does look like Aegis has got the pace here if he wanted to. to pull away from Tulovic. And we should mention actually that Senna Aegis is being helped this year by Leon Camry, of course, who heads up the Honda World Superbike team. So this is a perfect example of what you can do down at turn 5. Get a good run out of turn 4, the right-hander. Place your bike well up the inside of your competitor, down the inside, and make the move stick there, like Toledo perfectly demonstrated for us up the inside of Escrique. So yeah, that battle for the podium, the final podium position, is going to go right to the wire, as again we see copy and paste from the few laps before. Lukas Tulovic just holding the inside line, Senna Aegis just holding the outside line, and it's as you were with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this from Senna Aegis. Obviously, Tulovic will be looking at his lap board each time and just seeing +0 Aegis, +0 Aegis, +0 Aegis. And he's probably thinking, what's he doing? When's he going to come past? He's just keeping the pressure on, making sure that Tulovic is just sweating a little bit, although there's a little bit of pressure released for Tulovic. A couple of attempts lost there from Senna Aegis as he goes deep into turn 4. We've seen him go deep into a couple of corners now, so possibly he is pushing quite hard and not actually just sat there behind Tulovic at the front.
We've talked about the rear tyre, haven't we? But the front tyre for Aegis might just be getting a little bit of punishment as well. Being that close behind the rider in front, we've seen in MotoGP, haven't we, with tyre pressures can creep up, especially in this heat. So yeah, Senna Aegis just needs to be a little bit careful here. Another slight mistake, but it's not really a mistake. He only lost a 10th as he runs out onto the green there. He doesn't want to do that too much. We've not had a warning come up for Senna Aegis, so he's all right at the minute, but especially onto the last lap. If you touch the green, you automatically get demoted 1 position. So yeah, just needs to be careful there. On the outside of turn 9 is easily done as you try and power it down the straight into turn 10. But this is going to go all the way, isn't it? Like we said earlier, it's interesting to see if Lukas Tulovic, if and when Senna Aegis does try and pass him, what he's got in return with 6 laps to go as we cross the line.
Yeah, so this lap coming up then, this lap with 6 laps to go, is going to be the least poker face lap that we will see of this race. Because if Senna Aegis can close this gap back in instantly, like we've seen him do it already in this race, then that is going to be an absolute tell that he does have more pace. It did actually pick up about a 10.5 in that last split, but he lost a 10th in the split before. So we'll see what he does over the rest of this lap. These two certainly having a great ding-dong. The two Alexes going out at hammer and tong. Well, I'm a poet there, that's quite good. These two doing very well, number 55 and number 11, having cracking rides indeed. Of course, both going for the podium. Would be number 55, Toledo's first of the year if he can pick it up. And as the 2021 Stock 600 champ, that will signal a very, very good indication of the progress he's made this year.
Yeah, Toledo currently 4th in the championship, only 3 points behind Senna Aegis after Aegis' DNF, and Toledo's got a trio of top 5 finishes so far. So yeah, good job done then for Toledo, but that is going to go all the way. And what is going to go all the way as well is this. Still, Lukas Tulovic leading Senna Aegis. 5.5 laps to go. Still stalking the back of the Liqui Moly Intact Junior GP machine is the number 81. He's very close here though. He's going to dive up out of the bubble earlier than Lukas Tulovic. So yeah, he's still looking, just working him out, isn't he? Just working out where he's strong, where he can pass. We've seen a couple of rehearsals, haven't we? I think down into turn 10 is an obvious move. We see that all the time here in Barcelona. Turn 1, of course. Turn 4, if you're brave enough, but turn 5 especially as well, where we've seen Senna Aegis just pull out of the slipstream slightly, just get a little bit of a run and just work out if he's got enough on the brakes. But yeah, Lukas Tulovic's team there telling him lap 5, position 1 +0 as they come up to one of the back markers.
Yeah, so this is really crunch time that we're approaching now. Senna Aegis still holding firm, sticking to that strategy of just staying behind Tulovic. I wonder if he's going to hold it all the way to the last lap and break his heart on the last lap. We'll see. We'll see what he does as we close down in these last 5 laps. But certainly then, that last lap that we did show, we asked if it was going to be the least poker face lap of the whole lot, and it certainly was. The poker face has been cracked then for number 81, Senna Aegis. He definitely has the pace over Tulovic at the moment, but we do know that these last 5 laps are going to be crucial for that rear tyre.
I absolutely love that shot.
Oh, there you go. There's the first twitch that we've seen from Tulovic then. It could be time to pounce for the number 81, Senna Aegis. Let's see what he does over the next couple of corners.
Yeah, good spot. I was just about to say, I absolutely love that shot of them coming out of turn 3, absolutely full gas. Senna Aegis then looking up the inside. He's going to make a move this time. No, he's not. On the anchors earlier than Lukas Tulovic. It's a brave man if you want to pass down into turn 7, but we've seen it done before. If you get a good run out of turn 5, it is possible. One of the many passing manoeuvres, as we say here in Barcelona. Here's the you could say main one alongside down turn
Very
one.
defensive.
Very defensive from Tulovic. He's defensive down into turn one as well, isn't he?
Always gone wide.
He knows, he obviously knows that age is there. He's seen +0 on his lap board for, well, probably about 10 laps now. And yeah, like we say, Jack, this is where it's starting to get a bit busy. Age is climbing all over the back of Tulovic. And I think if Tulovic had a bit more in the tank, then he'd probably start using it right about now, because he has gone more defensive, which would suggest that this is about his limit. He's riding on his limit, and Age just doesn't look like he's on his limit to me.
No, definitely not. I mean, Tulovic has been pretty metronomic in this race, to be honest. I think this was the first lap round, or the last couple of laps anyway, where they dipped back into the 45s. Here we go. This is the first time then that he looks alongside. Ooh, not quite. Ooh, Tulovic, a little bit of a twitch, but he does get it stopped. He's pretty good into turn one on the brakes, is Tulovic. Everywhere else, though, it seems as though Senna just has a little bit of margin on the front end compared to him. But it does seem as though the pace that Tulovic has been running the last 10 or so laps is just started to drop off by a couple of tenths. I mean, Senna is the same as well, but he is just sticking behind him and waiting.
Looks like in the battle for the final podium spot in third place, that Alex Skrieg has made the move. Alex Toledo there looking behind him to see a face full of Skrieg, and that was about as easy as it gets for the number 11. So not sure what was happening there. Maybe Alex Toledo wants to just have a look at where Skrieg is, but Skrieg looks like he's just broken him a little bit. The gap is now a second.
Slightly
so
wide.
That's interesting. Yeah, slightly wide there from Lukas Tulovic. He is pushing now. You can really tell that Tulovic is giving it all. The centre age is locked onto the back of him. I think it's going to be a telltale sign here and on the front straight. Breaking early again down into turn 10. With 3 laps to go, you'd have to think if Senna Aegis has got a bit more.
Oh, contact!
Wow. Well, we thought he had a bit more. He was trying to go for the move there. We didn't really expect it to come there, but Lukas Tulovic did run a little bit wide. Senna Aegis saw a gap and there was contact, so luckily Tulovic didn't go down, but well, Tulovic definitely knows he's there. He definitely does now after a little bit of bumping and barging. Let's have a look at this then.
Yeah, well, we did say that Tulovic just looked as though he was struggling with the front end a little bit more than Senna Aegis, and once again he's got in there, got it a little bit crossed up on the way in, and bang! Hello, Lucas, how you doing? Up the inside. Look at that, once again though, he's not going through just yet. 3 laps to go, and he's keeping the pressure on. This is going to be a corker if it comes down to the last lap.
I wasn't expecting that. I did see Lukas Tulovic run a bit wide, and I'm not sure, because sometimes the camera can just lead you astray there with what lines the riders are running, but yeah, Senna Aegis making contacts there with Lukas Tulovic. But yeah, thankfully all okay. Tulovic didn't go down. Senna Aegis is on the straight and narrow as well. And we've got a fascinating battle here in the first of 2 Moto2 European Championship races. Is Aegis going to look up the inside here? No, he's not. Tulovic there.
Deep into the corner again.
Bit deep, but makes a late apex. Aegis just had a little bit of a look there, didn't he, before better of it.
Yeah, you can see just how much now Lukas Tulovic is starting to struggle. He's deep into the corner, cutting it back for the late apex. In fact, there, Senna Aegis goes a tiny bit deep, runs across track limits. He does need to be careful of that. Not too sure how many times he's done it in this race. That's one of the first that we have spotted. There's some nervous faces in the promo racing garage, and so they are. Their man is going for his first win of the season. Can he finally do it? The rookie sensation this year. It looks as though he might just be able to pick him off. Tulovic nice and tight through there. He's learned his lesson from last time. Got it a little bit more marginal on the front, braked a tiny bit earlier, and he's kept the lead for now.
I've seen Aegis go onto the green twice. Now, we've obviously watched him for the whole race. So if he does it a 3rd time, if he has done it for the 3rd time, we'll get a track limits warning pop up on our screens, but it's not happened so far. So yeah, looks like it's only twice then for Senna Aegis as we head with 2 laps to go, the penultimate lap. Now is the time for Senna Aegis if he can and wants to. Yeah, he's looking up the inside. Ooh. That's a telltale sign, but Lukas Tulovic just moves over slightly and holds it into turn 1 in first place. He's going to hold it in there. I thought he was going to run a little bit hot, but not this time around. You could tell there, Senna Aegis, the first time he's hinted towards moving over to the inside down into turn 1. Yeah,
there was just a slight flirt there with turn 1. He said, hello, how you doing? But not today. So we'll see what he does. Number 81 then, Senna Aegis, certainly piling on the pressure, but Lukas Tulovic, round of applause for that man. He is withstanding it perfectly so far. He is on the limit. You can see now just how much he's standing that bike up through turn 4 on the exit, trying not to spin the rear tyre. He is struggling with that rear, and he's gone deep again. Is he going to pull it back for the late apex? He does. So holding on, just a lap and a half to go. This would be a cracking victory for Tulovic if he can hold on.
Yeah, I tell you what, if Tulovic holds on to this victory, round of applause. I mean, round of applause for both of them, but if Tulovic can hold off this pace from Senna Aegis, this pressure from Senna Aegis, then...
Oh, he's deep through 9.
He is deep through 9. He's going to open the door. Wide. And Senna Aegis is through. So the number 81 is through. A mistake there. I think a little bit of a commentator's curse from us there, Jack. Lukas Tulovic then runs wide at turn 9, and now he has all the work to do to catch Senna Aegis, because Aegis is pulling clear already. Senna Aegis has been tucked up behind the number 3 of Lukas Tulovic for pretty much the whole race after a couple of laps, trying to catch him up. Now then, what can Senna Aegis do? The young gun against the experienced guard. Senna Aegis versus Lukas Tulovic. 1 lap to go here in Barcelona, and it looks like Senna Aegis is breaking clear from Lukas Tulovic. It's going to be around half a second across the line. What can Lukas Tulovic do?
Yeah. Flip the switch, it's qualifying time now for Senna Aegis. You've got to put in an absolute stalker of a lap. Here he goes then. You can see already into turn 10, just as he did the move on turn 9 where Tulovic ran wide. He was bobbling the front all the way into turn 10, but Tulovic isn't giving up here. He looks as though he's closer than 4/10. That graphic's lying to my eyes. Here we go, through turn 3. Tulovic, he's going to wind the wick up on that Calyx. He's gone very wide indeed. He was pushing the front so hard through into turn 3 there. That could be costly. That might be too much of a gap, but we shall see.
He's still in touch, and Senna Aegis knows he's there. Senna Aegis hasn't been in this position before. The Liqui Moly team look on very nervously, as we'd expect. So turn 5 then, one of the main passing manoeuvres done and dusted for Senna Aegis. There's a couple more big ones to come though for the youngster, the young gun from Australia, and it's sector 1 purple for Lukas Tulovic as well. So they are pushing hammer and tong here. Keep it on the tarmac, boys. If you go onto the green paint, you will lose a position on the last lap. No such troubles there for Tulovic. Around turn 9, he gets it lit up on the exit, shakes his head. He might know that this is done.
Extremely neat and tidy this lap from Senna Aegis, doing it perfectly. You wouldn't believe that he's 16 years old and never been in this position before in the European Moto2 Championship. He is handling it masterfully through the third sector. There's barely anything between them. He's got 5 or 6 bike lengths, just 2 corners remaining that stands between number 81, Senna Aegis, and his first win in the Moto2 European Championship.
One more corner to go then here in race 1, and Senna Aegis, no mistakes round the final corner. Like there isn't, he will come across the line to win his first race in the Moto2 European Championship. What a win for the young Australian. Lukas Tulovic crosses the line in second place. The first time he hasn't won in 2022. I'll get my words out eventually. But yeah, Lukas Tulovic annoyed with himself across the line, but what a race that was from Senna Aegis. Alex Skrieg, the number 11 rider, will round the final corner and take the final podium position in the end quite comfortably from Alex Toledo. But Jack, what a race that was for victory.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, I should have put money on it with Senna Aegis. You could have been coffered up €50 or something. Incredible stuff then from the number 81. 16-year-old Australian. He has arrived on the European Moto2 scene. He defeats Tulovic, the man that's gone 100% so far in 2022, but no more. 3 wins and a second place for Tulovic. Cracking ride, you've got to say. Round of applause for Lukas Tulovic, the German. Fantastic to withstand all that pressure for so long, but just that one too many mistakes up into turn 9, went deep. Senna saw the opportunity and he took it with both hands. Congratulations as well to Alex Skrieg, as we do say. The Stock 600 champion from last year picks up another podium in 2022, doing a superb job this season.
Yeah, absolutely stunning from both of them, really. First and second, yeah, that turn 9 mistake, Lukas Tulovic. What will annoy him most is it wasn't, well, it was sort of an unforced error, wasn't it, if we can call it that. Senna Aegis obviously right behind him for most of the race, so he knew he was there. He obviously felt the pressure a little bit, but it wasn't necessarily a passing manoeuvre from Aegis that got the job done. It was Lukas Tulovic making a little bit of a mistake. So Lukas Tulovic will be slightly annoyed at that, but nevertheless, in terms of the championship, another 20 points for Tulovic. First time he's not won, but he's still second place, and if you're not going to win, then obviously second place is the place to be. But race 1 belongs to Senna Aegis. Had a tricky opening lap, didn't he? Dropped down to 3rd place from 2nd place on the grid at turn 1, and then ran wide at turn 4, lost some ground on Tulovic, who opened up a 1.2, 1.3 second lead on the opening lap, and then Senna Aegis got into 2nd place, reeled in the German, and then just stuck behind him for pretty much the whole race until that mistake at turn 9. Alex Skrieg slaps his helmet, looking a little bit dejected there, but the final podium spot, he obviously wants to be a little bit closer than the 22 seconds than he was to the top 2. Does Alex Skrieg, but another podium for the number 11. A deserved round of applause for Senna Aegis then. And now he's got that win under his belt. Like we say, he crashed out the lead in Valencia and obviously was absolutely gutted with that because he had the pace in Valencia to be on the podium at least and challenge for the win. But now he's got that win under his belt. What can the Australian do? 16-year-old, of course. Rookie in this championship. And they've got another race later on this afternoon, so that's going to be very, very interesting indeed to see how the race unfolds between the top 2, because 22 seconds back to Skrieg, you'd have to think, unfortunately, that it's going to be a race between the top 2 once again. Just try and listen here if we can hear anything from Tulovic. Yeah, the guy's saying good job, of course, and it is a good job. Absolutely. He led the race from start to almost finish on the penultimate lap. And then just wasn't quite close enough, didn't have the tyre left in him. Yeah, Alex Skrieg not looking too happy with 3rd place. He obviously wants to be closer, doesn't he, to the top 2, but it's another podium in the books for Alex Skrieg, so another job well done there. As we say, cruised really home to 3rd place, 5.2 seconds in the end over Alex Toledo. But yeah, for Senna Aegis, he has Leon Camier in his camp, of course. Camier obviously not here this weekend with the World Superbike riders and paddock over in Misano for their couple of races. This afternoon, obviously spearheading the Honda Racing factory setup is Leon Camier, but a very, very good man to have in your armour, isn't it, Leon Camier? And here is then the replay of Lukas Tulovic just running wide at turn 9. And from there on in, Senna Aegis didn't make a mistake, did he? Didn't allow Lukas Tulovic to get back within touch, within striking range for the race win. And this was the final corner then. No mistakes from the young Australian. Of course, the team happy with that. Can it be repeated in race 2? Once you get your first race win under the belt, that will be a huge sigh of relief for Senna Aegis and his team. The confidence will be absolutely sky high heading into this afternoon's race. And Lukas Tulovic will be out for revenge, so do tune in for that in a couple of hours' time. It's our final race of the day, Moto 2, race 2 here in Barcelona, and conditions, if you think they were hot this afternoon, it's early this afternoon, then they're going to be even hotter around about 3 o'clock local time for race 2. We're going to be hearing from Senna Aegis with Jack Gorst very shortly indeed, as the marshal's there getting ready for our 3rd race of the day, the only race for the Hawkers European Talent Cup riders. So if you fancy sticking around for that, it's always a fantastic race in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Please do. We'll look forward to that, and then we've got race 2 from the Junior GP class after that, and then, like we say, the final race of the day, our 5th race, the 2nd race for the Moto 2 European Championship riders. They'll be on the podium in a few minutes' time, but we can now hear from Senna Aegis down in Parc Fermé with Jack Gorst.
So, Senna, you're the rookie sensation in Moto 2, and you've got your first win already. How does it feel?
It feels so good because even though we're rookies, it feels like I've arrived quite quickly. So it actually feels like we actually earned this because we've been working from day one, and the team is amazing, and my rider coach Stephanie is amazing. That did not come easy whatsoever. Lucas was kind of knew my strong points, even though he wasn't looking back, which is quite good, quite impressive. But I took my opportunity on the inside of turn 8, and then I just set my last 2 laps, and it was enough to do it, so I'm super happy.
Congratulations, see you in race 2.
Here's the podium then for race 1 of 2 in the Moto2 European Championship. So a couple of technical issues there. I think we're back underway now, all okay. Senna Regis on the top step, of course. The winning team's trophy there. Hopefully for their sake it'll be the first of many in 2022. Certainly looks like it will be, doesn't it, with Senna Regis and Lukas Tudovic going head-to-head. And from afar, that looks like Somkhat Chantra, who is going to be presenting. It certainly is. Handing Alex Eskrigh the third place trophy. Eskrigh not looking overly impressed, it has to be said, with third place, but another job well done there for the reigning Superstock 600 champion.
Yeah, right you are, Chantra, and then there's also Agura as well here. I almost headbutted Chantra as I walked around the corner, so quick apologies to Somkhat there. yeah, so almost barreled into him as I walked around the corner. You can see Agura just off to the left there. Of course, Moto2 race winner and championship challenger in the World Championship now. As he hands the first place trophy then to Senna Regis. Fantastic job there from Senna. I have to say, I couldn't really hear him down there with the earpiece and all the party atmosphere going on, so I'm sure that he said some lovely words. But yeah, congratulations.
He was basically saying that it was in talk after the national anthem. Great for Senna Regis then to hear the Australian national anthem ring around the circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya. Yeah, as we were just about to say before the national anthem, he was basically saying that it was impressive that Tudovic knew where he was strong, even though he was behind him. And he said, obviously, the race didn't come easy for him, which was quite obvious, really. Yeah. But did a fantastic job, didn't he? Senna Regis looked in total control, apart from the couple of mistakes he made. But yeah, Senna Regis and Lukas Tudovic head-to-head, round 2 this afternoon. Let's wait and see. And Alex Eskrigh looking a little bit disappointed with third, but he'll be back for race 2, I'm sure. So here's the updated championship standings then after race 1 here in Barcelona. Senna Regis moves up into second place, now 30 behind leader Lukas Tudovic. Eskrigh drops down 1 into third place with Toledo in 4th. Mateo Rato in 5th. Yere Ruiz in 6th. Xavi Cardoso is unfortunately not with us today after injuring his foot. He is down there in 7th place. Montero, Tagliarini, Mikel Pons, the injured Sam Wilford, Tommaso Marcon, who crashed out with Piotr Biszczykowski, Jamie Davis there in 15th, Gianco in 16th, and Mark Alcoba picking up 8 points on his debut here in Barcelona in 17th.
Lucas Biszczykowski there, who had that crash at the start on lap 1. He was down there in 18th in the championship standings, and the rest of your runners there. So then, that is Moto2 race 1 complete for us. As you can see, it is still glorious blue sunny skies here, and it really is quite toasty indeed, and the action's only going to get hotter as it approaches 1:45 local time here 3 more races coming up for you, and the next one is going to be very interesting indeed and extremely exciting, as it is the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Of course, these guys, as young as 13 years old, it's incredible how quick they are around this Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya circuit. But then here's the Stock 600 Championship standings at the moment. Alex Ruiz leads the way in that one, doing an incredible job. Marco Tapia is just 16 behind, from Chiba in 3rd. Dino Iozzo in 4th, Ryan van der Lagemat, then Thomas Schrubberg, Kevin Orgis, Michal Florov and Eric Fernandez down in 9th. Philip Rehak's in 10th, Jacopo Hosik, then Juan Rodriguez, Kilian Nestola, Zek, I'm not too sure how you pronounce that one, Zechi, something like that. I apologise, absolutely butchered that name. But here's the man at the top of the classification at the end of that one, number 81, Senna Aegis. Got the monkey off his back, and it didn't take long at all. Already a race win in just his 4th Moto2 European Championship race. He is the rookie sensation, the young 16-year-old Australian. Watch out for him in race 2 as he goes for the Barcelona double.
Welcome back then to the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, of course, nestled just outside the wonderful city of Barcelona. A fantastic layout, fantastic venue under beautiful sunny skies there. As you can see, I think this was taken yesterday, but pretty much the same conditions today. Nothing to worry about in terms of rain, of course, for the guys out there. The only thing they need to worry about is being a little bit too hot, because temperatures are soaring. You've been down in Parc Fermé, haven't you, Jack? And I think you can confirm it is very, very hot out there indeed.
Yeah, very warm indeed. For the riders out there, it must be extremely tough conditions to race under. Of course, these races are pretty long around here, you know, 15, 16, 17 laps-ish, that sort of range. And muscling these bikes around here is some hard work indeed. So then, we're ready to go for the 3rd race of the billing today, and it is the Hawkers European Talent Cup. The race last time in Valencia, and this is what happened.
Yeah, a couple of races last time out in Valencia for the Hawkers European Talent Cup, and that was your front row. Joel Esteban, your pole sitter, and he's the pole sitter again. Once again from Uriarte and Sal Mella on the front row. Immediately it was Joel Esteban, as we've seen so much this year, lead from the front, but it was a great battle. That was Max Martinez there with the white helmet, you can see, but the front four broke clear, and eventually it was won. 3 in a row there for Joel Esteban, who really is the start of 2022 so far. This was race 2 in Valencia. Great conditions down there, just down the coast from here. Joel Esteban again fighting with Max Martinez. That's Dodo Boggio and Casey Gorman battling away, but that's Brian Uriarte, the number 51. That was a mistake. Ran into the back of Guido Pini, and that cost him a chance of fighting for the win. Now, Joel Esteban crossed the line in 1st place. We thought that he'd made it 4 from 4, but after the race, he got disqualified from the race for a technical infringement. So it wasn't 4 from 4 in the end. In the end, it was a win for Max Martinez, the reigning European Talent Cup champion. 36 degrees air temperature, Jack. 51 degrees track temperature, only 2 miles per hour of winds. Incredibly tough conditions out there for these guys. Yeah,
quite hot, that. It might be too hot, to quote a famous line from between us. But yeah, no, certainly pretty hot out there. Of course, all these young riders are incredible young athletes, so they're best well equipped to be able to deal with this. And this is your man that's on pole, of course, Joel Esteban, in incredible form this year. Technically won all 4 races. What is that he's got on his bike? Anyway, this is how he took pole.
Bueno, la verdad que sí, ya la 3 de 3 poles, muy contento la verdad, y más aquí hacer la pole en el circuito de casa, muy contento. No es un circuito que la verdad se me dé muy bien porque tiene muchas curvas rápidas, pero bueno, hemos estado durante estos días machacando bastante para poder hacer, bueno, para poder conseguir la pole y tener buen ritmo. Bueno, por ahora lo estamos consiguiendo. Ahora hacía mucha calor, hemos tirado las 2 gomas en la primera quali y bueno, ahora la goma ya tenía 5 vueltas y perdía un poco de grip, pero bueno, hemos arriesgado y bueno, nos ha salido bien. Intentaremos tirar, si vemos que podemos escaparnos, pues nos escaparemos. Y bueno, la cosa será, si no nos podemos escapar, llevarnos a los mínimos pilotos posibles para tener más posibilidades para luchar por la victoria. Mi compañero Dodo, la verdad que ahora ha hecho también una vuelta muy rápida y también ha ido mejorando poco a poco durante el fin de semana y ya se ha visto en esta quali. Y bueno, y a los de siempre, Máximo, Gorman, Uriarte.
Tell you what, Jack, if this isn't a circuit that he likes and he's on pole, then that's quite a scary proposition for his rivals, isn't it? And yeah,
look at that.
It's a little dancing cactus. I absolutely love that. I think we should have more on that on the grid because that's a good addition to the pole position, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe it's his little good luck charm. Yeah, it might be the key to all the first positions and pole positions. So certainly not too bad then, away from Joel Esteban and his dancing cactus. Sitting on pole. The mechanics are enjoying it as well, which is great to see.
Tell you what, if he wins, then I hope to see him doing a little bit of a dance like that on the podium. So we'll wait and see if we see that. Maybe if you interview him in Park Ferme, Jack, you can tell him to do the cactus dance on the podium.
I'll have to ask. Here is a young Irishman then, Casey O'Gorman, doing a good job this season so far, but just needs a couple of solid results really. Had a crash in Estoril, but then as you can see there, 4th, 5th and 5th, he's been knocking on the door, but we know that he's got the potential to get onto that podium. He just needs to find the extra couple of attempts that he needs, and starting second, it is his best qualifying position of the season so far by quite a long way as well, so certainly odds on that Casey O'Gorman could have a very good day today.
Yeah, we were catching up with Michael Abbott, who fronts up the Vision Track Racing team yesterday, and we were obviously talking about how well Casey O'Gorman's done this year, and Michael said, yeah, he's definitely one to look out for in the future, and of course now in this race and this year, because he's a really, really talented young rider as Casey O'Gorman. So British and Irish fans, look out for the number 67 this year and years to come, of course. We just saw Dodo Boggio there on the outside with the front row teammates of Joel Esteban. He suffered a crash in Valencia in the first race, which brought out the red flags, but he bounced back to finish on the podium. When he's finished, he's had podium finishes, but unfortunately for Dodo Boggio, he's had a couple of DNFs, so that's why he's just lagging behind a little bit in the championship standings, 5th. But when he's finished on the podium, so if he finishes today, then he'll hopefully, for his sake, be on the podium again.
Yeah, and kind of another man that's been on the podium, unless he's had some sort of DNF or crash or contact with another riders, Brian Uriarte. Just 1 point score and it was a 2nd place, so certainly very, very quick indeed, but a little bit further down the championship than where we'd expect him to see, but there's still plenty of races to go. So number 51 on the talent team Australia Galicia 00 bike, you can expect to see him climb the order from the 13th position he is in the championship at the moment. Here's another exciting young man, Rico Samler. I've got to say, we were out watching the track yesterday. Incredibly cool riding style, this man. It was incredibly cool. He's a tiny little fella, 2 podiums already this year, proper little pocket rocket, really taking a good step up this year, and just looks awesome on the bike.
It does. We went down to turn 1, didn't we, which is always spectacular, and honestly, the speed that they carry into turn 1, they're sort of braking about as late as they could. The last white marker you get on the side of the track, which is the braking marker for these guys, of course. And yeah, watching Rico Samela and a couple of the other quick guys was truly fascinating. We both looked at each other like, wow, that's seriously impressive for these youngsters. Yeah, Rico Samela didn't complete a lap in warm-up. Not sure why that was, but good to see him out there in the middle of the second row.
Is Emmanuel Brinton then doing a very good job, the young Brit. Taking a massive step forward this year, and from his qualifying, he always seems to go forward. So, you know, best qualifying of the year so far in the second row in 6th. So if he goes forward today, well, it could be a very, very good day for him. And certainly he's just one of these riders, again, that is just impressing and getting better in another year in this class.
Maximo Martinez then, really one to look out for. He is the reigning champion in this class. 3 wins last year and 5 podiums, and it was in Barcelona last year, his first podium year, that really kick-started his title charge. 2 DNFs in Estoril, both on the opening lap as well, 2 big crashes. So thankfully he walked away from both of those unscathed, and then an unlucky mechanical issue in race 1 in Valencia. But then, benefited from Joel Esteban's penalty in race 2 over there. Was that Adrian Fernandez?
It was, Adrian Fernandez.
Max Martinez. So Max Martinez needs some good results now after 3 DNFs in a row. Of course, picked up that victory last time out. 25 very, very important points indeed. But he's down in 9th in the championship and already 50 points off Joel Esteban, the pole sitter. So the reigning champion with work to do and just needs to get points on the board.
Yeah, you saw Guido Pini on your screen there, number 93. Exciting young rider, this one, making a massive step up from last year. His qualifying has been great, and so is his races this year. He's qualified on the 2nd and 3rd rows of the grid every single time, and in the races, he's been doing a superb job. A couple of podiums and a couple of 4th places as well. Just consistency and really impressive for only 14 years old. He's just another rider that incredibly already has taken that next maturity level to just dragging results out no matter the circumstances.
Yeah, he's been in the lead group for every race, hasn't he? Guido Pini, really, really impressive at the number 93. Now he's starting down in 8th position, which is worst qualifying of the year. But
8th position in this class.
Yeah, exactly.
Is a good qualifying, you know.
Third row on the grid, middle of the 3rd row. If you get a decent start, you're well in the hunt. So expect Guido Pini once again to be at the forefront of this race as
in the zone.
Joel Esteban, gets in the zone. I'm not sure if he's hugging the cactus there or has been taken away, but I think we're going to get a quick rundown of the grid before it's lights out for the only race of the day, of course, here in the Hawkers European Talent Cup in Barcelona, Esteban's home race, and it is the home hero. Joel Esteban starting from pole from Casey Gorman and Dodo Boggio. A very, very exciting front row indeed. It's Oriate, Salmela and Brinton on row 2 with Max Martinez, Guido Pini, and Carter Thompson on row 3.
Row 4 is Rios, Al Sahuti and Boodley, South African there in 12th. Then Buchanan, Perez and Alcina making up row 5. Then on row 6 is Ferrandez. He was actually fastest in warm-up, I do believe, this morning from Danish, and Plonk. Then row 7, Garcia Miguel, then Garnes and Pereira. Then Ferrandez down there as well in row 8 for Mario. Trias, number 62, down in 24 from Aguilar, Daniel and Luciano, row 9. Then the final row of the grid, Tis Fuertes, Panthaliakis and Renfell, the Australian, down there completing our riders and runners.
This should be an excellent race. We've had excellent races all the way through this season. Joel Esteban was the runaway winner over in Estoril in those 2 races. In Valencia, didn't quite have the same margin of victory, but did cross the line first in both of those. Obviously that technical infringement cost him the victory in race 2, but he's had good pace, of course, this weekend as well, starting from pole position. But it looks like the riders in and amongst him on the grid have just as good pace as well. So this should be a very, very interesting battle indeed, and should mention the conditions as well. 33 degrees air temperature at the top of the programme. Very tough conditions. The track's going to be very greasy for these guys, so it's going to make things difficult.
Yeah, it really is. We're getting to that point of the afternoon now where it's pretty much the hottest it's going to be all day. 1 o'clock local time, just 2 minutes until the race start. And it's pretty toasty out there, very scorched out indeed. So, you know, whether it's going to affect these guys too much, of course, it just levels the playing field for everyone. Everyone has to deal with the conditions. 33 degrees, you're wrong. 36 degrees centigrade, that is toasty. Almost into the hundreds for Fahrenheit. As you can see there, 124 degrees Fahrenheit track. I think it said 51 degrees centigrade for our English viewers. So yeah, it's mightily hot out here.
Yeah, I don't envy these guys at all, really. We're sat in a nice air-conditioned commentary box. Yeah, these
Just
guys
do
are-
the window, couldn't we?
We could do it the window, yeah. Not got the best brewing point at all where we are, but we won't complain too much. So down into turn 10 then on this warm-up lap. The popular passing manoeuvre, of course, we're going to see plenty of action, I'm sure, down here in the fight for victory.
Well, speaking of the fight for victory, Elliot, come on then. What's your... Well, let's not say winner, because there's one man this year that's been quite standout in terms of winning. Let's say, what's your top 3?
Oh, wow.
Hurry up, we haven't got long.
Yeah. That's really put me on the spot there. Oh, that could be a number of riders. I'll go Uriarte, Esteban and O'Gorman. There you go, just a rapid fire top 3.
Very nice.
But I say that's probably going to be very wrong now, so I'm sorry to those riders if I've just jinxed them. But hopefully, whatever happens, we are going to have a fantastic race in our hands, and they do need to beat Joel Esteban. He got that disqualification, but he has...
He's not been beaten over the line
yet.
He's
not been beaten over the line yet. So if in the only race of the day today, someone can get the better of him, it will just dent his confidence a little bit. If he walks away from here with a victory, then wow, 5, I'll say wins for the sake of the terminology, 5 wins from 5 really does set the scene.
Impressive in this class. It's such a lottery with winning these with the slipstream and how little power these bikes have. So yeah, 5 from 5. Incredible. But here we go then, the man at the back of the grid will wave that green flag momentarily. We can just see the last few guys pulling up to their grid slots, and we'll be racing for the Hawkers European Talent Cup in just a few moments.
Certainly will. Green flag waves then, everyone all okay on their starting slots. The red lights will come on in the top left of your picture, and we will soon be go. Here in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, it looks like a great start from number 51, Brian Uriarte, from the second row of the grid. Dodo Boggio getting the best of it from the front row. Joel Esteban has to duck in behind Brian Uriarte, but it is going to be Brian Uriarte, by the looks of it, who's going to take the whole shot from the second row, unless someone comes up the inside. Joel Esteban does come up the inside. That was so late on the brakes from Joel Esteban. Thought he was going to run it in hot, but he absolutely does not. So Joel Esteban, after losing momentum from the start, dives into turn 1 and takes the lead on lap 1. Sensational stuff there from the number 78.
Yeah, brilliant recovery job already. Sluggish start off the line, but it doesn't matter. First into turn 1. Looked as though Uriarte for a second there was going to have a dive up the inside into turn 4, but no, there's Guido Pini on the black and yellow, number 93 machine. He's just behind the current champ, number 28, Max Martinez. He's got a little bit of a gap there, all the way up to the first 4 already. And Casey O'Gorman is in 4th. Oh, Martinez gone wide. Is that going to allow... Can't see who that was that nicked up the inside of him, but certainly Guido Pini did as well. So Brinton then, from 6th on the grid, back up into 6th or 7th, something like that.
Joel Esteban then, yeah, didn't get the launch that he would have wanted. Wasn't a bad launch, but he lost a couple of positions, but decided to throw it down into turn 1, and he threw it down and got it stopped. So absolutely fantastic from the number 78. But Brian Uriarte from the second row then, a fantastic start. And he's up the inside here down into turn 10. Is he going to make a move? He's in a good position to do so, but Joel Esteban runs it round the outside, breaks late and holds on to P1 there. So yeah, Brian Uriarte doing well so far, but the top 3 are just breaking clear. Casey O'Gorman there down in 4th place, with Pini in 5th and Max Martinez now in 6th place.
Shout out to Alcina in 10th. He's had a great start, up from 15th for the number 26, the young 14-year-old. So he's had a corker of a first lap, all the way up into those top 10s already. But then we're going to complete the first lap. Round turn 14 we go, and this is it. Slipstream City already. No, doesn't need the slipstream. Is he going to lead across the line? Maybe not. Dodo Boggio on the 47, the bright yellow helmet. Doesn't quite lead over the line. Uriarte from Esteban, 3,000 split them over the line for the first lap, but it does indeed look as though Joel Esteban is going to hold on down into turn 1.
Yeah, last of the late breakers, isn't he? Joel Esteban lost the lead coming out the corners of Brian Uriarte, but yeah, uses the slipstream well and just looks behind and he sees it's his teammate there. So Aspar 1-2 at the front, just what Joel Esteban would have wanted, just what the Aspar team, of course, would have wanted. No jump starts on our screen, so that's good news at the start of this race, as Casey O'Gorman then links himself onto the back of, well, it was Brian Uriarte. It's now Dodo Boggio, just loses out there to Brian Uriarte. So Uriarte doing the best he can at the minute to split the Aspar pair and just make life a little bit more difficult than they wanted it to be in these opening few exchanges.
Yeah, certainly going to be difficult for all of these guys at the front, because in ETC, all of these guys are very young and enthusiastic riders, and they're going to be making moves wherever they can. As you see there, Uriarte has a look down into 7, but no, not on this lap. Chooses to stay behind for now. So Joel Esteban then up through turn 9. And you've got to say that Uriarte looks pretty raceable, doesn't he? Looks incredible already. Keeping it tight there, leaning the bike over, try to get up the inside of Esteban on the exit at 9, but no, going to tuck back into the slipstream as we head down into turn 10.
Yeah, the others just behind her just bring themselves back into it. You can see Guido Pina there on the black and yellow machine, just catching up to the back of Casey O'Gorman. So just making it 5-rider fight at the front, and Max Martinez there in 6th place isn't too far behind either. Just got about half a second to bridge. So yeah, in these early exchanges, there's no pulling away at the minute for Joel Esteban, but it's very early stage indeed. But yeah, Brian Uriarte, like you say, Jack, got a great start from the second row. Is he going to go up the inside at the last corner? Oh yes, he is. That's a great move from Brian Uriarte. Then he will take the lead with 13 laps to go, but if I had a bottom dollar to bet, then I don't think he's going to be leading down into turn 1 with the slipstream coming into effect. That's tight down there, isn't it? Casey O'Gorman doing very well in the slipstream. Who is going to get the run into turn 1? It looks like from here it's going to be Dodo Boggio. No, it's not. It's going to be Joel Esteban once again, unless there's an outside manoeuvre coming from Casey O'Gorman, but there isn't.
Fastest lap then for Hakim Danish, and number 13 is on your screen there, down in 9th place. So this whole top 9, they are closing up, and even just more than that. I think Danish isn't the last one in the group at the moment. Emmanuel Brinton is, yes. So this top 10, they're all closing up together. Casey O'Gorman has a long look over his shoulder just to see how many. He goes, huh? How many behind? So certainly lots of pressure on for these guys already. Massive group as we have 13 laps to go.
Getting a bit close there on the exit between Esteban and Uriarte, wasn't it? Uriarte's going to have the inside line. No, he's not. I thought he was just going to chuck it at the inside of Esteban there as Max Martinez gets busy in the pack. The reigning champion, as we've mentioned, he needs to get another podium under his belt at least to try and claw in. Obviously, depending what Esteban does, of course, but needs to try and climb the championship ladder. But yeah, Brian Uriarte has made a couple of nice moves, hasn't he? Down into the last corner. We don't see that too often. We do see it sometimes, especially not this early into the race, though. There's plenty of other passing manoeuvres to be done. But yeah, Uriarte coming up with the goods so far, but Esteban is doing well to hold on to P1. Here is Uriarte then up the inside, but Esteban is good on the brakes. Like we see there, just sweeping around the outside of Uriarte.
Just behind Max Martinez in that group is Paulo Alsina. He's had a cracking start up from 15th and really seems to be the one making rapid progress at the moment. If only he could qualify better. He's had lots of really strong rides already this year, 3 top 10s out of the 4 races, and if he could just qualify a bit better, we'd see him battling for that podium. But he's in the group, and that's where he needs to be. Look at that rocket ship start there from number 51, Uriarte. Squeezes Dodo Boggio onto the curb, and then down the inside goes number 78, Joel Esteban. Cuts the nose off the current champ, number 28, Max Martinez, through to the lead.
Yeah, that was awesome stuff there from Joel Esteban. Yeah, a few riders running wide there, having to cut the chicane, unfortunately. I'm not sure if they'll get penalties for that. If they didn't lose enough time, then unfortunately they will. That's getting it close there on the curb, but everyone's safely through there. So it's Joel Esteban then, still leading the way. Now Guido Pini is making moves. He's up into the top 3. We've seen this before, haven't we? Guido Pini, exceptional really season so far. Uriarte, yeah, very wide out of turn 3. He's going to get under attack from the number 93. No, he's not this time around. But yeah, this shaping up to be a fantastic race, as it always is in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Plenty of riders here. It's the cream rises to the top with a lot of the championship contenders in this battle.
So we've got a little bit of a clear distinction now then between these top 10 and the chasing pack behind, which is actually Ferrandez, the man that was quickest in warm-up this morning, number 54. He is in 11th, leading that chasing pack. So we'll see what lap times they can do to close in. Look as though last time around they were actually about half a second quicker than the guys at the back of this leading pack. Oh, that's a number 67, O'Gorman. O'Gorman's got a technical problem. Looks as though he is out of this one. Not too sure who that was that had to take avoiding action, but we please hope and pray that no one actually collected O'Gorman. No, you can see him in the background there. Looks to be okay. Actually, it looks as though he's got running again, so that has ruined Casey O'Gorman's race. That is a shame for the young Irishman, looking incredibly good to pick up his first podium of the year. And just as we see one Vision Track Racing Team bike have some misfortune, so does another. The number 57 is down as well. That is Johnny Garnes.
I did see Casey O'Gorman look behind him coming out of turn 3 a lap ago, and I wasn't sure. Initially I thought, has he got a problem? But it obviously carried on. But yeah, it looks like there for Casey O'Gorman, a little bit of a mechanical or technical problem there with his Honda machine. So it did look like, yeah, he got back up and running. We'll see if he crosses the line or enters pit lane. We can see a Vision Track Racing bike at the back there, which I think is Casey O'Gorman. So where is he going to cross the line? Yeah, he crosses the line in 24th place. So it does look like he's got the bike up and running, but a clear problem there, unfortunately, for Casey O'Gorman, who is in the podium fight, and he has been in the podium fight plenty of times this year already. So unfortunate there for the Irishman.
Yeah, lost over 7 seconds with that little technical hiccup. on that lap, so that's a complete disaster for O'Gorman. Very unfortunate circumstances for him. But back to the front, the top three that you see there on your screen, Esteban, Uriarte and Boggio all ran their personal best laps of the race on that last lap. But Gonzalo Perez, number 25, at the head of that lead chasing pack in 11th, ran the fastest lap of the race, a 52.1, compared to the next quickest on that last lap, which was a 52.5.
Yeah, good lap there from Perez, then just down in 11th place at the minute. So work to do for Perez if he wants to try and get into the victory fight, which is right here. Uriarte still stalking Esteban. Is this going to go on race long? We've seen it before, haven't we? In Valencia, Brian Uriarte was second behind Joel Esteban, and then he made a mistake, ran into the back of Guido Pini, and it just cost him. Ran into the gravel and couldn't get the bike going again. Now he's going to look up the inside here, as he has done before. He does, but Joel Esteban is so good on the brakes down there into turn 10. Joel Esteban is very good on the brakes everywhere, in fact. So that just makes it doubly difficult for the riders behind to try and overtake the championship leader.
Yeah, that Casey O'Gorman moment definitely caused a bit of a rift in the pack, didn't it? We can see just behind, I think it is Guido Pini at the back of this group. Indeed it is. There's about a second of a gap now. Oh, we've just seen on the time screen, actually, that Casey O'Gorman has dropped down even further. So possibly that is going to be the end of the young Irishman's race. We'll see if he pulls into the pits or not, but that is a massive shame for the man on the Vision Track Racing team bike.
Slipstream Shitty then. It was Uriarte leading across the line. But he's not going to lead into turn 1. That is going to be, again, Joel Esteban as Dodo Boggio, his teammate, goes up the insides. And that was Max Martinez just flirting there with taking third place. So Max Martinez is where he wanted to be then. Started from the third row of the grid, and he's got himself up into fourth place. And in the victory fight, as we mentioned, it's crucial from here on in that Max Martinez gets solid points on the board if he wants to retain his championship title. Winner, of course, 2021 title, but yeah, he's where he wants to be, and there he is, Casey O'Gorman, unfortunately then for the number 6-7 Irishman, and that is the only race of the day, unfortunately, so they've not even got a chance to try and make amends later on this afternoon. So the best qualifying of Casey O'Gorman's career in the European Talent Cup unfortunately ends with him having to pull into the pit lane. So yeah, unfortunate for Casey O'Gorman, but he'll be back out next time in Jerez, hoping to make amends.
What happened there? Did he just go wide, or did he have a problem? It wasn't too sure. It looked like he was looking down at his dash, but I think he's just looking behind to see for a little place to slot back into. So Joel Esteban then all the way down to the back of this lead group. Oh, does he indeed have a problem? What's going on? He keeps looking up as though he's looking at his dash, so maybe the same problem that has gone on with Casey O'Gorman's happening to Joel Esteban. I don't know. We'll see how he goes over the next couple of laps or so, but certainly something weird going on with the number 78, the man that has been dominating this championship so far.
Yeah, that's Nico Tirol looking on there a little bit perplexed as to what's gone on. Hopefully it was just for Joel Esteban's sake. It was just running wide down into turn 7. Let's have another look then.
What happened here?
Coming into the braking zone.
Just looked as though he got that wrong, but he sat it up, which was a weird thing. And it didn't look like there was anything suspect about how fast he was going into the corner or if he was wide. That was a strange one. So we'll keep tabs on Joel Esteban, number 78. He is still tucked in behind them there. So, yeah, an odd one, really. He's back up to 5th, actually. And it looks as though he's actually going to fire through to the win.
The first corner.
Look at that. Incredible. Fires through to the lead. Well, problem? Nah.
Well, that's just the class that Joel Esteban possesses this year, doesn't it? He was, what, yeah, down into 6th place, I think it is. Yeah, Guido Pini down in 6th place. Lost all those positions. He runs very wide there, though. Max Martinez up the inside. Will Max Martinez go for lead? I don't quite think, or am I going to be wrong? No, Esteban again.
Sweeps
so late on the brakes and sweeps around the outside. So, yeah, it doesn't look like Joel Esteban has any sort of issue, which is good news. But, yeah, a strange one there down into turn 7.
Hakim Danish on the 13 and the number 54 of Alberto Ferrandez just in the background are definitely closing on this lead group. They're only 0.7 off the back of this group now, and they were about 1.1, 1.2 off the laps before, so they're certainly closing in. Certainly alarm bells time for those in this lead group, as it looks like this lead pack is about to have a lot more wheels.
Certainly is, yeah, just what we like to see, of course. Always close racing, as long as Joel Esteban can clear off the distance like in Estoril in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. A few riders there running wide at turn 9. We've seen that a few times today already. They've just got to be careful. If you do that 3 times, you'll get a warning from race direction, and then if you do it for a 5th time, unfortunately you'll have to serve a long lap penalty, as that's close there between the reigning champion and the current championship leader. So Max Martinez then hits the front with 8 and a bit laps to go. Max Martinez, crucial, like we say, that he gets vital championship points, as he's now 5th 50 points down on the man second place in this race and first in the championship. I thought Esteban was going to just return the favour instantly there at the final corner, but not this time around, because they know that it's Slipstream City down this front straight with 8 laps to go.
Yeah, so Max Martinez then, he's definitely got something to say about the man that's trying to pinch his crown off him. So leading across the line just about, but is he going to lead down into turn 1? Incredibly, it looks like he is. And actually, it's Guido Pini, the number 93 on the black and yellow machine, that slides up into second. Esteban actually all the way moves down to 4th, and Uriarte up into 3rd.
Pau Alsina has joined the fight on the number 26 machine. There he is, the classical white helmet of Pau Alsina. Good job then for the number 26. Where was he on the grid? He was 15 way down the grid, wasn't he? Yeah, 15. So fantastic from the number 26. And the number 25 of Alberto Ferrandis is also joining the fray. He was 16th on the grid. So this is a really, really cracking fight now. Joel Esteban has got work to do here. Brian Uriarte slots up the insides. Oh, plenty of bumping and barging.
How many lines through turn 5 can you take?
A hell of a lot.
We've got a 24-wheeler out front in Hawker's European Talent Cup. Rider number 3 has a track limits one, and that's Pantelakis. He's all the way at the back, so that's not going to bother this front group. That's another one that's really wide. That looked like possibly Hakim Danish, but I'm not too sure. There's so many of them on the talent team bikes. It's hard to know which one is which.
Down into turn 10 then. What's going to happen this time around with 8 laps to go? Joel Esteban down in 3rd place. Max Martinez leading the way. Dodo Boggio just getting a little bit close for comfort there on Guido Pini. Dodo Boggio, of course, has 2 DNFs already to his name, so he's another rider that needs to get some points on the board. He's finished on the podium every time he's finished, but that's only twice out of 4. So yeah, Dodo Boggio important for the bright yellowed helmet Aspar team rider to get points on the board as well.
Ooh, that was Joel Esteban just tapping the back of the tail unit there, saying, just stay behind me. We need to keep focus and stretch this gap back out, because this has closed up mightily in the last couple of laps. It's only 1.1 covering the top 12 here, and it was about 3 point something only 3 or 4 laps ago. So certainly these guys, all the battling they'd be doing has just slowed them down, really. That's essentially what it's done, and it's grouped them all together. We go about 5 abreast into turn 1. Number 25, Gonzalo Perez, up into 3rd. So the Finetwork FIM Junior Team bike strikes and comes into the podium places.
Yeah, we see that a lot, don't we? The riders just tapping on their rear seat unit saying, stick behind me, but when they're this young and this fiery and this determined, it doesn't normally happen. So unfortunately for Joel Esteban, I don't think the riders behind are going to stick behind you or want to stick behind you. But yeah, Joel Esteban then retakes the lead, and he is trying to stretch away, isn't he? Because the gap has just broken out there a little bit behind Brian Uriarte, as we see Pantelakis, the number 3 rider, crashing out of contention. Hopefully he is okay.
Yeah, this would be a fantastic result for number 25, Gonzalo Perez, if he can hold on to this podium here. Would be his first in the Hawker's European Talent Cup, and he's only had 1 top 5 this year so far. Oh, commentators curse. Oh, I'm so sorry. Gonzalo Perez, that is terrible from me. Got it a little bit out of control from turn 7. High-sided on the flick in turn 8, and the gloves had the flick as well. Hopefully he's all okay. Looked as though he is, just checking his hands. I think he needs a bit of a breather after that one.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate crash for Gonzalo Perez. The ultimate commentator's curse. Let's see what happens. Yeah, he just gets it a little bit out of shape then, coming through the turn 8 kink, and it was just a little bit too much, wasn't he? And unfortunately, he goes down the road. We're just going to get another replay here. The number 25, watch him getting it a little bit scurry out the corner, a little bit wide on the curb, and trying to flick it back onto the racing line. Just loses the bike from underneath him. Good to see he's okay. But yeah, clearly frustrated, of course, but the main thing is he is walking away from that crash. Yeah,
it's an easy one to do there. Of course, look, he's very frustrated as Gonzalo Perez. Very easy one to do there because he carries so much corner speed in through 7. It's incredible. They really have to haul the bike over to get it back for the flick right at turn 8. But what this has done, actually, is look at that. We've got a leading duo at the front now, which have got 1 second. That is an absolute epoch in terms of Hawker's European Talent Cup time. So these two, well, can they work together and actually break the chasing pack?
Yeah, well, that's what they might intend to do, and it's now important. Max Martinez is leading the charge on the number 28 machine. They've really got to box clever for the chasing pack if they want to have a chance for victory, because we know that Joel Esteban is quick around here. The pole sitter, of course, he has the pace. Brian Uriarte has the pace as well. So if they don't tangle with each other like these guys are doing at the minute, there's not really going to be much chance in the last 5.5 laps for the guys chasing down those top 2. to reel them in. Max Martinez leading the way at the minute, as we say, as another rider runs right there. That's Alberto Ferrandez, I think, on the number 54 machine. Yes, it is. He's done well to get up into where he is in 5th place from 6th on the grid. But the gap is, 1.2 seconds between Brian Uriarte's rear wheel and Max Martinez's front wheel. So the guys behind really have to be careful here.
Yeah, they certainly do. There is definitely risk of these two are just going to romp off into the distance right now. So certainly need to be careful. Max Martinez particularly, he cannot afford to lose any more points to the likes of Joel Esteban because, well, he's only got 1 point score on the board so far as the reigning champ, and he really, really needs the top amount, the full 25, rather than just the 16. So we'll see what he can do. 6 laps to go. Time is definitely running out. And it looks as though they set PB laps last time round, Esteban and Uriarte, and they might well do it again. We'll check as they come across the line.
Yeah, just checking them laps. No PB laps this time around.
But only a 10th slower.
Yeah, exactly. They're on the pace here, of course. They've only got the 2 of them to worry about at the minute. Now, Uriarte is up the inside of Joel Esteban, but as we've seen so often in this race, as we see there again, Esteban is so late on the brakes, so good down there into turn 1. We saw it on lap 1, didn't we, where he went from 3rd to 1st. But yeah, we need to keep an eye on this gap then, because they are squabbling. Look, it's difficult when you've got 5, 6, 7, 8 riders all battling for the same position to try and set the pace as riders who have just got the 2 of them to worry about. So yeah, this is dangerous territory then if they want to fight for the race victory for the riders here battling away. Dodo Boggio just getting mired down in the pack here, he's 6th across the line. He's a little bit lower than that now, so it looks like Dodo Boggio, the teammate of course Joel Esteban, his victory hopes look very, very slim now. The yellow crash helmet rider, he's 5th in the championship of course, and all these guys, well, they're chasing the number 78 in the championship, and they're probably looking at Brian Uriarte to say, can you do us a favour, mate, because otherwise Joel Esteban's going to clear off with this championship now. Max Martinez then, that's about as good as corner cut as you're ever going to get, so he needs to be careful there. That'll exceed the track limits and a little bit more.
I'll tell you what, Elliot, one person I've only just noticed in this group, the number 24, Guillaume Plonk, doing an incredible job. This is a fantastic ride from the Frenchman. He had 2 crashes in Estoril, and a 14th and an 8th as he just gets his pocket picked by number 54 for Arandas up the inside of turn 10. But the young Frenchman, this is an incredible ride. This is by far the best we've seen from him in ETC this year or last. It doesn't matter. He's doing a fantastic job. Good stuff.
Yeah, fantastic spot there, Jack. Guillaume Plonk in 5th place at the minute. Just had his pocket pick there, as you rightly mentioned. But yeah, great stuff. And I can confirm that these guys are losing touch slightly in this race. So yeah.
Yeah, he's up from 18th on the grid, Plonk.
Yeah, fantastic.
Fantastic. So here we go then. Across the line for, is it 4 or 3 laps to go? I didn't check the last time around. But anyway, 4 laps to go. Here we go. Joel Esteban, number 78, and Brian Uriarte, 51. Still, look at that, with that buffer, and it is increasing. Guido Pini dives up the inside to now lead this group. We change our hands with the ownership of taking this one to the top 2. Let's see if they can close that gap down then. And it does look as though Guini sets his PB split through the first split thanks to that hefty dose of slipstream. So let's see what they can do as the rest of the lap comes around.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for these guys, as long as Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte don't make any real big mistakes, then their victory hopes are pretty much done and dusted, unless, of course, the likes of Guido Pini or Max Martinez have got excellent latter race pace, but I don't think they will have. But the riders know that that place at the front of this battle is the podium spot. So watch out for that freight train battling away. But yeah, the front 2 really have benefited from that crash, haven't they, for Gonzalo Perez. Unfortunately for Perez, of course, but they've reaped the rewards of Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte. So is Uriarte just stalking Esteban like we saw in the Moto2 race, of course, with Lucas Tulovic and Senna Aegis just a little bit earlier on? Is he just working out where Esteban is quick, where Esteban might have a couple of weaknesses, or is Brian Uriarte really on the pace? Turn 10, the infamous turn 10. Everyone gets around there safely this time.
Yeah, certainly. It looks as though the number 45 of Jesus Rios is getting a little bit busy there. You can see in the middle of that group on the bright blue bike there with the blue wheels. He is certainly getting busy. He's come up a handful of places in the last couple of laps. They're doing a great job there on the MRE talent bike.
There'll be 3 laps to go when they cross the line. Business end of the race for Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte. Brian Uriarte only 1 finish so far this year. He's not even in the top 10 in the overall standings. but when he did finish, he was on the podium. So yeah, this is crucial for Brian Uriarte. He knows just how far up the road Joel Esteban is in terms of the point tally in the overall standing. So this, for the number 51, chasing the number 78, is absolutely vital, and he's sticking with him so far. Joel Esteban said he's got good pace. He doesn't like it around here, would you believe it or not, but he's got fantastic pace at his home Grand Prix, or home race, should I say, home circuit. He is a Barcelona born and bred as Joel Esteban, so he'll be wanting to win here more than any other circuit, as the chasing pack are now 2 seconds behind. So this really is now a battle for the lead between the top two, and a battle for the final podium place between this gaggle of riders.
Yeah, there's the man, number 18 on your screen there, Cesar Pria, that just set the fastest lap of the race. He's come up from 21st. Excellent. Pretty incredible, and he's all the way up into 8th, and it's looking like he could grab a few more if he gets busy here. So certainly some incredible rides here from guys that were buried on the grid, doing a great job to come through and side through to some solid points.
We should actually mention that Cesar Pria was actually meant to start from second on the grid, but he was disqualified from QP1, I think, for a technical infringement. So yeah, Cesar Pria clearly had the pace in qualifying, and he's done very, very well indeed to make his way up into this group, fighting for the final podium spot. Uriarte not making a move down into turn 10 this time around. I thought I saw Joel Esteban. Was he a little bit wide down there as the camera pans back out? I think he just caught a late apex. The good thing about turn 10 and the little bit of a king into turn 11 is you do run a little bit wide. You can bring it back for a late apex. So no issues there from what we saw anyway, Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte.
So 2 laps to go then as we come across the line for this time round. I think it's safe to say no one's messing with the front two. Esteban and Uriarte, this is a straight one-on-one dogfight between these two. And it's a little bit like what we saw in Moto 2 just about an hour ago. This is going to be one-on-one. Who will blink last? It's going to be an absolute corker as we go into the final 2 laps.
It really is then. So Brian Uriarte now has to start making a move, starting to ruffle some feathers if he wants to win this race from Joel Esteban. He's not going to do it down into turn 1 for the penultimate time, but this is exactly what makes Joel Esteban so hard to overtake. He's so good on the brakes, and if you can't draft past him on the front straight, and even if you do and you're just ahead, it's going to be incredibly difficult to keep him behind. So Brian Uriarte really does have a job in his hands.
Yeah, he's going to have to get inventive and dive up the inside of him where he doesn't expect it. Maybe down into turn 4, but you'd think he'd be expecting it there. Or maybe you see him into turn 5 or turn 7. You don't know. He's going to have to give it a go somewhere because he can't sit behind him. And just watch Joel Esteban across the line first for the 5th time in a row this season. They really need to stick one over Esteban if they want to show that they're a serious contender to this crown.
Absolutely. So there, turn 5 then, that could be a move coming in for Brian Uriarte. This would be a brave one down here into turn 7. Not this time around, of course. They'll flick it right and then power up into turn 9. They'll round that. This isn't really an overtaking opportunity you'd favour, as we see Gabin Plonks, just dropping down the timing screen. So I'm not sure what happened there with Pau Alsina and Gabin Plonks. It looks like they've crashed out of that group fighting for 3rd place. So yeah, we'll try and get a replay and see what happens as Guido Pini then dives at the inside of Dodo Boggio. They're championship rivals, of course, and they want that final podium spot that currently is held by Max Martinez.
Yeah, it's an almighty scrap for that final podium spot, really, isn't it? But Max Martinez has just been at the head of it. There you go. There's confirmation. It was Guillaume Plonk and Pau Alsina that crashed out, number 24 and 26. That's such a shame. 2 riders that came up from lower grid positions all the way up into that podium place fight. So hopefully we'll see them next time out in a ref doing the same.
Here we go then. Last lap time, and Brian Uriarte is in the slipstream of Joel Esteban. It's now or never down into turn 1 for Brian Uriarte. Is he going to be close enough? He moves out of the slipstream to the right-hand side of Joel Esteban. He's alongside him. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? Brian Uriarte comes up out the bubble. Joel Esteban cuts his nose off. Late on the brakes there again was Joel Esteban. Brian Uriarte tried as he might, just couldn't get by there. So that's one passing manoeuvre place gone. We're going to come round into turn 4. Here's another one.
Yeah, cleaned his nose off the whole job. That was fantastic there from Joel Esteban. Defends at one crucial place around this very long lap for these tiny little bikes. And there's another place gone. So we're counting them down. The final corners remaining, and Uriarte is running out of timing options.
Can he get a good run out of turn 4? No, he can get a good run, but not good enough. Joel Esteban doing exceptionally well here to keep Brian Uriarte behind. So that's turn 5 done now. Can he make a move into turn 7? That's where we saw the mistake earlier on for Joel Esteban. That's the Aspar team look nervously on. Not coming this time around. Well, not coming this lap at all for Brian Uriarte so far. Now they'll flick it right Didn't get a good run out of there, did Uriarte. He's got to get a great run out of turn 9. Get it turned and get it stood up and get the power on. As Brian Uriarte get tucked into the slipstream of Joel Esteban. Joel Esteban's going to hook the inside line. He goes defensive. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? Brian Uriarte on the outside. Joel Esteban doing incredibly well to hold the inside line. Is he going to run it wide though?
He's gone slightly deep through turn 10. Oh, and he's had a little mistake on the exit through turn 11. Is he going to drop it over the nose? No, he doesn't. Can Joel Esteban hold it tight? He manages to through turn 12. Only 2 corners left for Uriarte. He's going to have to repeat a famous move down into the final corner. Here we go.
Challenging in a Valentino Rossi, that's so close. It's not going to come though at the final corner. So now it's going to be a run to line between Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte. Uriarte gets it stood up. Who's going to take the win? It looks like it's a great job. It's going to be Uriarte who wins. Pips it on the line by just under 1/10 of a second. Brian Uriarte is victorious here. Well, I thought he was.
Ignore that graphic at the bottom of your screen. That is the lap before. On our timing screen, it does say... Oh, wait, it's just changed again. So there is some confusion. We think it is Uriarte. There it is, confirmed. Uriarte wins by 14 thousandths of a second from Joel Esteban. Cracking stuff, that young man. Brilliant. Well done.
Excellent stuff. That was very close, wasn't it? Coming into the final corner. But Brian Uriarte, got tucked up behind Joel Esteban, got a great one, and look at that. I absolutely love to see that. We don't see too many of that now, do we? Obviously, only one race today, so don't really have to worry about the engine too much this round. And Brian Uriarte wins here in Barcelona. Fantastic stuff from the number 51. Whew, what a race, Jack. Absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, hats off there to Brian Uriarte. That is fantastic and exactly what his championship needed. Full fat 25 points to go along with the 20 he already had from his one finish this year in Valencia. Up on to 45 points, and that will take him into contention in kind of those top maybe 5 positions. So he's certainly going to jump all the way up in the championship, and more importantly, he beat Joel Esteban in a one-on-one straight up last lap fight. That is a massive psychological advantage.
Absolutely, yeah. Joel Esteban will of course be disappointed to lose out on the line by a slimmest of margins.
Yeah, incredible.
Thousandths of a second. Like, run to the line. We see it so often here in Barcelona, don't we? Of course, it's Joel Esteban's home race. He'll have plenty of family and friends.
Here we go.
Watch along with him. Gets the Spanish flag. Yeah, he's going to be disappointed, of course, as any racer would be, losing the win on the final lap on the run to the line, but second place, can't complain there for Joel Esteban.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed there when he got the confirmation 1 second, but oh well. Certainly a fantastic job still from Joel Esteban in that race. Led it pretty much the whole way, and just for the lack of a little bit better drive out the final corner, he lost out there by just 14 thousandths of a second. Max Martinez third. Don't know if he'll be disappointed or not. Obviously, you saw those two going for the win ahead of him, and that's not what he wants to see with him, essentially being the number 1. Still has the 28 on the bike, but he is the number 1 in this category. Won the championship last year, and he can't be affording to lose any more points after a slightly difficult start.
Yeah, podiums is what he needs. He needs race victories, really, but if you're not going to be able to win the race, obviously the top 2 just broke clear of the chasing pack and eventually won another burnout. But Brian Uriarte, he's certainly enjoying that win, and so he should. Fantastic stuff in front of the grandstand there, just at the...
There's going to be nothing left of that Dunlop in a minute.
Yeah, hopefully they don't have to use that engine another time this season, because he's... yeah, giving it the revs. But yeah, fantastic stuff from Brian Uriarte. He won 1 race last year. He's back on the top step again this year as Joel Esteban rolls into pit lane. A hero's welcome from the Aspar team, and so it should be. As we mentioned, second place isn't what he would have wanted. The cactus is out. Maybe he won't do the cactus dance for us, unfortunately, this time around, but I'm sure he'll be on the top step again this year for sure. I think upon reflection, give it a few minutes, he'll be happy with that. Nico Terrell there saying, yeah, job well done. Just happens sometimes, doesn't it, when you're battling for the race win. You can lose out just by fractions of a second, and that's how it turned out. But Brian Uriarte done everyone else a favour, of course. If Joel Esteban would have walked away from victory here, then it would have looked like a very, very uphill task for the chasing pack. But Brian Uriarte has done the business here in Barcelona. Gives it the full beans again coming into Parc Ferme. Absolutely sensational stuff. The number 51. It was an incredible ride, wasn't it? And after, of course, the DNF in Valencia, after running in the leads, he's had the pace all year as Brian Uriarte. It's just a couple of DNFs have just enabled him to lose touch in the World Championship, in the Hawkers European Talent Cup Championship, sorry. So yeah, this really is now where Brian Uriarte's season could really kick on. They'll of course enjoy today, the Hawkers European Talent Cup riders. That's their only race of the day, and then they'll have a couple of weekends off and then get going. They'll head down to Jerez at the start of July. Max Martinez looks a little bit despondent with third place. Of course, he was in the lead group, wasn't he, from 7th on the grid, and then that crash for Gonzalo Perez just split up the leaders, allowed Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte to just break clear, and then from there on, after the gap got to over a second for Esteban and Uriarte, it was very, very difficult with such a pack behind them to get to reel in for Martinez. But as we say, podium is a good job for the reigning champion. Here's a few replays then from the final lap. Thought Uriarte got the job done there with Esteban running wide, but of course coming round turns 10, 11, turn 12 is a right-hander, so for Esteban he had the inside line, had the racing line. No way through for Uriarte, no way through for Uriarte at the final corner, either turn 14, but he got his Honda 250 bike stood up, got the power down, and it was just enough to beat Joel Esteban across the line. Fantastic racing in Hawkers European Talent Cup. Sensational stuff, as it has been all year, and as it will be for the rest of the season as well. 5 rounds to go. A long way to go in the title chase. Of course, Joel Esteban has been dominant so far, but he has been beaten. We mentioned before that he hadn't been beaten across the line. He got disqualified from race 2 for that technical infringement, but no one had beaten him across the line so far in 2022. But Brian Uriarte has done that now here in Barcelona, so it'll be interesting to see where Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte end up at the end of the season, as we see hopefully a slow-mo replay of his nice little burnout. Yeah, we do. Lovely stuff there, and we'll be hearing from Brian Uriarte down in Parc Ferme with Jack Gorst right about now. There they are down in Parc Ferme. Let's go down to them.
So Brian Uriarte, incredible race victory after a fantastic last lap. Just talk us through that last lap.
The last lap was incredible because Joel made a mistake in the turn 10. I tried to overtake him, but I can't. And finally in the straight with the slipstream, I overtake him. But the track was really slippery, really hot in the weather. For me, it's a special victory, and thanks to Monlau, the 150 win of Monlau. So for me, it's incredible and amazing. Thanks to all my team, my sponsors, my family, all the people who support me. Thank you.
And then just in Spanish as well for us, please.
Bueno, la última vuelta ha sido increíble porque Joel ha cometido un pequeño error. En la curva 10 intenté adelantarlo, pero no pude. Y bueno, finalmente la última vuelta por rebufo le pude adelantar. Y estoy muy, muy contento porque esta victoria para mí es especial, ya que es la 150 de Monlau. Y para mí es especial esto. La verdad es que han realizado un trabajo increíble durante todo el fin de semana y quiero agradecérselo a ellos, a mi familia, a toda la gente que me apoya, al equipo. Estoy muy agradecido. Muchas gracias.
Congratulations.
Here's highlights then from race 1, the only race of the day here at the circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, and it was Joel Esteban leading from pole position. He wasn't looking like he was going to get the whole shot, but as you can see from there, he dived up the inside down into turn 1. Last of the late breakers all day was Joel Esteban. There was Brian Uriarte though challenging him from the off, but Joel Esteban was able to hold it round the outside down into turn 10 as a freight train formed at the front in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. We saw Casey O'Gorman there in the lead group. He unfortunately suffered a technical issue in the opening exchanges after getting a good start from the front row of the grid. The lead forward had a bit of a gap in the first couple of laps, but that was soon closed by the chasing pack as Joel Esteban led from the front for most of the way. Brian Uriarte from the second row did a fantastic job all race. There's Dodo Boggio there, Guido Pini of course always in the fight at the front, Max Martinez the reigning champion as well fighting there. The top 5 then did break away, but because of all their scrapping and squabbling, it allowed the riders behind to just catch up. And there we saw a little bit of a mistake. Not sure what happened there with Joel Esteban. He ran wide down into turn 7, but he regrouped, regathered, and was soon back at the front of the race. Max Martinez took turn leading, but again, that didn't last for long. It was slipstream city down the front straight here in Barcelona, as we often see. And we saw there Joel Esteban taking the lead. Now, this was the crash then for Gonzalo Perez, unfortunately crashing out at turn 8. Clearly frustrated there, but the good thing was he was all okay. And unfortunately, that left, well, for the chasing pack, unfortunately, of course, that left Joel Esteban and Brian Uriarte with a good 2-second lead out front, and it all came down to the last lap. That was turn 10. Esteban running wide, and this was the run to the line. Uriarte got his Honda stood up very, very well indeed and pipped Joel Esteban to victory by 14 thousandths of a second, and a nice burnout to go with it. Brian Uriarte, the race winner in Barcelona.
Incredible job then by Brian Uriarte, absolutely fantastic. Almost blew my eardrums out down in Parc Ferme with that little burnout, but well deserved. Fantastic race victory there from Brian Uriarte. Just ahead of Joel Esteban in the end, 14 thousandths as we have said. And what a way to do it as well for the 150th victory of Monlau Motorsport. Of course, an incredible little organisation. Monlau Motorsport takes lots and lots of engineers, budding engineers, and turns them into Grand Prix mechanics, and also takes lots of young budding racers and turns them into Grand Prix racers as well. So certainly very good indeed. Max Martinez then comes out somewhat disappointing onto the podium for 3rd place, but it's more points on the board, and that's exactly what he needs after a difficult start. 2nd place, Joel Esteban. He's not used to that slot in 2022. He takes 2nd, and there's the man of the moment, Brian Uriarte. Fantastic victory for the number 51. Great stuff to see him get his first victory of the season. Of course, picked up 1 win last year on his way to 4th overall in the series as well. So certainly no stranger to how it feels to be at the top of the standings, or the top of the race victory and the podium. So here we go then with the trophies being presented. As we say, Max Martinez, slightly disappointed, but a very good ride indeed. Only unfortunate there with some of the moments that happened in the pack that the top 2 managed to break away. Of course, Gonzalo Perez crashed out of 3rd as soon as he got into the 3rd position slot. I'll apologise once again for the very efficient commentator's curse, which saw Gonzalo Perez fall victim at turn 8. 2nd place trophy goes away, Joel Esteban. And the 1st place trophy then, presented by Izan Guevara, the 2020 Moto3 Junior World Champion, to possibly a future Junior World Champion here in now Junior GP. We never know. We'll see how the season rolls on. We do have plenty of racing left in Hawker's European Talent Cup, and I'm sure that we will see him in Junior GP in years to come. Here's the national anthem as well.
Okay, vámonos.
So that's the 3rd race of the day complete then. And the only race for the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Of course, they'll roll on to Jerez next time out, which will certainly be quite a spicy ordeal, as we do have 2 races for them down in Jerez. Lots of fizzy water. Of course, these guys are all only around 14 or 15 years old, and already they're incredible little motorcycle riders in themselves. We do hope that in the years to come we'll see them in Junior GP and then make their way to the World Championship. And you can pretty much guarantee that most of them will as well, because it's where so many of our current championship winners, championship challengers, race winners, podium finishers come from. This championship really is a breeding ground for incredible talent. And you can see that a whole list of them. Look at that. Brian Uriarte then wins it by 14 thousandths from Joel Esteban. His first the first time of the year he hasn't crossed the line first. From Max Martinez, Jesus Rios, cracking ride from him. Guido Pini 5th, continues the consistency. Dodo Boggio, Alberto Ferrandez, Cesar Perea and Emmanuel Brinton picking up a good 9th place there for the young Brit. Hakim Danish finishes 10th in the end. Rouge Moody 11th, not too bad from him. Rico Samelo would have been hoping for slightly more, but still 12th is good. Points on the board. Luciano Alciuti Buchanan picks up the final points, the Kiwi, just ahead of his teammate Carter Thompson, the Australian, and then Miguel as well in 17th. Aguilar, Trias, Fernandez, Mario, Fuertes, Daniel, and then Alsina, who crashed out of the leading pack after coming up from, I think, 15th on the grid it was, down there, non-scorer. Guillaume Plonk as well, who he crashed out with, and Gonzalo Perez. Apologies again, Gonzalo, for the commentator's curse, but yeah. We roll on. And here's the championship standings once we give them another go. Hopefully they do appear and we'll be able to update you of just what they look like. There it is then, 95 points. The perfect streak is gone for Joel Esteban, already gone after that disqualification, but he did cross the line first. So 22 ahead then of Guido Pini's nearest challenger from Danish, Rico Samela, Dodo Boggio, Brian Oriarte, who jumps all the way up to 6th place. Max Martinez in 7th now on 41 points. Alberto Ferrandez and Casey O'Gorman, the luckless O'Gorman, finishes in 9th place on the standings. Jesus Rios, Emmanuel Brinton, Paz, Sina, Gonzalo Perez, Cesar Pria, Rouge Mouley, Carton Thompson and Guillaume Plonk down in 17th on 10 points. And then completing the championship order, Lorenzo Luciano also on 10th from Blind Trias, Marc Aguilar, Marco Garcia Miguel, Jose Mario, Hamad Al Saouti, Adriano Donoso and Christian Daniel, the American, down there in 25th with 3 points. And completing the order, Johnny Garnett, the young Brit, who had he crashed out of that one he did from Cormac McCann. So there it is then, the number 51. He picks up his first race victory of the year. When he finishes the race, he gets on the podium. 2nd and 1st places are his only finishes of the season. And a cracking way to do it. Just 14 thousandths at the line. The number 51 is going to threaten the number 78 all the way in this 2022 Hawkers European Talent Cup season. Brian Oriarte is your winner.
Hello and welcome back then to the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We've had 3 races already today, 2 to go, and it's time for race 2 for the Junior GP class. What a race we had earlier on this morning. If you haven't watched it already, do go back and watch it. There was a runaway race winner, of course, but the battle for the podium went right down, I should say, to the wire. 16 more laps coming up for the Moto3 Junior GP riders. Fantastic layout, isn't it? The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. It's very, very warm today as well. So this afternoon's race is going to be very tricky indeed. 4.7 kilometres, plenty of overtaking opportunities, none more so than just down here out of your picture, down the front straight. Slipstream City it is. 1 kilometre, full gas, hard on the braking zone down into turn 1. We're going to see plenty of action down here. But the question is, Jack, can anyone beat Jose Antonio Rueda? Because his victory margin in race 1 was over 11 seconds, would you believe it or not, and that's including him cruising over the line and probably cruising around most of the last lap as well. So yeah, a dominant victory for the pole sitter. Yeah, 11 seconds is just about as good as it gets, not far off a second a lap with only 16 laps in this race, of course. So yeah, can anyone beat Rueda, sorry?
Well, it's going to be difficult, let's put it that way. He's been in incredible form all season long. Of course, his win here earlier was just magnificent.
And this was his win here earlier. He didn't get the launch he would have possibly wanted. Asman, the number 63 for the middle of the front row, did get the whole shot, but it was at turn 3 as the riders dived into turn 1 here in Catalunya. It was at turn 3, just around turn 2 there. There it is, the passing manoeuvre, turn 3 for Jose Antonio Rueda. And from then on, unfortunately for the riders behind, it was good night Vienna, because the number 99 did not look back. The fight for the podium raged on though. David Alonso there just keeping tabs until a few laps in, and then he lost touch in the podium fight. And for most of it, it was between Angel Becerras, the number 18, David Salvador, the number 38, and Asman. There's David Alonso and Harrison Voigt battling out there in the lower ends of the top 10. And the number 7 there, Filippo Farioli, did very well indeed from 11th on the grid to claw his way back into the podium fight. And there he is moving into second place on the number 7 Aspar junior team bike. And from there on in the last few laps, it was a cracking battle for the final podium places, second and third, eventually going the way of Asman and Filippo Farioli. Salvador and Angel Becerras just missing out. This was the last lap. Asman started the last lap in 5th place, but by turn 10 here, he made his way up into second place, past Filippo Farioli. This was Rueda cruising across the line, looked back, absolutely no one in sight. 11 seconds, over 11 seconds, victory for Jose Antonio Rueda. Dominant victory in race 1. What will he do in race 2? Can anyone do anything about Jose Antonio Rueda taking a 3rd straight victory of the season here in Barcelona?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult to stop Jose Antonio Rueda then. As you say, eyeing up a 3rd victory in a row here in 2022. Once floodgates open, sometimes they just never close, and that could well be the way that it's going to go from here. Of course, watch out for Sarifdin Asman, finished 2nd in the first race after a pretty titanic scrap for that 2nd place, pretty much most of the race. And then Filippo Farioli as well, obviously doing a cracking job. 2 podiums on the bounce now, 2nd, 3rd. And yeah, just impressing and doing really good stuff there on the Husqvarna.
Exactly right there,
Sorry,
Jack.
On the gas.
So then this is the grid then for race 2, but this is get to know Angel Becerras, the rookie sensation.
Soy Ángel Piqueras, tengo 15 años, vengo de un pueblo de Ayora, de Valencia, y bueno, estoy compitiendo actualmente en Moto 3 en el Team Estrella Galicia. Para mí el segundo puesto, saliendo el último, era como una victoria. Fue difícil porque yo creo que llegaba con los neumáticos más gastados que otras personas, porque al ir remontando y forzando más de la cuenta, yo creo que iba con menos neumáticos que otros, entonces me era muy difícil defender la posición. Fui pasando a gente desde la primera curva, pude llegar al grupo de cabeza. No se podía guardar, porque si no, no llegas al grupo. Fue desde el principio tirando todo lo que podía. La verdad me sorprendí a mí mismo.
Yeah, good stuff there from Angel Becerras. He was talking about the race in Valencia that was the last round. He had a qualifying penalty to contend with after qualifying on the front row, as he has done here, the number 18 rookie, and by sort of like 5th or 6th, if memory serves me correct, he was in the lead group and leading the race, and only got pipped to the post by David Alonso at the final corner. So yeah, that race in Valencia, from a rookie, remember, Angel Becerras is inexperienced in Junior GP, the Moto 3 class. Sensational stuff, and he was in the podium fight once again in race 1, and he looks every bit as good to fight at the front again in race 2.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's, you know, unfortunate for him with what happened with the penalty, but obviously it gave this incredible ride, and obviously he just narrowly missed out on the podium earlier by, I think, 2/10 or something in the end. So certainly there's every prospect that he could well land on the podium here in the 2nd race of the day. But here's the man of the moment then. Rueda, as you can see there, 1st in championship, 83 points as he points to the side. Getwasun Yambias, the number 94, calls his teammate. Not riding today after a crash in QP1 yesterday at turn 2 or 3. So we send our well wishes to Yambias, of course, doing a cracking job here in his 1st season in Moto 3.
Yeah, fortunate for Yambias because he went really well in Estoril and Valencia. Yeah, unfortunately crashed at turn 2 yesterday, and he's unfortunately injured and not riding today. Now, Asman ended his Baron podium run. He won here last year in 2021 in Barcelona, went podiumless until this morning, and you can see what it meant to him, couldn't you? He obviously loves this Barcelona layout, as do many of the riders. It's a very, very good layout indeed. But yeah, Asman returning to the podium, long-awaited return to the podium, so that's good stuff for Zarifdin Asman.
Here's Bouazri then in the actual grid slot that he did qualify in. So this is where he would have been on the grid, was showing really, really good speed. You can see that he's getting a little bit of treatment there on his right wrist, just from a very helpful Somkiat Chantra, not just a Moto2 World Championship rider, but also a physiotherapist by the looks of it. So yeah, very helpful there from Somkiat. Not too sure if Bouazri picked up a slight knock over the weekend or whether it was from race 1, but certainly there just a little bit of deep heat on the wrist.
Yeah, he had a crash in Valencia, so I'm wondering if it's just the after effects of that, but it's not affecting him too much. Is that what looked like a little bit of an injury. So here's David Salvador then. Obviously that run of 3 straight podiums in Estoril and 2 races in Valencia came to an end this morning, but he was in the podium fight. Some of you probably would have seen that David Salvador was riding in the Moto3 World Championship here last weekend. Unfortunately crashed out, but made a really good account of himself. He has done in all of his races in the World Championship this year, filling in for the likes of John McPhee and Ayumu Sasaki. So David Salvador, really one to watch here today in race 2, and one for the future as well. He's an exciting young Spaniard, and yeah, he'll be out for revenge after just missing out on the podium on the last lap in that fight with Asman Piqueras and Farioli.
Here's Daniel Munoz, number 17. Of course, had a slightly difficult first race down in 12th, and some 19 seconds off the win, but only 8 seconds off the battle for the podium in the end. But as you can see there, it's kind of that region where he has been in the races this year. Of course, we've seen him up in the front group a little bit in Valencia, but yeah, that 12th place isn't too bad, to be fair, for Daniel Munoz, but he certainly will be hoping for more. And I think I'd say he does have the pace to do a little bit more. Probably just like the setup wasn't exactly what he wanted in the first race, but as we know, they always learn and make adjustments for race 2 and see what they can do.
Sharil's point scoring run goes on, the rookie in the Junior GP. He's been doing very well, the number 32 Junior Talent Team rider. Second in ATC last year with a few podiums to his name. And of course, that horrific injury suffered in 2018. It's great to see Daniel Sharil back racing and fighting at the front, fighting for the points in the Junior GP Championship. Now here's David Alonso. We didn't quite see what happened to him, did we, in race 1, Jack? Because he finished down in 11th place, but he was running in 6th place. He just lost touch on the podium battle in the open exchanges and was battling his teammate Farioli for quite a while, and Harrison Voigt too. And then all of a sudden he finished 11th, so we're not quite sure what happened.
He did, but I just had a quick scan of his lap times there, and there wasn't one that was remarkably worse than the rest, but actually his last 3 were all about 2 seconds off the pace. So I just wonder if his rear tyre fell off a cliff at the end and he just really started to suffer, and that was what saw him slip down the order and into the clutches of the chasing pack. But yeah, he suddenly kind of just disappeared at that 6th place, and we weren't too sure what happened to him.
Yeah, interesting stuff, because obviously this race here is going to be even more punishing on the tyres, with track temperatures absolutely soaring, air temperature soaring as well, of course. Just having a look at Eddie O'Shea there. He's taken a real step up this year as Eddie O'Shea. Unfortunately, he just missed out on the points in race 1. He finished down in 16th, but he did have a long lap penalty to contend with. So that did affect him a little bit, the number 31 rider. But yeah, he's made a real step as the British rider in the British Talent Team. Sophomore year in the Junior GP paddock. He's, of course, in the Red Bull Rookies as well. 11th over there. Best of 4th so far in Mugello for Eddie O'Shea. So yeah, good stuff for Eddie O'Shea, and starting from 9th place, he'll be hoping to fare a little bit better this time around. So here's a rundown of the grid then. Rueda starting from pole, Woodsmore from Asman and Piqueras. Bouazri up into 4th place where he qualified after the penalty earlier on. Salvador and Daniel Munoz in 6th. Sharil, David Alonso and Eddie O'Shea complete row 3.
There's Colin Vire doing a cracking job in Red Bull Rookies this year. He starts 10th from Farioli, podium man in the first race, and Al Mansa, who is doing a really good job off the line to get up into that lead group early. Voigt, Lanetta and 02 watch out for the rookie on the 85. Aditama as well there on row 6. Then row 7, Ruder, Ralston and Morosi from Detweiler, Volpe and Gorb. I believe Volpe had a crash. I can't remember who exactly it was with in the first race, but Volpe did go out. It's with Philip Ton actually just behind him on the row 9 there. Then Uchimi, Carpe, Rosenthaler and Radner's out is Gordon Brothers in 31st and 32nd.
There's the poleman, there's the championship leader, there's the 2-time winner so far this year in Junior GP. He's eyeing a hat-trick of wins in a row. And if race 1's anything to go by, then it looks like it might come to him fairly easy. The riders, of course, will be hoping to make the number 99's life a little bit more difficult, because it only took him to turn 3 to make the race-winning move on Asman, and then he cleared off into the distance.
Yeah,
I was going to say slowly but surely, but it wasn't really slowly at all, was it?
No.
He was quick to make his mark and, yeah, storm home to race 1 victory. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone has obviously done the homework after race 1, see if they've made any good improvements. That being said, Rueda could have made improvements himself. So this is going to be really interesting to see if anyone can live with Rueda past turn 3. But conditions have worsened for these riders. I know it's beaming sunshine, but the track's going to be greasier. It's a lot hotter out there than it was this morning, and we saw in qualifying yesterday, didn't we, that lap times were at least a second slower, if not more, in the afternoon.
And one man that was actually really, really quick in the hot conditions, I believe, was Farioli, right?
Yeah.
Because in QP2 yesterday, he actually bettered his time, and I think he was only one of 3 riders or something incredible like that that bettered their time from QP1 to QP2. So Farioli certainly doesn't mind it when the conditions get a little bit toasty, and, well, he was already on the podium today, so if he's even better in the heat, then could be quite a little good battle. But we have to say as well, in that QP2 session, I think it was Rueda that was quickest anyway.
Yeah.
So Rueda is still going to be the benchmark even in these hot conditions.
Yeah, Rueda this weekend has just been a class above, really, hasn't he? He's been the riders to beat in the cooler morning conditions and the afternoon conditions. Now there you have the championship standings. Rueda leading by 24 points, almost a race worth victory of points over David Salvador. David Alonso there, race 1 winner in Valencia in 3rd. Farioli in 4th, Alonso's teammate after his back-to-back podiums now in Valencia and race 1 here. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. David Alonso will be wanting to bounce him back from that P11 in race 1. But yeah, it is all about whether anyone can ruffle a few feathers in Rueda's terms. Can anyone stick with him? Can anyone do anything about him going on to win a 3rd race in a row? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, very soon indeed then. We'll be underway in just about 30 seconds time. They're all coming to the grid. They'll stop at their grid slots, do their final little procedures and starts, get some temperature into the brakes, although it's not too hard on a hot day.
Yeah,
today.
Don't need to work too hard for that, do they?
No, certainly not. I wouldn't be doing any sort of stuff like that. I'd just roll up. So anyway then, you can see the safety cars at the back. They're going to pull into position as long as everyone else. The man with all the authority at the front. And we are going to be ready to go in just a few seconds.
Asman got the whole shot in turn 1 earlier on today. Will he do the same this time around? So they're going to be underway very shortly. The red lights appear and then they go out, and we're underway here for race 2. Rueda gets a good start, but again it looks like Asman's got a good getaway. He has, but Rueda's got an even better start than he did in race 1. He cuts across the line of the others. The others are going to tuck into the slipstream. That's Tachkorn Brasserie getting a great start from 4th on the grid. Is he going to be last of the late breakers? I think he is. Tachkorn Brasserie, the number 33 rider, takes the whole shot. Rueda's got a nice line, but Brasserie have the inside line for turn 2, but then Rueda's got a good outside line round into turn 3, and he takes the lead again at turn 3, round the outside. Classy there from Rueda to get the better of Brasserie. So Rueda leads then on lap 1.
So deja vu then in Junior GP. Rueda leads it through turn 3. Brilliant start, as Elliot said, for Brasserie. But also that purple bike there, just on the right of your picture, David Almanza, number 22. What is he doing on the starts? He's incredible off the line. He's up into 5th from, I believe, 12th on the grid. Superb stuff from the man on the Finetwork bike.
Salvador up into 3rd place. Piqueras demoted to 4th place. I think that's Piqueras anyway. No, it's Asman, so I'm not sure where Piqueras has dropped down to. I think he's 3rd place, actually, judging from this. No, he's up with Salvador. Don't know where Piqueras is. I think he's down
4th,
into 4th, so I was right at the start. So Piqueras in 4th. I think he's just going to dive. No, not quite this time around. So yeah, already what we were saying at the start, if he gets the whole shot, which he didn't, but turn 3 once again, Rueda, as we have an incident there down at turn 5. That's Eddie O'Shea as well. Can't quite see who the other bike was, but yeah, disappointment there. So yeah, just come on a screen. Charil, Colin Via, Luca Lanetta and Eddie O'Shea. So 2 of the junior talent team riders there. Colin Via, 2nd in the Red Bull Rookies Cup this year, and Luca Lanetta unfortunately crashing down there at turn 5. So hopefully all those riders are okay. Lap 1 crash then there for those 4 riders as we nearly complete this lap. You can see there on your screens Rueda, that's pushing up to nearly a second on the opening lap already. It's 8/10 through the latest split. Salvador just running wide there. That's going to cost him a run down into turn 1 on this 2nd lap. But as we cross the line, then the gap from Rueda to David Salvador is up to a second already. Not sure that was on the grass as the riders jostle for position down into turn 1. Salvador! That's very, very tight.
Oh my lord. Oh, careful, that is
how has no one gone down there?
incredibly lucky. The only man that, well, got on the unlucky side of that then was Tachikon Bouazri. That's such a shame after an incredible start. That's going to ruin his race. Oh, massive shame for the Asian Talent Team rider, but that was incredibly lucky. Contact between David Alonso and David Salvador, and that sent David Salvador skittling down into turn 1. That was a lucky one.
That was very scary indeed. How no one went down. Thankfully, no one went down. I will never know. But yeah, Bouazri there, the unlucky party, couldn't do anything about that, unfortunately. David Salvador just got out of shape. Contact with David Alonso down into turn 1. Late on the brakes.
Someone's down.
I think that's the 2 bikes from earlier. So hopefully the yellow flags are out at least there. But yeah, 2 bikes on the edge of the track, that's not good at all. So hopefully they're cleared as the riders pass by this lap and the marshals can clear them bikes out of the way. I assume it was the 2 bikes that were left from the lap 1 crash. Yeah, hopefully they're cleared. But yeah, drama then here, early stages in Junior GP Race 2. David Salvador keeping it upright somehow. We're going to get a replay
Here we go.
here.
So this is the contact then. Look at that. David Salvador elbows into David Alonso, of course. They're all weaving around, doesn't realise there. David Alonso gets on the brake. Contact again from Salvador. And then Bouazri is the unlucky party in that. Has no idea that Salvador is a little bit out of control coming down into turn 1. Just gets punted into the gravel. Such a shame for Bouazri there after starting in his original grid slot that he earned through hard work yesterday in qualifying. And now he's all the way down in 27th place. But this man, what is he like? He's like Casey Stoner on the first laps. Incredibly, he's just absolutely bolted and put 1.4 seconds on the field.
Well, he's riding the blue number 99, and a certain blue number 99 in MotoGP years gone by has done exactly this, hasn't he?
Should have made that connection, really.
Jorge Lorenzo we're talking about, of course. So yeah, Rueda really in the groove now, and it looks like at 1.2 seconds he's going to clear off into the distance once again, but we never know. Things could still change, and it's Asman, the 2nd place finisher in race 1, who is 2nd with Filippo Farioli in 3rd place, with David Salvador in 4th place. Yeah, terrible look there for Bouazri. Where's he dropped down to now?
27th.
Yeah, 27th. So unfortunately for Bouazri, that's race over. Maybe he can salvage some points from there. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, hopefully, because for Bouazri that is a massive shame. But anyway, back to the front then, and Asman was only 1/10 slower than Rueda on that lap. Just for comparison, compared to race 1 earlier on, a couple of hours ago, Rueda did a 49.8 that lap round. I remember from the first race, he did a 48.8 as his last lap. So conditions at the moment, they're about a second slower. We'll see what Rueda can do this time round. Maybe he's clicked into his rhythm now, but I don't think he'll go much quicker than that 49.8.
No, difficult, isn't it? Yeah, like we say before, second a lap, roughly, give or take, is what the riders lose in the hotter, sticky, greasier conditions. As Farioli then makes his way up into 2nd place at turn 10 on Asman Salvador's hunting Asman as well, and the fight for the top, well, the 2nd place really, as Rueda's clearing off, is down to, I think, 8th place Harrison Voigt. We've got a good race on our hands again for the podium fight. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for a race win, I don't think, because there you can see the blue speck there of Jose Antonio Rueda clearing off into the distance.
Yeah, certainly is clearing off into the distance, and it looks as though he has extended the advantage again on this lap. What is it as they come across the line? He sets a 49.7. Oh, actually, Farioli with a 49.3. That is quite rapid. So, cracking lap then, Farioli. Maybe if he gets to the front of this group, he can indeed close the gap. But he does have to get past the 63 and the 38 of Salvador and Asman first. So let's see if he can do that. Shout out to the man that is, or was at least, at the head of that chasing pack. Javi Sura, 2 further rookie, the number 85 on the MTA machine. He was at the head of that pack, now just slipped back a little bit, and it looks as though it's Aditama. So congrats to that man, because he's doing an incredible job this weekend, heading up this chasing pack behind them.
The positive news, well, there's many positive news, but one of the positive news for Rueda is now he's got that gap, he can just manage his tyres from here. If the guys have any chance of winning, Farioli obviously setting that rapid lap time, which was half a second faster than Rueda. He's got to use all his tyres, and in this heat they're going to churn up a lot more than they did in the cooler conditions. So yeah, I think Rueda obviously has built that gap, nearly 2 seconds, and he can just manage it from here. Salvador then is in 2nd place with Asman right behind him. Podium finisher, of course, Asman in the first race. Salvador finished 5th to break his P3 streak at the start of 2022. So he'll be out for a vengeance in this race. But he's got a gaggle of riders behind him. What can David Alonso do this race? We mentioned, didn't we, that he dropped down to P11 at the end. He's about where he was in the first race before. He's just started slowly drifting back into the pack. But the thing for Farioli is he is now 2nd. He was nowhere near 2nd at this stage of the race, was he, in race 1?
No, he wasn't. He was mired down in the pack a little bit, really getting bumped and barged around. And speaking of bumping and barging, that is exactly what these guys don't need to do. They need to take a page out of the book of Esteban and Uriarte in the Hawkers European Talent Cup race, which you've just seen, and work together. Use the slipstream to your benefit, not to the benefit of just yourself. So, as we see there, 2.2 then for the number 99. That's actually a lot more than that. Mechanics need to update that one. It's 2.9 now. So, it does seem as though Rueda out front, just able to hit his own lines, not have to worry about anyone else diving up the inside of him, and he can just set his own lap times. Farioli came onto the straight in 2nd place, and what is he? He's down to 7th now. Incredible.
Yeah, that's just the slipstream coming into effect, isn't it? It's exactly what can happen, and exactly what obviously you don't want to happen with Farioli. Clearly has podium pace here, and he showed Piqueras running into the car park pretty much.
Some extra track out there, apparently.
Out the outside at turn 3. But yeah, for Farioli, it's unfortunate for him, isn't it? Because he obviously set that fastest lap of the race last time around. Well, not last time around, at least the team are having fun seeing Piqueras take a wider than expected route, should we say, out on the outside of turn 3. But they're 2 men, of course, are now 1 and 2, so this would be a perfect result for Team Australia for 0-0 here in Barcelona.
Yeah, it certainly would be, and they'll be hoping that Asman can get up into that 3rd place as well. Of course, rides under the same outfit, but it's under the name of the SIC Racing Hispanic International Circuit Racing, backed by that circuit, of course, and, well, they would have been very happy with his 2nd place earlier on.
Rueda then, 3 seconds clear, over 3 seconds clear, and then this is where the battle is for 2nd and 3rd place, the final 2 spots on the podium. Question is, who will get it? Angel Piqueras will be looking to, like David Salvador, who are on the podium places at the minute with just over 11 laps to go, missed out on the podium by a matter of inches, didn't they, in race 1? And Piqueras, as we mentioned before, didn't we, really is a rookie sensation. We've got to remember this is only his 3rd round on a Moto3 bike, Piqueras. He's doing exceptionally well. Obviously, the Team Australia Galicia team is a very, very well set up team indeed. It's a great breeding ground for these riders to learn their trades, and Piqueras is doing exactly that and impressing everyone. Yeah, it really is. I mean, you won't be surprised if you see him in the World Championship in a couple of years' time, when he's old enough to do so, of course, with the new regulations coming in for the rule changes. But yeah, certainly you would say that give him another year and he'll be the finished article ready to go up into World Championship, full-on World Championship competition. There is still David Alonso, as you say, Elliot, just in the middle of that pack. Not really made any progress, but certainly not lost any either. So doing a solid job, just holding in there, holding stationary and holding solid. I think what's helping the guys that just behind, like they were in race 1, like David Alonso, Harrison Voigt, Felipe Faraday was of course behind, and of course David Almanza now in the pack as well. The top, well, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, which was Piqueras, Asman and Salvador, were just a little bit further up the road when they had about a 2nd advantage. Now they don't, so it's easier for these guys to stay in the slipstream, stay in the coattails of the riders in front and stay in the podium battle for longer, which is what they're doing at the minute. Farioli, I thought he would make a bit more progress than he has after dropping down into like 6th, 7th. He's now 8th at the back of this group. Maybe he's just biding his time. He knows that Rueda now is clearing off into the distance. The race win, really, unless Rueda makes a big mistake, is out of the equation. So maybe Farioli's just boxing clever. Yeah, Almanza up the inside there, down into turn 10. Oh, Voigt's going to hang around the outside, hold strong. Is Almanza going to cut the inside of him in 12? I don't think so. So it seems as though the Australian Harrison Voigt there doing a cracking job, holding off on the 6:58 Squadron course machine. And we're coming down now to go into 10 laps to go. So certainly time is ticking away in this race already. The gap at the front is now up to 4.7 seconds. So certainly it does seem still Rueda just is able to bang in those 49s, no problem. And actually we've just seen Piqueras drop down into the 51s for the first time, and the rest of the group in the high 50s. So certainly these guys, whether they're scrapping, they're not scrapping too much. We've seen fairly consistency Piqueras at the head of this group, but they're definitely not on the same level of pace as Rueda is. Unbelievable, isn't it? Just rattling off 49s for fun, high 49s, and just streaking away about a second a lap. It's absolutely sensational stuff from Jose Antonio Rueda. This will be pricking the ears of plenty of World Championship teams, of course. He won't be able to join them next year when he's 17, but when he's 18, the year after that, I think he's going to be grabbing plenty of attention, of course, leading the Rookies Cup Championship as well. He's in absolutely scintillating form in 2022 is Jose Antonio Rueda, as Salvador gets a little bit busy with Sarifdin Asman. Of course, Asman beat him to the podium in race 1, so Salvador will be eager to return the favour in race 2 if he can. David Almanza there, number 22, just making his way slowly through the field, just ahead of Harrison Voigt. Harrison Voigt in Tennessee wasn't in Valencia after that crash in Estoril. The 658 team wasn't in Valencia. Went to try and find them, but they weren't there, so obviously I didn't find them at all. But good to see Harrison Voigt back in form after an injury-ridden 2021, didn't he? The Harrison Voigt had a nasty injury in the Portimao race in 2021. I think had another injury at the end of the year as well. So great to see Harrison Voigt back in action and back in the podium fight.
Yeah, it's very good to see. It was a pretty big injury that he sustained in Portimao, as you say. So yeah, very, very good to see him. Really not that long after the injury happened and get back up to where he already was in this kind of championship. Now, actually, as it just pops up, he does have a track limits warning, does number 29 Harrison Voigt. So he does need to be careful then. Obviously, the stewards have got their beady eyes on him, and they'll have them even more on him now. So he does not need to encounter along that penalty, because that would ruin his race, because there's a whole lot of open air behind him. And it'll be a very long lane, very lonely race from there. David Almanza up into third.
Yeah, that weaving's scaring me down the front straight. They need to just be careful about that, because I've already seen in the early exchanges Barasri fell foul of Salvador and Alonso coming into contact. Let's see what
he actually said
progress is.
PB lap last time around.
Yeah, Barasri up into 25th, so he's still a fair way off the points, unfortunately, for Barasri. Of course, won race 1 and was the championship leader heading into Valencia. Salvador and Almanza get close for comfort. 8 and a bit laps to go, though. Plenty of time left for these guys to get themselves into position, work out where other riders are strong as Almanza dives up the inside. No messing about from the number 22. He was a crasher and taps the back of his seat unit. I don't think they're going to listen to you, unfortunately, Almanza. They'd never really do it at this level. They never really do anyway. That's very wide. Running wide.
He's going to have to give up some time for that.
It definitely is, yeah, otherwise he'll get a bit of a penalty. So he's given up 2 positions, so that should be okay with race direction. Can't be sure, but it should be okay. But yeah, if you cut the corner and don't give a couple of seconds or at least a couple of places back, then you will receive a penalty. So yeah, Piqueras doing well there just to let a couple of riders out, Almanza and David Salvador through.
Ooh, little twitch there from David Salvador as we do look at the Finetwork box. On left there's Alonso Lopez, of course, come in to replace Romano Finati at the Boscuro team, and doing a cracking job actually. He's been ahead of his, well, much talked about young star of a teammate, Firmino Aguirre, in the last couple of recent races. And if you think back to last year in the Moto2 European Championship, it was the way round. Alonso Lopez didn't win a race in Moto2 European Championship until I think the very last round or something, or the round before. So certainly it was all one-way traffic in that sense. And now as soon as it's World Championship, it seems to have switched. Here, look at this then. This is 5 abreast down into turn 1. Wow, that's Salvador. A late one from Salvador up the inside of Asman, pushes him wide. Is that going to let Piqueras sweep over the nose? It does. So Piqueras picks the pocket of his teammate too. Does he go to the inside? He does. Oh, who's that AGR team? I can't see which number that one is. That's a shame. There's already one AGR team down. If it was Volpi, or is it Torren Collins? It might have been... No, it's Volpi. So that's a double DNF for Volpi today. That's a disaster then for Volpi. That's such a shame for the AGR team. 2 of their bikes out of this race. Just Torren Collins left representing that squad.
Yeah, look, a fairly big crash there for Matteo Volpi, so thankfully again that he's back up on his feet. That's 2 DNFs, yeah. Good to see him walking away, clearly despondent, clearly disappointed, but he'll be able to regather his thoughts and go again back in Jerez in a few weeks' time. So David Almanza then has hit the front of this group. He is in 2nd place with David Salvador in 3rd. We saw this from Salvador in race 1, didn't we? He was always there, always in the top 2, top 3, never really let himself slip down the order too much. Piqueras there just behind them, and Volpi. Filippo Farioli is just slowly then making his way back through the pack, the podium finisher in race 1. Asman's there as well, so this is really going to go down to the wire. Not going to catch Rueda though, unfortunately. 7.4 seconds is the gap as David Almanza's team look on. Yeah, there's Alonso Lopez in the picture as well, so good to see former riders in the Junior GP paddock making their way. Obviously, a lot of the riders live nearby in Barcelona, don't they? So a nice little easy trip for them to come watch their counterparts, their younger counterparts, do business.
Yeah, certainly is. It's a cracking place to come watch this, and as you say, not too far from where lots of the World Championship riders live. Speaking of David Almanza once again, the 22 on the lovely purple bike there in the middle of the shot. He just holds off from David Salvador. He is actually a rookie himself as well. We've said lots about the rookie of Angel Piqueras, but David Amansa is a rookie too, up from ETC from last year. And if he does manage to pick a podium up here, it would be his first of the year. So certainly congratulations, put your hands together for that man if he does manage to do that. And anyway, because he is battling in here with some very, very established names and some guys that have done some really good stuff on World Championship level as well. Speaking of the man behind him, David Salvador, who did a great job last week deputising for Ayumu Sasaki in Husqvarna team.
We saw our mans yesterday, didn't we? He had a technical issue or mechanical issue. It's Alex Gordon, unfortunately, pulling into pit lane on the Leopard Impala machine, yeah. We saw David Almanza yesterday have a technical issue in QP2, didn't we, in these sorts of conditions, and he lost a fair chunk of time. Probably a good 20 minutes or so. They're trying to get the bike back into the pit. He did eventually get back out, but only for a few laps. So he did lose some crucial time as he slips there onto the green paint. So he needs to be careful with that. But yeah, this is good stuff then from David Almanza, who lost crucial track time yesterday afternoon. David Salvador getting a little bit busy, but not this time around on Angel Piqueras. It was just here that David Almanza suffered that issue.
It was.
The number 22 rider. So yeah, good stuff from the rookie.
I think it was actually his ETC teammate Alberto Ferrandis which suddenly became taxi man and gave him a lift back to the pits. So yeah, good teamwork from those two boys there. But yeah, certainly David Amansa doing a cracking job. That's Abi Adetama crashed out. That's such a shame as he was running strongly in the top 15. That's a shame for number 34. Constantly getting better this year is Abi, so hopefully we'll see him in Jerez and he can go again and pick up some of the more. Why? That's close. Some
so
more points that he deserves.
That front straight. It looks like it's going to be Asman. Well, I say that. Maybe speaking a bit too soon. It's Angel Piqueras late on the brakes there. David Salvador looking at the inside again. It just looks like, well, it did look like these four just had a little bit of a gap on the two Aspar team riders. Farioli leading David Alonso and Harrison Voigt there at the back of Salvador. Shoves Angel Piqueras out of the way. With 6 laps to go, it's starting to get a bit busy now, isn't it? With Rueda now 8.5 seconds up the road. We've not seen much of him, and there's good reason for it. This is where the battle is, and Rueda's just cleared off, unfortunately.
Yeah, it'd be cracking to talk to Harrison Voigt after this one, just ask him about the chaos that was going on in front of him, because he's just been at the back of this, watching it all unfold as he sees David Amansa at the front of the group just dive bomb past Piqueras once more. So certainly, yeah, you know, Harrison Voigt there looks as though he hasn't quite got the pace to be able to barge through these guys, but if there is some moves that go wrong and people go wide, he's certainly going to pick up quite a lot of places and points very quickly.
Well, exactly. All he has to do is try and keep with them, and yeah, like you say, if these guys are going to battle it out, he's there to pick up the pieces. I did just see him look behind as he runs there on the green as well. So he's already had a warning, isn't he? If he hasn't done it since then, that's his fourth. So he's only got one more chance before he does get a long lap penalty. Does Harrison Voigt on the 658 machine there at the back of the pack? But yeah, all he's got to do is try and stick with these guys and pick up any pieces that might fall his way. As we take a look inside the Husqvarna garage, a nice painting on the wall there, good colours.
Yeah, certainly quite nice looking machine is the Husqvarna. That's Daniel Munoz. He's crashed out of that top 15 battle as well. So we were saying about him hopefully having a better ride this afternoon. I think he was 12th in the first race, and that one is not going to pull off for him. So that's unfortunate for Daniel Munoz. We'll see him in Jerez as well. Oi, that's David Salvador taking a void in action, weaving all the way down the straight. Who is that all the way on the inside? That's Filippo Farioli. What's he going to do? Is he going to dive on his teammate? He does, and Almansa holds on to second for now.
It's a bit too close for comfort for me down that front straight, isn't it? It's just, yeah, just keep your powder dry, boys. Just concentrate on trying to get a decent slipstream and then get it late on the brakes. Try and make a move down into turn one instead of weave. That's Farioli right up the inside of David Salvador. He's going to make a move. No, not quite this time around. But Farioli then starting to get busy after a fair handful of laps, just keeping his powder dry, keeping it nice and clean at the rear of the pack, and now he's slowly picking his way forward. Is the race 2 podium finisher, race 1 podium finisher, sorry.
Yeah, wait, that's incredibly close for Piqueras. Almost got his front wheel wiped out, and you know what happens when front wheels and rear wheels meet? The rear one always wins, so that wouldn't have been too good. But Salvador there slotted in right behind. I tell you what, Salvador, again, just can hold himself within a pack, can't he? He seems to be able just to not get barged around and just not bully his way forwards if he does get barged around, but just make sure he sticks some firm moves in, and he doesn't really let too many people past him. So certainly a good rider in a pack.
Are we going to get a few dress rehearsals then down into
there's
turn
one.
10? There's one. David Salvador sticking up the inside of Angel Piqueras. That's, yeah, if it goes down to last lap, which I predict it will, we're going to see some business down there to turn 10, because it's the last proper overtaking opportunity. But as we've seen in years gone by, this one isn't really turns 13.
That is a lonely race.
14. It is a lonely race, but it's also a fantastic race. Half the front straight before the riders battling for the podium come over to cross the line. Simply sensational. This sort of running out of superlatives really to describe Jose Antonio Rueda in 2022, and especially this weekend, because he has been utterly dominant. But there's about 5 abreast then going into turn 1. David Almanza there, but it is Salvador then who moves up into second place. That's another area where we're going to see plenty of action in the final 4 laps.
Yeah, he's good on the brakes, this Salvador, down into turn 1. Certainly gets on the anchors pretty well. He's a big boy to be in the bubble behind that motor-free machine, but when it comes to the brakes, no one's better than him at the moment, although David Almanza's going to have a word about that. Up the inside, down into turn 4. Incredible stuff.
That was a cracking run out of turn 3, wasn't it, for David Almanza? Got it stood up and got it moved over to the inside line. And then got the move stuck as Asman sticks it up the inside of David Salvador. So yeah, the riders now really trying to make their way into the top sort of 2-3 positions of this pack, top 4 maybe as well, to try and get themselves into the best position possible in the final 3 laps, because from here anything can happen. And Harrison Voigt just losing touch a little bit, but he's still there to pick up any pieces that fall his way. And Farioli is back behind David Alonso now as well. So any of these guys can stand on the podium today. It just depends on how they play it in the last 3 and a bit laps.
Yeah, it certainly does. And it seems at the moment, with, you know, approaching the last 3 laps, all sorts of references for pace and lap time has just gone out the window. These guys are just trying to keep ahead of the rest, essentially, because they're all the way down into the high 51s and low 52s at this stage of the race, when earlier they were in the low 50s. So certainly, well, even the 49s, I think, at the start of the race. So certainly the pace has gone out the window. The rear tyres are suffering, so are the front. And look at that, Asman, it's his time to pounce. He's up into second. We'll see how many ponies that Honda has got down the straight. If it's got enough poke to hold them off, he's certainly going to make it difficult for them, weaving all the way to the inside, making sure they can't squeeze on the inside. But we know that Almanza, and particularly Salvador, are very good on the brakes. And here we go, the number 38 and 22 up the inside. Who's going to hold it into turn 1?
It's David Almanza, I was going to say taking the lead. We're forgetting Rueda's 10.9 seconds up the road. So it's into second place for David Almanza. Salvador trying to hang it round the outside. He'll get a decent run out of turn 3, the inside line. There he goes, and up the inside before turn 4 even. And Asman's going to have a bit of that as well, as Piqueras is up the inside. Here we see David Alonso. We've not mentioned him too much. He's been in the pack all race. There's a few riders there running wide. I think tyres are now starting to give up on them a little bit. 3 laps to go. This is the stage of the race where it really matters. So David Almanza from second place at turn 2 has now dropped down to, I think that's 6th place behind Angel Piqueras.
Yeah, I was just about to say that it looked as though Piqueras' podium challenge has gone a little bit quiet, but it looks as though it's just been resuscitated this lap, and we're all the way up into 5th at the moment, as he was, I think he's being hounded by Voigt and Farioli at the back of the group. Farioli as well, actually, speaking of riders that have been quiet, we did expect to see Farioli a bit more at the front of this group, but as we say, that's a late one on the brakes to them. Oh, he saves the front end. Incredible save from Farioli. Quiet, well, that was pretty shouty. Incredible.
Anything but quiet down into turn 10 for Filippo Farioli. He's not made much ground up, unfortunately. That was a bit scary. That was
lost out on that one.
Very late on the brakes. Yeah, you saw the Team Australia Glitfia members there just shaking their heads a little bit, because that was a little bit too close for comfort. And David Alonso, Farioli's teammate, has lost out there. I think that's Soma Gorbe, the number 42 rider, the former NTC Northern Talent Cup champion. But all that melee in, with 2 laps to go now, has left David Salvador chasing Asman for second place. Asman has a little bit of a gap now. He's broken the slipstream slightly, so if Asman's got anything left in the tank, can he start pulling away, or will the riders just behind Salvador and Almanza, the first of them, will be able to reel him in?
I tell you what, he's good when it comes down to crunch time, isn't he, Asman?
Really is,
it seems that the last 3, 4, 5 laps, he just kind of comes alive and thinks, right, go time, I'm going to give it the beans. And then he just makes his way through, wafts through to the front of the pack, and well, now, as you can see, as everyone's battling behind him, getting desperate, seeing him go up the road, he's taken advantage, and he's up into second with, well, daylight between him and Salvador. So Piqueras had a little bit of a moment as he dived up the inside of Almanza. Speaking of diving up the inside, the Gas bikes swap places as Farioli goes up the inside of Alonso and relegates him down to 7th.
If Asman can hold this gap down the front straight, they're not going to be close enough to get a slipstream, and then he's just got to keep it nice and tidy on the last lap, obviously around the second half of this lap as well. And second place for the second time today should be Asman's, but there's a long way to go in racing terms. 1.5 laps to go. A couple of riders running wide there. We've not had any notifications of sanctions coming our way, so we'll obviously let you know as Farioli goes up the inside once more, and this time he makes it work. Salvador's just being hung out to dry there around the outside of turns 10 11. Now it's Piqueras into 3rd place. Farioli and Salvador, the two men challenging for the podium. Race 1, Salvador losing out. Farioli getting on the podium, and now at the forefront of chasing the podium positions as Jose Antonio Rueda then starts his final lap here in Barcelona. It's well, it's a good 10.5, 11 second advantage he's got, so it's a nice cruise home again for the number 99.
Yeah, absolute perfection from this man in the Barcelona sun. He's been brilliant today. Brilliant all weekend, we should say. The number 99, I mean, there's not really too much more you can say. He's just been inch perfect. Here's Farioli then, going to challenge to make it a carbon copy of the podium from race 1, and he does so for now.
Salvador
up
wide.
into 3rd. Salvador's gone a little bit wide, so the purple bike of Almanza pinches through into 5th, and it looks as though Piqueras, I tell you what, that's some corner speed. He's going to hook it tight on the outside, see if he can sneak up the inside into 4, but it looks as though Farioli's just got enough of a gap to hold him off for now.
This is what we were saying about Farioli, wasn't it? We thought he was quiet. He's come alive in the last couple of laps, the last 3 laps, and now Asman's got trouble for 2nd place. It looks like it's going to be between these 3 guys, Asman, Farioli and Piqueras. No move coming here for either of them. Asman holding 2nd place for now, Farioli holding 3rd place. Piqueras desperately wants that podium in 4th place.
Yeah, we thought, not Piqueras, we thought Asman was safe, but it doesn't look as though he is going to be safe now, as the number 7, the bright yellow helmet of Farioli, all over him, and all over him is the young rookie Piqueras. So, is it going to be the same podium as last time? I do not know. We're going to see down now into turn 10 as they exit from turn 9.
Here it is then, down into turn 10. Rueda there just at the bottom of your picture, clears it nice and easy. Asman takes the inside line, then takes the outside line to get the better manoeuvre. On the grass there, I'm not sure that was.
It's gone wide,
Farioli
wide.
backing it in, and that allows Piqueras then into the final podium position. Farioli losing out there at turn 10. Is he going to make a move at the inside? Yes, he is!
That's incredibly brave. He goes up the inside, loses the rear on the way in, then loses the rear on the way out. So does Piqueras. That's a mammoth move there from the number 7. But it is going to be this man.
Unbelievable stuff from the number 99. Jose Antonio Rueda wins in dominant fashion once again. But let's turn our attention to 2nd place. It's going to be Asman again. Who's going to get the line? It is going to be Filippo Farioli from Angel Piqueras. Piqueras tried as he might, but Farioli just managed to get the job done. And congratulations to Asman for getting a 2nd consecutive 2nd place. But what can we say about Jose Antonio Rueda? Utterly dominant here in Barcelona. I think a combined win tally of around about 20 seconds in both races. Unbelievable.
Yeah, cracking. I'm just looking at the lap times from that last lap. You've got to hand it to all of those guys in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Asman got back down to a 50.4 when he was all the way up in the 52s for the laps before. So certainly they all pulled the pin on that last lap, and it makes Farioli's charge at the end to pinch that 3rd place even more impressive. So great stuff from all those guys. Congratulations there between the riders to Jose Antonio Rueda. Just checking where all of his teammates finished. Thinking, well, I didn't win it, but you won it by an absolute mile. So good stuff from all of them. Cracking racing once again in Junior GP, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing some more in RF.
Absolutely, yeah, great stuff there. I think Piqueras was just telling his teammate, yeah, I lost out on the run to the line again, but we'll pull a wheelie together anyway down out of turn 5. Yeah, sensational stuff from both these riders, especially, of course, the race winner. Piqueras will be disappointed to lose out on the podium in 4th place. Half a 10th in it, doesn't get much closer than that. Sarifdin Asman, a fantastic weekend here in Barcelona. A couple of P2s, that will go down just nicely, just what the doctor ordered for the number 63, who went without a podium from last year's race win until earlier this morning. Farioli, great late race pace again. Picked his way through the pack aggressively but fairly. Then he climbs onto the podium for the 2nd time today, and the third time in a row, of course. Filippo Farioli finished second in Valencia in race 2 after crashing out the lead in race 1. Imagine what his championship would look like if he'd have gone on to win that race. Of course, finished third here this morning, and he's finished third here again, so doing his title charge, no harm whatsoever. But Rueda is going to leave here with a sizable chunk in his back pocket in terms of points, with David Salvador finishing down in 6th place in the end. So Salvador got a little bit beaten up there in the closing stages, finished behind David Almanza, the number 22, David Salvador in 6th, and Harrison Voigt in the end finished 7th ahead of David Alonso, who finished 8th. So not the weekend David Alonso would have been looking for. His teammate got a double podium, so a good weekend in the end for the Aspar team. And there's Ethan Guevara just coming to say congratulations to Farioli. And congratulations, of course, will go the way of Rueda. We came into the day knowing that he had a good half a second in his pocket in qualifying, but we didn't know whether that he'd just got a nice little bit of slipstream or something like that. But when he was 7/10 clear in warm-up, we sort of knew, didn't we, that this was his races to lose, and to lose he did not. A double race win here for Rueda literally does not get more dominant than that. Turn 3 again was the passing manoeuvre, and he did not look back, didn't make a single mistake, opened the gap up, and then all you have to do is manage it from there. And he didn't just manage it, he extended it, eventually crossing the line 8.1 seconds clear. Unbelievable stuff. And Asman again pulled together the last couple of laps to claim 2nd place. Farioli, of course, in 3rd as they just sway themselves after. As we hear Paradise by Coldplay ring around. Paradise is exactly what Jose Antonio Rueda was in today. I think Asman just, yeah, unbelievable stuff there from the number 63. A double podium is exactly what he would have wanted. Of course, he would have wanted the victory, but with Rueda's pace, absolutely no chance anyone's going to stop him today. Farioli, the Italian, then aggressive, like we say, in the last few laps, but if you're going to be on the podium in the fights we see in the Junior GP, in Motor3 classes, we see Riccardo Rossi there in the background as well. You need to be aggressive and you need to make moves stick. That was the race-winning overtake. Didn't get the whole shot again. That was Tachkorn Boazri's to boast, but around the outside at turn 3, Rueda, and then he didn't look back. Knew the gap behind him. A dream double victory here in Barcelona for Jose Antonio Rueda. The team, of course, buzzing with that. They'll be a little disappointed that Angel Piqueras didn't join him on the podium, but they did get another of their team members in Sairifudin Asman on the podium, the number 63. So, job done then for Team Australia Galicia, and Sick Racing 1-2 in both races. Fantastic stuff, and we're going to get the interview from your race winner just about now. He's down with Jack Gorse once again.
Jose, 2 dominant victories today. You must be absolutely overjoyed.
Yes, incredible weekend. I am very happy. I say thank you for my team for the weekend, and I don't know to say more. It's incredible weekend.
And then just in Spanish as well for us.
Okay. Bueno, la carrera ha sido muy guapa, la verdad. Y bueno, hacer un fin de semana así, saliendo de pole y haciendo las 2 carreras primero escapadas, pues la verdad que motiva mucho para las siguientes carreras, y muy contento, y se lo quiero agradecer al equipo, que ha hecho un trabajo increíble durante todo el fin de semana, y estoy muy contento, la verdad. Gracias.
Congratulations. See you in the ref.
Here's the highlights then from race 2 of the Junior GP class here in Barcelona, and it was Rueda, of course, starting from pole position, but once again he didn't get the whole shot like he didn't in race 1, but again at turn 3 kept his outside line, rode around the outside of Tachkorn Boazri, and from there on in he did not look back, stretching his lead lap by lap. We saw an early fall there for the likes of O'Shea. As he got a bit too close for comfort down into turn 1, that was Tachkorn Boazri losing out after David Salvador and David Alonso came into contact, as we had a brilliant battle for the podium positions, changing throughout. Asman, Piqueras, David Almanza, David Salvador, David Alonso, Filippo Farioli, all in the fight. This was down into turn 1, and it was getting very, very busy down here every single lap. Slipstream City down the 1 kilometre front straight. Angel Piqueras, the rookie, of course. David Manza, another rookie, in 2nd and 3rd place, swapping and changing positions. The team there thoroughly enjoying that. The more experienced David Salvador was getting busy. He wanted that podium after missing out in race 1. And it all came down really to the final few laps, as we've seen so often in Moto3 classes in years gone by. It was anyone's game really. Harrison Voigt there at the back, of course. A great race for Harrison Voigt in the 658 squad. But this was heading into the final lap. Asman just broke clear slightly, and that was Farioli up the inside of Angel Piqueras into turn 1. This was the utterly brilliant Jose Antonio Rueda taking victory for the 2nd time today, the 3rd time in a row, extends his championship leads. Sensational stuff from the young Spaniard, and taking 2nd was Sarifdin Asman for the 2nd time, and Farioli just beat Angel Piqueras to the line on the last lap to take the final podium position in 3rd place.
Preparados, pues va. Ahí está el Finetwork
The final time then today
JuniorGP,
in the Junior GP class anyway. Of course, we've got another race coming up, the final race of the day, the Moto2 European Championship. Do stick around for that. We had a fantastic race earlier on today between Lucas Tulovic and Senna Aegis. Team Australia getting used to this, aren't they? If they weren't used to it already, of course. Very successful in the Junior GP paddock. They take another victory. Here's Filippo Farioli, 2nd podium of the day. It's the exact same podium we saw in race 1. Asman understandably buzzing about his 2nd place. But Barcelona in 2022 at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya belongs to one man in the Junior GP class, and that man is Jose Antonio Rueda. Simply unstoppable here in Barcelona. Trophies will be handed out, of course. The team's trophy presented by Joan-Marc Deswens, Vice President of FIM Europe. And that looks like, from a distance, Ricardo Rossi, and it is Moto3 World Championship rider course for 658. And Ethan Guevara, a sensation in this paddock, a sensation on the World Championship scene as well. Won here, of course, in the Moto3 World Championship last weekend, 7 days ago, on this very podium. But the race winner's trophy for the 2nd time today, 3rd time in a row, belongs to Jose Antonio Rueda. Congratulations to Rueda and the team. Utterly sensational stuff today. Unstoppable. Never looked like making a mistake. He'll get his 2nd check of the day as well. And soon the Spanish national anthem will ring out for Rueda. How many more times will we hear that for Rueda this year?
So then it's the double for Jose Antonio Rueda. Fantastic stuff. Wow, just incredible, really. He's been superb all weekend, and that means it is 3 victories in a row as everyone vacates the podium very, very quickly, not to be sprayed by the fizzy water. So yeah, incredible. And I tell you what, I think that more circuits should have some nice triumphant music playing out in Parc Fermé at the end of a race, because it was pretty nice down there. Nice party atmosphere.
Couldn't agree more, mate. Couldn't agree more. So here's the final results then. Rueda winning by 8.1 seconds in the end, but his margin, to be fair, was a bit more than that. Farioli in 3rd place behind Asman in 2nd, the same podium we saw in race 1. Piqueras just missing out on podium again. Almanza 5th, Salvador 6th, Alonso 7th, Harrison Voigt 8th. They were all in the podium fight. With Zurutuza 9th, another top 10 there for Zurutuza, the rookie.
Morosi completes the top 10 then from Carraro. Hamada, good stuff from him. 12th place and points for the Japanese rider. Ruda 13th, Bawazri came all the way back to 14th, and he had good stuff to manage to pinch some points from Detweiler, Ralston and Philip Todd. Carpe Cruces, the rookie, who was very, very good in the first 2 rounds. Struggled a little bit here. Hopefully we'll see him back to the front like we have seen him in Rosenthaler, Collins, Uchimi, Gordon, and Gordon again. And then Sommergård had that technical problem. Daniel Munoz, who crashed out. Arbi Adatama, who was running really strongly. It's a shame for him. And Volpe and all the rest there at UC2. In the championship then, 108 points for Jose Antonio Rueda, 39 ahead of David Salvador.
Yeah, a bit of a margin that, isn't it? Heading to Jerez next time around. The riders behind have got a bit of a job to catch up with Jose Antonio Rueda, especially on this form. Alonso there, down in 4th place. Asman making great gains there, up into 3rd with Farioli, also making good gains. Up into 5th place, a bit further down. Almanza moves up into 10th after a solid weekend. Voigt up into 11th, again, another solid weekend. Munoz in 12th, disappointing for him. The Ambias, we wish him a get well soon after he missed today through injury after qualifying crash yesterday. A bit further down, Morassi in 18th, Carraro in 19th. Sharil crashed out of race 2 in 20th. Marcus Ariarte was out injured this weekend. We wish him a get well soon as well. Sommergård there in 22nd. And the rest of the pack. But in Barcelona, in Junior GP, it was all about this man. Jose Antonio Rueda heads to Jerez with a healthy 39-point advantage in the championship standings. What will he do there? We'll find out next time around. Hello then and welcome back. It's time for the final race of the day here on Sunday at the circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. It's been a fantastic race day so far here in soaring heat, about 30 minutes drive from downtown Barcelona, and it's time for race 2 of the Moto2 European Championship. And in race 1 it was a spectacular showing for victory between Senna Agius and Lukas Tulovic. The former getting the better, the more experienced Lukas Tulovic did Agius in a fascinating battle. Conditions will be, well, worse for the riders, let's say. In the soaring heat this afternoon, track will be a little bit greasier. Expect the lap times to drop around about a second. Yeah, it's around about 35 degrees. Track temperature soaring towards 50 degrees. Tricky conditions for the riders out there. Thankfully no rain, of course, never any threat of that this weekend. But it's going to be tricky race 2 for the riders out there today.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky. I mean, obviously the two you're going to look to once more. Number 81, Senna Agius, the winner from the first race, obviously his first win in the Moto2 European Championship, and only his 4th attempt. Pretty incredible, really. And then also Lukas Tulovic as well. He's been the benchmark all year long so far. So hopefully in a few seconds we might see some highlights of the first race, but as you do see them, all the mechanics coming out onto the grid to meet their riders when they come around on the sighting lap. And then from there we shall be ready to go in about 14 minutes time. We'll be ready to go with the 5th race of the billing, the last one today, 2nd race for Moto2.
Yeah, 2 races for Moto2 today. We've had 4 previous races. Moto3 Junior GP class just gone, and here are the highlights then from race 1 that took place earlier on today. It was Lukas Tulovic starting from pole position, and he got a very good start indeed from first on the grid. That's Alex Escrique there, attempting to get the whole shot, but ran slightly wide into turn 1, which allowed Lukas Tulovic to just break clear. And that was Senna Agius and Escrique running wide into turn 5, which cost them a lot of time. into the first lap. That was Alex Toledo there in second place. That was Bishikirski going down with Tommaso Marcon. Unfortunately, that's Corey Tinker as well, an early crasher in the race. But Senna Aegis then, after a shaky start, after running wide at turn 5, got into second place and hooked his teeth into the coattails of Lukas Tulovic. That's the screen, getting it a little bit out of shape there and running wide into turn 10. But soon enough, the number 81, Senna Aegis, was locked onto the back of Lukas Tulovic, and after a few laps, this was about what the race was. Getting a little bit out of shape there for Senna Aegis as the battle for third place raged on between Alex Toledo and Alex Skrieg. Eventually, Skrieg coming out on top of that one. But it was all about the race at the front between Senna Aegis and Lukas Tulovic. Lukas Tulovic was holding firm for most of the race. Turn 9 there would unfortunately be where Lukas Tulovic lost, but this was a bit of a dramatic moment into turn 10. Contact between Senna Aegis and Lukas Tulovic. This was the mistake then for Lukas Tulovic at turn 9, which allowed Senna Aegis to go through with only a couple of laps to go. And from there on, the young Australian, the 16-year-old rookie Australian on the number 81 bike, didn't put a foot wrong and eventually beat Lukas Tulovic. Fair and square. Tulovic, of course, disappointed to miss out on another victory. That would have been his 4th in a row. But Senna Aegis, what can he do now that he's got that first victory under his belt? Will the floodgates open? We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, we've just seen in Junior GP that the floodgates have opened for someone at the head of the field. So certainly, you never know. It might just happen here for Senna Aegis as well. I mean, all weekend he's been right on the back of Lukas Tulovic, and then just in the races we've seen that he's just kind of got that little tenacity and extra gear to really kind of give it a bit more than maybe what he's shown throughout the whole weekend. So wouldn't be surprised. Look at that, the temperature now is well, I mean, it's been hot all day, but it has actually cooled off by 1 degree centigrade. Thank you very much for that, that's really helpful. So, 35 degrees. Yeah, I don't envy these riders at all. I don't really envy them at the best of times, to be fair, but especially now in this soaring heat in Barcelona, really doesn't get much more grueling than this. Not much wind around either, so yeah, grueling temperatures for these riders to contest race 2 in pit lane closed, so no more riders can make their way to the grid, and if they're still in pit lane, which I don't think any of them are, they will have to start from pit lane. But it was a very, very intriguing race, was race 1. Lukas Tulovic obviously getting the start they would have wanted, getting the lead, getting a bit of a gap to begin with. And we'll come on to that a bit more after we get to know Lukas Tulovic a little bit better.
My name is Lukas Tulovic. I'm 21 years old, riding for the Liqui Intact GP junior team. I already have quite some experience in this championship. Finally this year I have a good team, good package, and the results show the direction. I feel so comfortable from the first contact with the bike. Everything is so professional, and the team is working perfectly. I didn't expect to win all 3 races to start the season. For now, the focus is to be the man to beat. We need to raise the bar and set the benchmark. So this is the target for the next races. Until now it couldn't have been better. The lap times, the progress is there, and the results are there. So I keep working and keep pushing to show everybody my potential and the level, and I hope to get a chance next year to make a step.
Yeah, good to hear from Lukas Tulovic, an experienced rider in the class. It's 5th season this is now for Lukas Tulovic, so very experienced indeed. And yeah, it was a very intriguing race 1, wasn't it? We'll come back to that because he got the start that he wanted. Yeah, full gas this race indeed. We're going to hopefully see just the same as we did in race 1, a phenomenal battle, an intriguing battle between him and Senna Aegis. It was nip and tuck all the way, wasn't it, until that mistake at turn 9.
Yeah, it really was. He was under an incredible amount of pressure and withstanding it all, apart from that small mistake at turn 9. We saw him kind of run a little bit deep into the corners, but managed to recover it all and cut it back for a second apex. But it was just that one time at turn 9 on the penultimate lap where it went a little bit too far, couldn't quite gather it in. And this was the man capitalise, the young 16-year-old rookie sensation in Moto 2. Look at that, 3 podiums and 1 win already. Just doing an incredible job, like really, really good.
It was a really, really mature performance from him in race 1. He obviously won the race, of course, but latch onto the back of Tulovic the way he did, and then just sit behind him, work out where Tulovic was strong, where he might not have been strong, and just put the pressure on Tulovic like he did, and eventually force Tulovic into a mistake. And then to get the leads in the last couple of laps and not put a foot wrong at all, super, super impressive indeed for Senna Agius. And now, like we say, if he's got one under his belt, will the floodgates open?
Yeah, quite possibly. Here's a man that's had some consistency. You can see there, 4th, 4th, 5th and 4th, just knocking on the door of that podium, but not quite able to. And he was extremely close to doing it in the end in that first race. Of course, the podium, the final podium spot in the way, going of Alex Excreed, number 11 on the Yamaha Philippines stylo bike machine. So certainly Toledo doing a cracking job, really, really well. Really, really good job here this weekend, but just needs that final little bit, like final few percent, to essentially beat this man to the podium.
Yeah, this is Excreed. We saw him running wide a couple of times, didn't we? Down at turn 1 and then down at turn 10 in the first race. 3 podiums from 4 races. It's a job well done, and that 7th position was achieved after a double long lap penalty as well in Estoril. So yeah, Excreed, the reigning Superstock 600 champion, has started life as a Moto2 rider very well indeed, and I know he finished 3rd, which you'd think, oh, that's a good result, but he looked pretty despondent in Parc Fermé, didn't he? And you couldn't understand why, because the gap to the top 2 was just over 20 seconds. So it's obviously, that's a lot of ground to make up, and when you're trying to obviously win the title like these guys are doing, 22 seconds is a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's one man that will definitely be hoping for a little bit more in this race. Hector Garzo, incredibly finished. He's at 39 seconds almost, 42 seconds, sorry, off the win in the end. I mean, you know, the 2 at the front had a 22-second gap over everyone else, but still, there's 20-odd seconds behind 3rd place. Obviously, Hector Garzo is a much better rider than that. He's stepping onto the MV, which is a new machine for him, so he's still figuring that out. So I'm sure that we'll see Hector Garzo get better and better throughout the year, but definitely it's not where we would expect him to be.
Just wondering if that injury picked up in Valencia is still niggling away at him, because he missed the race in Valencia a couple of weeks ago, or 3-4 weeks ago now it was. So just wondering, yeah, because Garzo isn't a rider to finish 11th in the Moto2 European Championship. He's got plenty of experience under his belt, a couple of years at World Championship level
even
as
the
well.
Podium, you know.
Podium, so yeah, he's won races in this class. So yeah, expect to see Hector Garzo, if it's not today, then at the sharp end at some point during the season. We just missed Peter Biersikowski. He unfortunately collided. Well, we weren't quite sure, but there was definite contact between him and Tommaso Marcon, weren't there, in race 1. Thankfully, both walked away. I think it was at turn 11 when they both crashed out at lap 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, Biersikowski and Tommaso Marcon, who we'll see shortly, looking for better fortunes in race 2.
So the mechanics then all leaving the grid, taking the trolleys with them, all the tools, the laptops, the tyres, the whole lot. And in just a few moments we will be on the way for the warm-up lap. Here is Tommaso Marcon, the other man involved in that incident on lap 1, of course. I believe he was on the inside with Biersikowski, so not too sure what happened there. But anyway, contact between the pair of them, they both went down. Of course, we've seen Tommaso Marcon in years gone by in this championship do pretty well. I think he finished 4th in 2018 overall or something like that. So he's pretty handy, you know, and of course he's been stepped away, did Moto2 for a little while, and then some other stuff too. So he's back here and certainly quite keen to show what he can do.
Good to see Roberto Garcia shortly enough, and we'll just mention, of course, Javi Cardlus is missing from the race 2 grid, as he was in race 1. He's unfortunately injured, is Javi Cardlus. He was out for qualifying yesterday, qualified in 8th place, but we saw him hobbling around in the paddock with a sort of ankle brace on, so I think the injury just taken its toll, unfortunately, on the experience. Andorran. We're going to get a rundown of the grid then for race 2. Lukas Tulovic once again starting from pole position, just ahead of race 1 winner Senna Agius, with Toledo and Excreed vying for the podium again in race 2. Hector Garzo and Biersikowski we've just seen, of course. Alcoba, Marcon and Garcia completing the first 3.
Mikel Pons, Rato and Ruiz all on row 4. Then we have Sanchez, Rodriguez and Montero completing row 5. And then row 6 is Fernandez, Paz and Tapia, number 8 in 18th slot on the grid. Row 7 is made up of Ruiz as well, Iozzo and Jamie Davis, who I believe had a technical problem in the first race. Van der Lagemat down in 22nd, Aubrey and Orgis. Then Florov, Hosuk and Strudwick, the Brit. From Corey Tinker, who had a first lap incident from Chiba, and Zedji, the American.
We'll get the warm-up lap underway very, very shortly indeed. The final mechanics just clearing the grid and then we'll be underway. Not that they need a warm-up lap really in these sorts of conditions, but get some temperature into the tyres, get some temperature into the brakes, importantly as well. And then the final race of the day will be underway, race 2 here in the Moto2 European Championship. It's been a great day of racing. What has the final race got in store for us? Hopefully an equally as good, if not better battle than we did in race 1, and maybe the likes of Alex Toledo and Alex Scree can get themselves involved as well.
Yeah, we'll certainly see what they can do. Obviously they've got a big performance gap to bridge to be able to stay with Senna and Lucas all the way until the end. Of course, it was 22 seconds the gap from 2nd to 3rd at the end of the first race. But if they can get there in the early laps and cling on to them, they can definitely learn some stuff, and that is exactly what they need to do. Of course, both young riders, and that's all it's going to be about in these races for them this season, just to learn from those guys that are quicker than them. And there's not many that are quicker than them. Of course, they both finished 3rd and 4th in the first race. So certainly very quick riders in their own right, just missing that bit of performance compared to the 2 benchmarks this year.
Not a cloud in sight then, just on the outskirts of Barcelona. Terrific racetrack, it's been a terrific weekend. Of course, just one weekend on from the MotoGP World Championship paddock being here. And these guys, final race of the day before we head off to Jerez at the start of July. 5 rounds to go after this one.
Yeah, and if we think it's hot here, it's going to be hot here in Jerez in July.
And import them out at the end of July as well. So yeah, it's going to get toasty down there for these boys in obviously Andalusia in Jerez and in the Algarve at Portimao. Who will take the championship lead there? It will probably, well, it will definitely be Lucas Tulovic, as obviously you only get 25 for a race win, but Senna Agius can cut the gap to 25 points if the standings are the same this time around. Senna Agius will be hoping, of course, he does take race win for the 2nd time today, and what a weekend that will be for the rookie.
Yeah, it would be a cracking weekend for him if he can do that. Obviously, as we say, the case of once the floodgates open, they stay open. Well, it could well happen here. Here we go then. We are getting ready for the final race of the day. Final race on the schedule, Moto2 Race 2. There is your pole man, number 3, Lucas Tulovic, German, on a Liqui Moly Intact Junior Team machine. Going to be looking to take his crown back, so to speak. Obviously got pinched from him in race 1 by the man that lines up next to him there in the Dainese leathers, number 81, Senna Agius. So certainly Tulovic not going to be wanting to leave here with 2 seconds on the board. That will be niggling him all the way until Jerez in just a few weeks' time.
Certainly will be. He said he wants to be the man to beat, so now he's got to go out and prove that he still is the man to beat. Of course, he's going to leave here as the championship leader. But here we go then, last race of the day. The red lights come on and then they'll go off, and we will be underway for race 2 of the Moto2 European Championship. And again, it looks like a brilliant start from Lucas Tulovic. It's also a great start from Alex Escrig on the number 11 bike as they just jostled position down into turn 1. Is Escrig going to try and get the whole shot once again like he tried to do in race 1, and I think he does. He holds it tighter this time, and he gets the job done. So Alex Escrig then from P4 on the grid gets the job done this time. I thought Tulovic was going to have a look at the inside, but no, not this time around. Cracking stuff then from Alex Escrig, but I think Lucas Tulovic has just done the little switcheroo, and that's Hector Garzo in 3rd place as well, so good start from him.
Yeah, good to see. Great starts then from the number 11 and the number 4. Good to see them battling up front early on. Not the best of start once again for Senna Agius. If there's one weakness in his armour, that is it. He needs to get his start slightly better. But still in 4th, we saw him come back from 3rd or 4th in the first race and win it in the end anyway, so he will not be panicking just yet.
Yeah, no need to panic just yet, of course, but yeah, not the best of starts. He didn't get too much of a bad launch, but the other riders around him obviously got a little bit better, and Eskrig trying to get the whole shot, did time this round, but ran it a little bit wide at turn 3, didn't he? And just allowed Lukas Sudovic to get back underneath him as Garzo dives at the inside at turn 9. We don't see that too often. And assuming he's got the job done, yes, he has the number 4 rider, the experienced Hector Garzo. So we're talking about on the grid, weren't he? Wants a little bit of a better result, despite being a little bit injured. But Eskrig is returning the favour. This is helping Lukas Sudovic edge out an advantage in the early exchanges. It's not really helping Senna Agius.
Yeah, so then Garzo and Eskrig swap positions 3 times in 3 corners, and it looks as though Garzo's going to hold on to it on the MV. So as we come down then to complete the first lap, just a corner to go on this first lap, look at that already. That is definitely more than 6/10 what it says on the timing screen. Yeah. We'll see it as it goes across the line. I think it's going to be 1 second plus. Definitely it's got to be. Senna just holds it tight on the exit of turn 14. Does that mean he's going to get a better drive than the 2 in front of him? We don't know where is he. He's 4th across the line, but it looks as though he's going to slipstream and try get past Garzo down into the brakes. Yes, he does. And look at Toledo as well, up the inside of the MV2. He does. So Garzo then 2nd across the line and 5th into turn 1.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster there for Garzo, but that's what the slipstream can do to you. Now then, Senna Agius, this is exactly what happened in race 1. Lukas Tulovic opened up a bit of a gap. It's 1.2 seconds now. Senna Agius hit the front of the second group, though, and then got his head down. It looks like he's doing so already. So this is rinse and repeat from a little bit earlier on. What can Senna Agius do? Can he reel Lukas Tulovic in, or has Tulovic found a little bit more speed in race 2? We're about to find out, but my guess will be that Senna Agius will be able to reel in the experienced Lukas Tulovic, the championship leader, of course. Eskrig now in 3rd place. He wants to be in that fight as well. He was disappointed, wasn't he, with the podium being so far back on the same bike as the other 2 ahead of him, really. So Eskrig, yeah, doing well so far, with Toledo back up into 4th place, and Hector Garzo after a good start, yeah, just lost out there down the straight, didn't he? He is down to 5th place.
Yeah, good to see Garzo, because it looked though for a minute there at the start of this lap they were just going to drop him, but he has clung on just a little bit, tiny bit of daylight, but no, still there in 5th behind him. Now, we'll be interested with Agius at the front. He has actually closed in, look at that already, the last 2 sectors, he's pulled in 2 tenths over Tulovic at the front. So it'll be interesting that if he does catch him, when he gets onto the back of him, is he going to stay behind and watch like he did in the first race, or is he just going to, after a handful of laps, bang, go for it and clear off at the front? We'll see what he does.
Yeah, that'll be the interesting one. It's already down to less than a second, so on this lap it's a good 3-4 tenths. What is it across the line?
Ooh,
yeah, 0.9 seconds
quicker.
and 4 tenths quicker. 44.1 for Senna Agius, a 44.5. There you can see it on your screen, a 44.5 for Lukas Tulovic. So yeah, as soon as Agius got down into turn 1 in 2nd place, a bit of clear track ahead of him, he was able to unleash his speed that's superior to the likes of Eskrig, Toledo and Hector Garzo just behind him. So this literally is exactly what happened in race 1. The question that Jack so rightly asked is, what is Senna Agius going to do if and when he gets onto the back of Lukas Tulovic? Is he going to pounce and try and make a move straight away, or is he going to sit behind him for as long as he did in race 1?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see. Of course, Tulovic, we know that he would have been making a couple of changes from race 1 to race 2. Let's see if he's got any better pace. Of course, the pace is slightly different here in the afternoon because it is that much hotter. But then again, these guys were the 2nd race on the billing today, and it was already quite toasty by then. I think it was already 32 degrees when these guys went out for race 1 earlier on. Well, about midday today, wasn't it? So certainly, maybe not too different actually, but we'll see what they can do. Just an update on the go. Oh, here's a replay of the start then. Look at Tulovic launch off the line, but also Bishikirski on the 2nd row gets a great launch. But the man that really knows how to nail it is the number 11, Alex Eskrig. On the brakes down into turn 1, doesn't brake any later than anyone else, but just gets it down to the apex a little bit quicker than Tulovic. Tulovic gives him plenty of room on the way in, sees him here, just tucks him behind.
Yeah, that's what happened in race 1, but Eskrig ran it slightly wide and managed to just get it hooked up there, a little bit wide, of course, but not too wide. Ooh, but yeah.
I think that was Dino Iozzo on the Kawasaki Stock 600 getting a little bit busy there, barging someone out the way at turn 1.
What's the gap then? Yeah, it's down to half a second, another 4 tenths taken out of Tulovic's lead on that lap, and it's again these 2 in a class of their own really, with Alex Eskrig now 2.1 seconds off the lead and 1.5 seconds behind Senna Agius. There you go, fastest lap of the race, 1:44.113, and already that lead that Lukas Tulovic was able to eke out at the start, like he did earlier on today, has been diminished from Senna Agius as we dive down into turn 4, and then we'll head into turn 5, the left-hander. As Tulovic, yeah, gets a little bit squirrely there. The tyres already screaming for mercy, understandably so in this soaring heat.
That's one of the stock 600 runners. Can't quite make out of that as Nicholas Chiba, the number 88 on the stock 600 Yamaha. That's a shame for him. Looks like he's got a technical problem then. So that is his race and day done. So an early bath for him, an early trip back home. Look at that then, he's on him. He is already on him. 3 tenths taken out of him on this lap already. And Senna Edges is all over the back of Lucas Tulovic's Kalex.
This will be a telltale sign, because this time around, down into turn 10 and especially turn 1, you just knew that Aegis was braking a little bit earlier, just happy to sit behind Lucas Tulovic. I think the team are probably discussing exactly what Senna Aegis is going to do. I mean, they would have, of course, discussed tactics, wouldn't they, before the race. Senna Aegis was able to learn in race 1 where Tulovic, where his lines were, where he was stronger. Of course, Tulovic much more experienced in the Moto2 class than Aegis. Aegis just had 4 races under his belt, which he just runs right there onto the green. Tulovic has plenty more races. 5th season, remember, for Lucas Tulovic. 1st season for Senna Aegis. So this really is veteran against rookie.
Yeah, it certainly is. And then what we're going to see now is, I do think actually that Aegis on the number 81, he's gone deep into turn 1. Did that a couple of times in the first race as well. Maybe just being stuck in behind Tulovic. Can't quite see his braking marker perfectly. Maybe that's why he pulls out to the left. But I do think he'll probably stick behind him, because he seems like a very wise head on young shoulders, does Aegis. He just seems to take every opportunity to learn from those around him, and I guess that's why we're seeing him progress so quickly at the moment. So yeah, I definitely think with 13 laps to go, we're going to see him stick behind for quite some time in this race.
I think it's the sensible thing to do, isn't it? I mean, he's obviously got a superior pace at this stage of the race. It's like we saw in race 1. We don't know how much Lucas Tulovic is holding back. Plenty of experience, especially in these conditions as well. He was a double podium finisher in similar conditions in Barcelona last year behind Fermin Aldeguer and Alonso Lopez. So Tulovic is probably just conserving his tyres. Obviously, towards the end of race 1, we saw that Tulovic was squirreling around a lot. As we go down into turn 10, yeah, Aegis just sitting up again. So he's doing so far what he did in race 1, just happy to tag onto the back of Lucas Tulovic, learn a little bit from the experienced German, and then pounce when he wants to.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite impressive just how neat both of these riders are. Of course, we've seen Tulovic have a couple of little moments on the rear in race 1 and already 1 or 2 here in race 2, but both of them just incredibly smooth, precise, hit their marks every lap, particularly Senna Aegis. I mean, for such a young rider in his Moto2 career, it certainly seems that, well, he's got it all figured out already, almost. Yeah. So yeah, very impressive indeed. So then they're 3 seconds ahead of Escrig already, who this time does seem to have the better of Toledo in the early laps, as though last time those two were locked together for quite some time before then actually a little mistake from Escrig let Toledo back by. So certainly Escrig, I think his lap times have actually been slightly quicker than what he did in race 1, which is quite an impressive feat considering that these two at the moment are a few tenths off what they were doing in race 1. So definitely Escrig has found some performance from race 1 to race 2.
Yeah, I think Escrig yesterday, sorry, as Tulovic went slightly wide there. We thought the Senna Aegis were going to pounce like he tried to do at turn 10 in race 1 when we saw contact in the highlights. You'd have seen that heavy contact down at turn 10. Not this time around though, thankfully. Aegis thinking better of it. Not really too much of a gap there to try and pounce him with 11.5 laps to go. It's no time really to be taking unnecessary risk. Yeah, I think we saw Escrig in qualifying too yesterday, didn't we? He was comfortable, more comfortable in those conditions, in the warmer conditions. And yeah, he looks like he's got the better of Alex Toledo this time around. Just Escrig making a couple of errors in race 1. Tulovic there, wide again. Is Aegis going to make a move?
Whoa, Tulovic. So then he took advantage of a slight mistake from Tulovic on the exit of turn 9. Is he going to bite back? No. Aegis slams the door shut on him. So I don't think that was planned. I think that was actually just Tulovic made a slight little error on acceleration out of turn 9, got out onto the green. Both of them did indeed, I do think. And so Aegis kind of just forced into going through. So now this changes the plan a little bit. What can Tulovic do from here? Is Aegis going to absolutely just go away with it here and clear off into the distance, or will Tulovic sit behind his younger counterpart and maybe learn something himself?
Well, exactly. Aegis looks like he's got better pace, and of course he ran race 1, so you never never too fast or too old enough to learn, and Lucas Tulivic can certainly learn whereabouts Aegis is making the time up. So this is going to be interesting now. I don't think it was planned at all, Jack, you're right. Obviously both of them running a bit wide, and I think Aegis had no option really, unless he broke halfway down the back straight, to not take the lead. So this is going to be interesting. Already you can see Aegis is putting a little bit of a gap. Now then, Lucas Tulivic, what have you got in your locker? Because this is going to be interesting. Aegis clearly has superior pace, but now Aegis hasn't got that marker in front of him. Has he got the know-abouts and whereabouts to try and set a pace that isn't going to punish his tyres too much in these opening exchanges? This is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is. And well, for Aegis, he hasn't really had this scenario of just being out front on his own, hitting his own laps without any marker in front of him. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what his concentration is like. You know, with the young guys coming up, they don't get into this position too often, whereas Tulivic has been in this position quite a lot. So if he can keep that same pace, then it's a very good indication of just how good his racecraft is and his concentration in situations like these, when it can seem quite lonely just staring at empty track in front of you.
Yeah, sometimes it is a little bit more difficult to lead than follow, isn't it? We hear a lot of riders, sometimes some prefer to lead and set their own rhythm and just get the head down, but like we're seeing qualifying a lot, sometimes it's very easy to follow someone and just tag onto the back of them and set their pace, then sometimes be even quicker than them. But now, like you say, Aegis hasn't got that lead, hasn't got that marker in front of him. It's going to be interesting. And we're sort of finding out the answer already, because he's eked out a second advantage over Lucas Tulivic, heading on to lap 4, I think, lap 5, with 10 laps to go. Lap 7, sorry, of 17. So yeah, this is interesting stuff. Going to be interesting to see what Tulivic can do now. It's now 9/10 of a second, but is Tulivic still in tyre saver mode, do you reckon? I'm not sure he is.
Yeah, I think Tulivic is probably giving it everything he's got at the moment. He did pull back a tenth through the first split, but generally we see him through the first split be a little bit stronger than Aegis through there. This is quite a nice little tasty scrap. There's Hector Garza, number 4 from Tommaso Marcon, who's stayed on this time, who's having a very good ride indeed. There's Mark Alcoba and Mikel Pons there, 2 Moto E guys going at it here in the Junior GP series as well. And then just behind them, Piotr Biszkiewicz, the man from Poland, doing an incredible job. Once again, just really solid. Obviously, he's in 9th, which is certainly not his best race finish he will have ever had, but he is only about 2 seconds off Garzo up in 5th.
Yeah, Garzo doing well then after that cracking start. We sort of knew, didn't we, that didn't have the pace to keep with the podium battle there. You can see the riders in 3rd and 4th, Eskrigi and Toledo going down to turn 10, but Garzo doing well so far to keep behind him Tommaso Marcon, Mikel Pons, Mark Alcoba.
Deep, I think. Manages to stay in front of Mikel Pons in the end. Sorry, Mark Alcoba in the end. One thing about Garzo, of course, he is on the MV Augusta. It's the first time that we've seen the MVs in the Moto2 European Championship, and it's an interesting thing because obviously generally we tend to see that the MVs in the World Championship aren't quite up to the performance level of the Calexes and even the Boscoscuros around them, but they're not far off at all. I mean, we have seen MVs fight for podiums before even. I think Stefano Manzi fought for a podium on one in Valencia, and we see Marcos Ramirez this year doing quite good. Oh, this has closed up quite a lot, hasn't it?
Has, yeah.
And we see Marcos Ramirez doing quite good, but generally, yeah, that MV that Garzo is on, he might be at a slight disadvantage compared to everyone else.
I think it's a good idea for MV to, now the Moto2 European Championship, run the Triumph engines, which is exactly the same as the Moto2 World Championship. They're obviously much less experienced than the likes of Calex mainly, and of course speed up in Moto2 as well. So it's good for MV as Toledo has a cheeky look up the inside of Eskrigi, and Eskrigi sort of just sits up and lets him by. So what's Eskrigi got in return? He did open up a little bit of a gap, did the number 11, but that's been closed down. So I don't know if there was a mistake anywhere on the last lap or so that we've not seen. So yeah, now then, Toledo up its 3rd place with Eskrigi in 4th. But yeah, as I was saying about MV, it's good for them to have Garzo in this class and the team in this class, just to get more information, to develop the bike a bit more, to obviously take it into the World Championship, with Ramirez doing particularly well on it. But when you're fighting against a chassis like Calex, who have won
pretty much every year.
Yeah, pretty much every year, and just bring out a a new chassis that just works for the riders. I think there's only 4 bikes now on the grid that aren't Kalex chassis in the Moto2 World Championship. So, yeah, good for MV to do this to obviously get more development in the tankers.
That's
Marcon going down
at
turn 13. Another crash then for Tommaso Marcon. I think he's all right, just a bit dejected in the gravel yet. So another crash then here in Barcelona for Tommaso Marcon, unfortunately, just pushing a little bit too much on the front end, easily done, especially in these conditions. Chasing a top 5 finish was Tommaso Marcon, but his unfortunate season continues after that heavy crash in Estoril. Let's just get a look at, I think it wasn't the front end, you know.
Not too sure. I mean, it looks like it's a place with the front end, but we do know this place, we've seen them have off-throttle high sides before, particularly in MotoGP, so maybe it wasn't. Let's hope it wasn't, because that would be a little bit of a harder hit than the front end. But glad to see that Marcon was up and okay, just looking rather annoyed with himself.
Well, back at the front then, the number 81 of Senna Aegis is now 2.2 seconds clear. Well, that's 2.6 seconds clear now of Lukas Tulovic. So
incredible.
Questions have been answered. Lukas Tulovic unfortunately has no answer for Senna Aegis. Unfortunate for Lukas Tulovic, of course. Fortunate for Senna Aegis, and Lukas Tulovic is going to have to hope for a mistake from Senna Aegis. But as we saw in race 1, it doesn't look like Senna Aegis is in the mood for any mistakes today. I hope that's not a commentator's curse on the young Australian, because he's been absolutely sensational this year. He's been absolutely sensational, especially in Barcelona. Qualified second behind Lukas Tulovic, but now after Tulovic's mistake, he's got the power down, and he's not looking back now. Is he the number 81?
No, definitely not. And it's important for Tulovic now to not be too demoralised after this. Obviously, you can see Aegis just putting meters and meters and meters on him, in front of him, extending the gap now to 3.5 seconds. I mean, it's an absolute demolition job at the moment. He's just, well, he's going into the distance, essentially. So it's important for Tulovic not to get too bogged down with it. He still will have the championship lead heading into the next round in Jerez, and that is incredibly important to remember. Look at these two having a ding-dong once again. They certainly like to get together on track, don't they? The number 11 is Skrieg and the 55 of Toledo. How many overtakes have these two done on each other today?
Quite a few. We've probably missed a fair few as well, after focusing on the leaders and the battle behind as well. So yeah, these two, proper ding-dong battle for the final podium position. Good on them as well. They're not going to catch Lukas Tulovic unless Lukas Tulovic runs into some sort of error, and they're not really going to be caught, good English there, caught by Mikel Pons and the chasing riders behind him. So yeah, this is really a dice for the final podium position. When Alex Toledo, the number 55, got by down here at turn 5 a couple laps ago, I thought Skrieg may have been encountering some troubles, but he's obviously regrouped, regathered, and he obviously desperately wants that second podium of the weekend, but so does Alex Toledo, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alex Toledo is going to be with an absolute hatred of P4. I mean, he's already had 3 of them this year, and he's staring down the barrel of another one here. So certainly going to be hoping he can pinch into that P3. If you can actually see there, just on the left-hand side of Toledo, just by the swing arm, if any more engineering inclined people are out there, there's a tiny little mass damper on the side of the swing arm there. It's that little orange cylinder that you can see on the left side there. You can just see it hanging off the back. You'll see it nicely as they come through here. Just a little mass damper to just tune out any of the vibrations going on. It's just one thing that team actually develop on themselves. It's not a Kalex thing. They just do it for themselves. The SAG team, you'll see it in the World Championship as well. They have it with their riders.
Good spot there from our tech guru, Jack Gorst. I'll plug the MotoGP tech group for you as well, because fascinating insight over there. And you're right, it's a good spot there. You can just see it on the left-hand side on the rear wheel as Toledo tucks into the slipstream of Skrieg. Is he going to make a move? Yeah, not quite, down into turn 1 this time around. We'll just get an update on the gap for you at the leads. It's now 4.9 seconds, pretty much 5 seconds. So Senna Aegis really has put the hammer down, and all he's got to do now is keep his concentration, which can be hard to do in these situations. We hear that, don't we, from riders? We heard it from Fabio Quartararo that he was thinking about things that he really shouldn't be thinking about, like what he's going to have for dinner to celebrate or something like that in the last few laps of the MotoGP race. It can be hard to concentrate when you're on your own, and you've just got to hit your braking markers, not make any mistakes. So yeah, Senna Aegis at the young age of 16 is going to have his first experience, especially in Moto2, of doing just that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, very good point to raise. Just, you know, your mind wavers when there's nothing really to focus you out front. But of course, he has to remember he is riding a 145 horsepower Moto2 machine, and it does take quite a bit of concentration to make sure you get it right lap on lap on lap. But it does seem as though he's still doing that at the moment. Pulled out another well, 3 or 4 tenths already on Tulovic in this lap. It's up to 5.4 seconds is the gap, so certainly doing a sterling job indeed. As once again Toledo looks down the inside on the brakes, but no, not quite. He's incredibly tall, Toledo, isn't he? When he pops up out the bubble, he really sticks up from the front of that fairing on the Pertamina sag bike. So certainly, yeah, quite a big lad on that Moto2 machine.
Yeah, I think Lucas Tulovic is just going to have to take his medicine here, isn't he? I think that's exactly what he's done. 5.8 seconds. There's no chance of him beating Senna Aegis today unless some sort of issue comes Senna Aegis' way. Like we say, he's going to leave here as things stand with 25 points in his pocket, an advantage over Senna Aegis in the championship. So still a healthy margin for Lucas Tulovic, and of course as we get further into the calendar we're going to tracks that Tulovic knows more.
Here we go. Down the inside goes Toledo once again on a Skriga skid, sits up and just lets him go through. And so that is another change between these two. 5 laps to go. I'm sure there's going to be quite a few more. Of course, Toledo really pushing hard to pick up that first podium here in Moto2. And if he does get it, it'll be job well done and very well deserved.
Yeah, good job then down into turn 1. Popular passing place, isn't it, here in Barcelona? The most popular passing place in Barcelona. There's plenty of them. Turn 4 we've just been around is one of them. Turn 5 too. We've seen Toledo and Skriga already battle it out there a few times, and then of course down into turn 10, the infamous turn 10. The Senna Aegis is probably out right now with his lead over these guys.
Probably, yeah.
And then the final corner as well, if you're feeling brave enough, as we've seen a few times in the past. I'm hoping this battle goes down to the final corner. It certainly looks like it will do, because these riders look like they're locked together in terms of pace. Toledo there just a little bit wide on the exit, but I don't think it'll cost him too much. He's going to, Alex Skriga going to have a look at the inside this time out in turn 10. No, he's not. So with 5 and a bit laps to go between these pair, the podium fight is going to go all the way. But they are some 18 seconds down on Lucas Tulovic, who in turn is 6.7 seconds down on the race leader, Senna Aegis.
Yeah, definitely going to go all the way this one. Just looking down the order at your stock 600 runners. At the moment, it is Fernandez that's leading that one from Rodriguez and Ruiz. So certainly those guys having another good showing here in the stock 600 class. And it looks as though pulling out the slipstream, Skriga is going to go past him on the slipstream down into turn 1. Doesn't need the brakes to get it done. Already past him and back up into third. Does he bite back in turn 2? No, he doesn't, not quite.
This is a good battle, this. And just behind them, I can see Mikel Pons and Mark Alcoba now. It's just going to have a look at the lap times. Okay, they're pretty similar. I was just wondering if Mikel Pons and Mark Alcoba were just going to be able to try and catch Skriga and Toledo, but they're lapping pretty much identical lap times. So I don't think they're going to quite able to manage it with 4 laps to go.
Is Eric Fernandez and the Sol Kawasaki in the field doing a cracking job in the stock 600 class, leading that one by what's he got over the person behind him? He's got 3.1 seconds to Rodriguez just behind him. So certainly doing a cracking job, and particularly on the Kawasaki, which generally you often see the Yamahas be the 600 of choice, but they're all stockers, so they're fairly even in this guys.
8.2 seconds then, Senna Aegis just continues to march on towards a second victory here in Barcelona. 3 laps to go when he crosses the line, not long to go now. It'll be interesting to see what he was thinking about in these last few laps. He'll be enjoying, well, he can't party too hard, he's only 16 years old, but he can have a panda pop or 2 maybe. Got a couple of years at least to wait to that for the young Australian, but these performances certainly show that there's plenty more victories left to come in the very young career of Senna Aegis. Lucas Tulovic is going to have to settle for second. He's got the pretty much front straight to himself, so a very, very lonely ride to second place for Lucas Tulovic. It'll be interesting to see if Lucas Tulovic, what his tactics were, if it was the mistake, as we get the battle for third again. But it's going to be a Skriga holding on to third place over Toledo. This really is going to go down to the wire. Be looking forward to see who comes out on the top between the number 11 and the number 55. Yeah, those two in the background, Mikel Pons and Mark Alcoba, aren't just quite quick enough. A couple of attempts here and there, but I don't think it's going to be enough to bridge the 3-second gap they've got to the podium fight.
Toledo just took a big look over his shoulder just to check if anyone else is there. So I think that is the all clear. He can just focus on attacking rather than defending. And it was about this point in race 1 where Toledo just dropped off the back of this Scrig, actually. I think he just suffered a little bit too much with rear tyre late in the race. And it just allowed his Scrig to race away to about a second gap over him in the end. So certainly Toledo doing a better job this time round, holding firm and actually looking like he's really getting quite impatient behind him now. Certainly looking every which way to see if he can get past the Scrig. Maybe he'll go down on the brakes because he has been pretty good on the brakes. See if he gets a good run out of here, turn 9, tuck into the slipstream. He's a big chap to be tucked into the slipstream, but it looks like he is going to have a go. Not quite. He had a look, but a little bit too far back.
Certainly thought about it, didn't he? Here's the chasing pack. That's Mikel Pons leading Mark Alcoba, number 71. Leading number 72, of course, these two riders competing in the Moto E World Cup as well, so they'll be familiar names to the guys who watch the Moto E World Cup. It's been a fascinating season so far over there as well, so they'll be back out in the near future.
Yeah, Mikel Pons actually had a couple of podiums in Moto E so far this year, so certainly doing pretty good in that championship. As here we go then, they come over the hill and it looks as though he just can't quite get tucked into the slipstream enough to be able to get past. Is he going to be able to make a move on the brakes? No. So there's one more manoeuvre that goes missing then for the number 55 of Toledo, and Scrig holds on. Oh, it looks as though, are they two? No, they haven't swapped places, but Mark Alcoba is still hounding the number 71 of Mikel Pons with a lap and 3/4 to go.
Getting it lit up there around turn 3, fascinating corner. Love watching down there, love the camera angles that we get out of turn 3 when the tyres are screaming for mercy, getting it lit up, aren't they, these boys? Mikel Pons, incidentally, many of you may remember that he won his first Moto E race right here at the circuit in Barcelona-Catalunya. So knows this place well, goes well, and he's searching for, well, he should, yeah, searching for a top 5. He's currently occupying P5 at the minute, with Agius now into the double figures of margin, 10 seconds clear. Lukas Tulovic in turn is 12 seconds clear of this battle that's raging on, and this is going to go all the way, isn't it? Now, can Toledo tuck into the slipstream of Scrig? Yes, he can, but can he get enough of a run? He's going to be late on the brakes. Not this time around, though. Scrig doing very well to hold off Toledo with 1.5 laps to go. That turn 10, I'm sure we're going to see some action down there on the final lap.
Yeah, Scrig was quite slow through the middle of the corner at turn 9. It does seem that everywhere through the middle of the corner, Toledo is all over him. So certainly I would say that Scrig is struggling a little bit more with rear tyre. He's definitely getting it stopped, turned, and then trying to stand it up and fire it out. And it's certainly one of these areas where Toledo's going to have to use his advantage. He's a bigger guy than Scrig, and he's going to need to carry the corner speed out of the corner to be able to get him on the straight. And that looks as though he's what he's going to try to do here again. But no, look at that. Just in the slipstream, he's not quite enough to be able to get past him in time.
Yeah, just encountering a back marker.
Oh, that's a cheeky
here.
Oh, no.
Sometimes see that, but not often. Hopefully the back marker's got the blue flags. Yeah, just about getting out of the way. So that was nearly a creative move there for Alex Toledo up the inside at turn 2. We don't see that very often now. Turn 4, it's not going to be at turn 4, but can he get his Pertamina Mandalika Kalex machine stood up out of this turn 4 and get the inside line for turn 5? He's trying to do it, but the tyres are just saying no more, no more. So it's Scrig holding on so far.
Yeah, these two look like they're both on the ragged edge, both struggling front, rear, the whole lot. So certainly tyres are screaming, as you do say, but only half a lap to go, and that is crucial for Toledo because he's only really got 1 or 2 real opportunities left. But as they come into turn 9, our race leader is surely rounding the final couple of corners now, and we'll see him on screen momentarily because it's been an incredible performance from Senna Agius.
I think Toledo was just on the green there, so even if he passes for 3rd place, I'm not sure it's going to stick, but we couldn't quite see there. But today has been all about this young man from Australia, Senna Agius, a double winner here in Barcelona. Phenomenal stuff in race 2. A 12-second victory for Senna Agius. Well, it was 12 seconds. We'll see it over the line. Yeah, around about 12 seconds. Not that it matters anyway. Lukas Tulovic, unfortunately for him, going for second place,
Toledo.
but this is the battle that we were looking for, and Toledo makes it at the final corner. I'm not sure quite what happened there. Skrieg was a little bit wide, but it did go down to the final corner between those two. Terrific stuff from Toledo and Skrieg. Did he exceed track limits though, Toledo, at turn 9? We'll wait and find out. There's Senna Aegis though, celebrating with Corey Tinker, the British rider. Unbelievable from Senna Aegis, wasn't it, Jack? Absolutely terrific.
Yeah, incredible ride. I mean, we don't think the overtake was planned. A small mistake from Tulovic just allowed him to slip into that scenario to be able to take the lead. And from there, well, he pulled out 12.1 seconds. I mean, incredible. Tulovic is no slouch, and to beat him by 12 seconds is something special. 12 seconds further back then, Toledo breaks the 4th place curse. Finally picks up his first podium. So well done that man, because that is a thoroughly deserved 3rd place trophy.
Yeah, treated us to a good battle there, didn't they? The men in 3rd and 4th. I don't know if you guys saw it at home, but I'm not sure if he touched the green at the edge of turn 9. We will obviously relay that information if it does come through. But yeah, Lukas Tulovic then, a pair of second places isn't what he would have been looking for when he came into this weekend, especially from pole position, but with the pace that Senna Aegis had this weekend, especially in race trim, of course. Finishing 2nd for his title aspirations, of course. Can't do much better than that. If you can't finish 1st, bring it home in 2nd place if you can, and that's exactly what Lukas Tulovic would have done, or has done. Would have been very easy to crash, very easy to lose concentration. A lonely race in the end for Tulovic, finishing 12 seconds ahead of the 3rd place fight and 12 seconds behind Senna Aegis. So very lonely rides. Lukas Tulovic though will leave with 25 points in hand over Senna Aegis, who has announced himself in the Moto2 European Championship as a title contender, that is for sure. He already announced himself earlier on in the season with great rides in Estoril. Unfortunately crashed out of the lead in Valencia, but he's bounced back in fantastic style in Barcelona. What a way to make up for what happened. There's the team celebrating with him. And have the floodgates now opened. We were talking about that, weren't we? The first race saw him win after a phenomenal battle with Lukas Tulovic. Stalked him all the way, eventually got the better of him after a slight mistake from Tulovic, and Tulovic just shaking his head there. 12 seconds is a big gap to lose by. I think he's just a bit bewildered by that. Maybe had some tyre issues that he wasn't expecting, or Senna Aegis just had superior pace, I'm not sure. So Tulovic will be understandably a little bit upset by that. Obviously, these are motorcycle racers. They want to win at all costs, and I think he was just displaying there to the team. Yeah, he was just losing the front end all the time. It's obviously really, really tough conditions out there. Track temperature's nearly 50 degrees, air temperature 35 degrees, mid-afternoon here in Barcelona. Doesn't look like Alex Toledo exceeded track limits, so my eyes deceived me a little bit there. Here's what happened then at the final corner. So it actually was Toledo that was leading the way, and Alex Skrieg dived up the inside at the final corner, but couldn't make it stick. So that's what happened at the final corner then between Toledo and Skrieg, and it was the number 55 Toledo, his first Moto2 European Championship podium. He'd finished in the top 5 in all of his races before today. Of course, another top 5, but it's the top 3 that you want, isn't it? And that's the top 3 that Toledo got, the number 55. You can see how warm it is out there. Senna just wiping the sweat off. The Liqui Moly team, classy outfit as ever, saying congratulations to the race winner. We're in for a fascinating title fight, aren't we? Even if it's just between Lukas Tulovic and Senna Aegis. We had this last year with the 2 teammates in Firmenau again, Alonso Lopez for the Speed Up team. Speed Up team no longer in the Moto2 European Championship, but that's paved the way for some new contenders, and new contenders we have. Tulovic and Senna Aegis, the top 2 in the title race. Alex Toledo getting his first podium, that'll do him the world of good. So here's what happened then. Turn 9 again for Lukas Tulovic, just ran it slightly wide. Got his tyres just on the edge of the curb, got a little bit out of shape, and that allowed Senna Aegis to just get a run down into turn 10, make a passing move stick fairly comfortable in the end. We were wondering what would happen. Would Senna Aegis just be cool, calm? Well, he definitely was cool, calm and collected, but would he drop Lukas Tulovic? Or would Lukas Tulovic fight back in the end? It was the former. He would drop Lukas Tulovic well and truly. 12 seconds in the end. Demolition derby sort of job there for Senna Aegis. Utterly, utterly dominant. And a fantastic race victory. 2 now for the rookie. It'll be very interesting indeed to see what he can do for the rest of the season. And we can hear from him now. He's down in Parc Fermé with Jack Gorson.
So Senna, incredible race victory. 2 of them all at once, and it looked like a lonely race out front. What was going through your head on those laps?
Yeah, I didn't make my life easy for myself in the first laps, going back to P4 again. I kept calm. I learned off Lucas for the first few laps. I seen an opportunity in turn 10 and I took it and just tried to set my rhythm. We worked a lot for this in these conditions in the afternoon, so I'm glad it's paying off and I'm ready for Jerez.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Enhorabuena, tercer clasificado, Marcos Tapia. Segunda posición para Juan.
Congratulations indeed, Senna Aegis. We're just going to get highlights then. At the final race of the day here in Barcelona, Lukas Tulovic starting from pole once again, and once again he got a fine start from pole position, but Alex Escrig on the number 11 bike got the whole shot and held it, but he didn't hold it for long. Lukas Tulovic got the inside line at turn 3 after Alex Escrig runs slightly wide. Lukas Tulovic said thank you very much for coming through, and from there Tulovic just eked out a little bit of a gap to the chase impact. Senna Aegis didn't get the start he would have wanted, dropped down to turn 4 like he just said. Didn't make life easy for himself at all in the open exchanges, but once he got the draft into turn 1, into second place, he got his head down, caught Lukas Tulovic like he did in race 1, hung behind him for a couple of laps. We thought maybe that we were going to get a rinse and repeat from race 1. Didn't want to overtake him, did he? Did Senna Aegis, until it was this point. He didn't really have a choice at this stage. Lukas Tulovic just getting on the edge of the track, just getting out of shape out of turn 9. Senna Aegis dived at the inside at turn 10, made the move stick, and from there on in, slowly edged his way clear and eventually won by a fantastic 12 seconds. And this is where the podium fight was for third place. Tommaso Marcon there, crashing out of turn 13, unfortunately a double DNF for the Italian, but thankfully he looked all okay back up on his feet. Alex Escrig and Alex Toledo treated us to a podium bonanza really for third place, swapping changes lap by lap, but it was Senna Aegis in the end, a very, very comfortable winning margin. Lukas Tulovic having to settle for second, not happy, encountering some front tyre issues, but this was the final corner. Sensational scenes. Alex Toledo held it into the final corner. Alex Escrig dived up the inside but ran wide, so it allowed Toledo to make his way back through onto the podium places. But Barcelona in the Moto2 European Championship, all about the number 81, Senna Aegis, a double race winner, and only 25 points down now on Lukas Tulovic in the standings.
Yeah, cracking race victory there from Senna Aegis. Really mature head on young shoulders to take a 12.1 second win over Lukas Tulovic, who is in himself an incredibly fast rider. Further 12 seconds back, and then Alex Toledo finally breaks the podium, ducked, and grabs his first podium of the season. Alex Escrig takes third and fourth from the day for him. Not bad days work. Mikel Pons, Marco Koba, Piotr Biszczykowski comes home to 7th. Hector Garzo slipping back to 8th in the end. And 9th it was David Sanchez. Great stuff on the other MV2. Rato, Garcia, Montero, Carl Paz, Eric Fernandez, the first stocker home, with Juan Rodriguez picking up 15th and the last of the points. Marco Tapia and Alex Ruiz. Dino Iozzo on the Yamaha finishes in 18th from Yuri Ruiz, Ryan van der Lagemat, Thomas Schrubick in 21st, Jacopo Hosiuk 22nd, Michal Florov, Jamie Davis in 24th, and Charles Aubrey in 25th. And then rounds it out, Corey Tinker takes 26th, Kevin Orgis, Zek Djeji, and I didn't quite catch who the other two were, but Marcon didn't finish, nor did Chiba, and Tagliarini on the 51.
Final pony of the day then here in Barcelona. Fantastic day, a scorching day, both in terms of weather and on track action. The promo racing guys celebrate a double victory thanks to Senna Aegis. Alex Toledo takes third place, his first in the Moto2 class in the European Championship. A great ride from Alex Toledo. Lukas Tulovic, the championship leader, 25 points he'll take into Jerez. Not too impressed with his second place finish here, but he'll take it. A couple of second places isn't to be sniffed at, especially in the Moto2 European Championship, and like we say, takes a healthy advantage into Jerez. But it's all about this man, isn't it? The young man from Australia, Senna Aegis, a double race victory for him at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, very impressive, and closes that points gap down to 25. Still a healthy points margin, as you say, for Tulovic. But certainly, Tulovic will be very, very aware of the fact that he has lost 10 of those advantage points to his younger counterpart today. And as we head to Jerez, he's certainly going to be quite keen to reinstate himself as the man to beat, not just in the championship standings, but on the day, on the Sunday. So there you go then, Alex Toledo. That is a well-deserved third-place trophy for him. There was tears down in Parc Fermé from his family, so certainly lovely to see. Big stoppie on the way in too, which was nice and cool.
Yeah, of course it means a lot to these guys, doesn't it? Finishing your first podium in a Moto2 European Championship, it's going to be very exciting, very emotional for obviously the rider, but also the team and the friends and family. So great to see emotions running high for the right reasons down in Parc Fermé. And what more can we say about Senna Aegis? A double race winner and the Australian national anthem to go with it as well.
Okay, congratulations.
So there you go then, Senna Aegis, the Australian national anthem, rings out. Of course, in the World Championship, they already have Joel Kelso in Moto3 and Remy Gardner and Jack Miller in MotoGP. But will we see an Australian battling for race wins in Moto2 in a few years' time? Well, you wouldn't bet against it, would you? From the performances he's shown already this year, certainly seems as though he's got what it takes to go all the way to the big leagues.
Certainly has, yeah. We used to, certainly last year, the Australian anthem in Moto2 class. I'll tell you what, these tunes are...
They had Red Hot Chili Peppers on.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Earlier. Obviously, we experienced that the other night. Very good.
Absolutely. Would recommend. So then, the Moto2 Championship standings at the end of play here in Barcelona. Lukas Tulovic, the aforementioned gap of 25 points to Senna Aegis, the double race winner. Skrieg in third, Toledo in fourth now with Mattia Rato in fifth place. Jerry Ruiz, Kyle Paz, Xavi Cardelus, the absent Xavi Cardelus in eighth with Roberto Garcia in ninth.
Eduardo Montero then in 10th from Mikel Pons. Mark Alcoba, those two had good rides today. Piotr Bishenkerski in 13th for Hector Garzo on the MV. He's the first one in the standings. Angelo Tagliarini, who unfortunately didn't finish today. And then David Sanchez and Jamie Davis in 17th. Sam Wilford still recovering. Hopefully we'll see him back in a couple of rounds' time. Not too sure his recovery timeline. From Tommaso Marcon in 19th. Giannocchio in 20th. And Corey Tinker there in 21st. Here's your Stock 600 podium then, which both wins today went the way of Fernandez, number 78, on the Kawasaki. So cracking job from that man. I think he cut the gap by quite some time from race 1 to race 2. If I just look back at how far off he was in race 1. 58 seconds off in race 1 and similar amount of time for race 2, so certainly doing good stuff there. Though it is Alex Ruiz that's leading the way with 96 points from Marco Tapia, 13 back. Dino Iozzo is in third from Chiba. Van der Lagemat. Eric Fernandez there you see in the Kawasaki after 2 victories today is 50 points in 6th. Thomas Strugwick, Juan Rodriguez and Michal Florov in 9th with 34 points. Kevin Orgis in 10th then from Hosuk, Rihak, Zeji and Nestola, and then Durate at the bottom.
So then, the day belongs to Senna Aegis in the Moto2 European Championship. Storming ride there in race 2, and that's all she wrote for the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya here in 2022. What a day it's been, and what a championship, a series of championships we've got on our hands. We will see you next time out at the Circuito de Jerez Ángel Nieto. It's goodbye from me and Jack. See you soon. Ciao for now.